Good morning and happy Father's Day to all you fathers out there. It is the final day of racing here at Watkins Glen International, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman, and we'll have a cadre of special guests here joining us as well today. But Tom, a wonderful, beautiful day for the second day in a row here in the Finger Lakes region in New York. Good morning.
Absolutely stunning, Greg. Yeah, good morning, and very much looking forward to our 35-minute or 15-lap races, whichever comes first, of course. And I think the story from yesterday was missed opportunities for a lot of drivers just because of full course cautions and races that did not complete the way they would have hoped. A whole bunch of drivers going to be looking for a better day today to race forward in their races, or even just finish under the green flag, maybe.
Exactly. As that was a bit of an issue for a couple of our races yesterday. All right, first up today, and we have, as Tom said, our feature races today. We have 8 races on the docket for you today, and first up is going to be our first of 2 open wheel races. It's for Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. Let's run down the starting order. We're going to have our Formula Fs and Formula 600s up front, Formula Vs towards the rear. And with our Formula Fs, the pole sitter today, in his Miguel, the NJMP Cahill Motorsports machine with a qualifying time of 2 minutes, .581, it's David Ibarra. David Adorno from Woodhaven, New York, in his DMV stop Miguel will start on the outside of the front row. Robert Dietz will start third today in the number 16 Van Diemen RFO2 Formula F. Dave Petsko in his Spectrum 014 will start on the outside of row number 2 in 4th. Corey McLeod is our F600 pole sitter. He's in his Red Devil Arrow. The number 58 machine will start 5th. Starting 6th, Jay Beckley in his LSAE 13, the number 44 car, starting 6th. Then we'll go back to Formula F, where Chris Smith in his Van Diemen RF00 will start 7th. That's the number 57 car, right alongside Charles Foster in a Piper DF8. Then we've got James Dietz driving the number 22 Van Diemen RF03. He's going to start 9th today, and on the outside of row number 5, starting 10th, Robert Gross in a Piper DL7. That's the number 62 Formula F entry. Our next, starting in 11th position, we've got Jack Walburn in a Scorpion. That's the number 67 car, with Dino Ladico in his Formula 600 entry. That's the 07 machine. He's going to start in 12th. And we've got Ken Suede in a Spectrum 014, another Formula F entry, that he is starting lucky 13th today. And then Calvin Stewart will round out the Formula 600 field in his Nova car. He starts 14th. Let's move over to the Formula Vs, which are going to be a little bit different here today, as our pole sitter, Alex Scaler, had some issues yesterday on the very first lap. We've got word that he will not be making the grid, making the race today. He would have been driving the number 79 machine. That will move Brian Farnham to the pole in Formula V. Rick Shields also is part of that lap 1 incident, scheduled to start 3rd today. That is going to move Ray Carmody to the front row. He'll start alongside Farnham in the number 81 Mysterian. Then we've got Mark Farnham in his Silver Bullet. He'll start 3rd today alongside Dave Scaler. And then we'll have Trevor Miller rounding out the field in Formula V. As the pace car now bringing the field into the final corner. Pace car now heading to the pit lane, turning things over to David Ibarra and David Adorno. What a great race these 2 racers put in yesterday, Tom. As they come down the front straight, starter looks over the field, and the green flag is in the air, and the 33 and the 08 car, they are dead even, Tom, as they come down the front straight heading into the 90 for the first time. Slotting in back behind him, Robert Dietz and his Van Diemen with Petsko just a little bit further back, as our Formula Vs now all head into the 90 directly behind. And I believe we've got sitting there right at the front of the Formula Vs, Brian Farnham and Ray Carmody, as they all successfully make it through the field and head up through the S's.
Best I can tell, Carmody took the lead there in Formula V coming down into turn 1. Adorno in Formula F was trying to take the lead as well around the outside. Now he pops to the inside on David Ibarra into the braking zone for the inner loop for the first time. Doesn't quite make it and actually has to challenge with Robert Dietz, who just barely slots into single file. A top 5 still in the conversation here in Formula F, but maybe a bit of a breakaway for David Ibarra here into the outer loop.
All right, and so, Tom, yesterday as this race started in the sprint race, we had Ibarra and Adorno going at it for the first 4 laps or so with Robert Dietz in the conversation. He started to fall off, again, about 4 laps into, I believe, what was an 11-lap race for these racers, but a good battle nonetheless, and he's right there right now with Dave Petsko as well here early on over at Formula 600. Corey McLeod jumping out to an early start over Jack Walburn and Dino Ladico as well. Cal Stewart getting around Jay Beckley to start this race off. Want to bring in, Tom, if you don't mind, we're going to start things off with a very special guest joining us here today. Noted Formula V racer. I'm actually a little surprised that we don't have the zebra-striped car out there racing today. We've got Trevor Carmody, who lives right near Watkins Glen. And, of course, he's got some special interest in today's race, of course, with his dad racing. And how you doing today, Trevor?
Good, and thanks for having me, and happy Father's Day as well to everybody out there.
Absolutely. So what did you see here on the start and early on, especially since we know the field is a little bit jumbled from what we saw yesterday?
So, actually, that was Dave Scaler in the black car coming all the way from 5th or 6th position to take the lead out of 1.
Oh, wow.
My father challenged Brian side by side into 1, but Brian took the head of that coming out. But then we saw Brian get back to the point at the bus stop.
And so, you know, we talked about, just before we went on air, obviously, Rick Shields and Alex Scaler, our defending national champion, not able to make the grid this morning. Were they doing any work on the cars to try and get ready for the race? I know, obviously, Alex has, if he needs to use it, he's got an exemption that he doesn't necessarily have to go and qualify for the runoffs this year if he doesn't want to.
Yeah, I spoke to Alex quick about it. He just didn't want to change his motor at the track. There was nothing important about doing it. He wanted to take it home and get it done right. But Rick's car was put back together. It didn't look bad, and he's back out there today going at it.
All right. Very good. All right, so there you go. Here, as we now have 1 lap in the books, working lap number 2 over in Formula F. David Ibarra leading David Adorno, and Tom, about 5-6 car lengths separating them, and Dietz now starting to fall off their pace. Now about 2.5 seconds in arrears with Chris Smith in 3rd, very close behind Smith, having gotten around Dave Petsko over in Formula 600, and we saw this yesterday where Corey McLeod was able to open up a nice advantage on the rest of the 600 field, put a few Formula F cars between he and some of the other entries. And I think the big question here will be as far as Cal Stewart, whether he can get up and challenge for the lead over in Formula 600, as he did not take the grid yesterday for the Sabbath, but even then he had some challenges in qualifying on Friday.
Yeah, he sure did, and it looks like they continue, Greg, because as best as the story that Timing and Scoring tells anyway is that Cal Stewart attempted the warm-up lap and did not take the start. I did not see the white number 07 on the grid when we came to the green flag either. Well, so a bit of a bust of a weekend, unfortunately, there for Cal Stewart. Yeah,
and Tom, I have a little bit of an update because it might have thrown us a little bit. He's not actually in a white car this weekend. He's actually in a Dayglow orange body shell today, and he is directly across from us on the pit lane. They've got the top cowling of that car off right now, and Cal, with his helmet on, is taking a look at the engine on that machine. We can kind of see him. He's about halfway down the pit lane currently, so we'll see if he can continue at this point. Again, working on the car, keeping the helmet on.
with a 15-lap race, you still get scored as a finisher if you finish half the laps, which also works you towards your qualifying for the runoff. So all of that's important if you can get right back out. Plus, it's fun, right? You want to get back out on the racetrack. You're here to race. So hopefully he's able to get out there. But back at the front of the field, this is a train of, I believe, 4th, 5th, and 6th in Formula F that we're watching on our live feed images here. But the battle at the front looks like David Ibarra is really working hard to pull away and break the draft early on. There's the gap coming into turn 8 between the top two. Yesterday, they could not get away from each other, and David Ibarra actually hung out until basically the last lap to retake the lead and take the win eventually after David Adorno, running second, had led most of yesterday. However, the story looks quite different today as Ibarra has pulled out nearly a 2-second advantage, and Robert Dietz was unable to cling on to them as well. So the best battles on the racetrack right now look like maybe Chris Smith, Corey McLeod, and is in that train. The best battle for 6th, maybe in Formula F, David Petsko, Charles Foster, and James Dietz all having a good go of it. And then the battle for 2nd in Formula V is also still raging between Mark Farnham and Ray Carmody.
All right, so Trevor is our Formula V racers now coming across the line to complete lap number 2. And Brian and Mark right now at the front of the Formula V field with your dad. Very close behind in 3rd now as they go down, looks like going through the climbing S's here. I know you've, in the last couple of months, done quite the world tour in support of Formula V. I know you spent some time down in South Africa. Why don't you tell us a little bit about
that? Actually in 2025, it was their 60th anniversary, and we had actually hosted a 60th anniversary at Pittsburgh in 23. So they invited me down for the celebration race at the beginning of the year, and it was a teammate thing. We shared a car, qualified for each other. It was a little bit different, more horsepower, about 107 horsepower, and standing starts were definitely interesting. And then they invited me back again at the end of November for a 2-hour endurance race in Formula V. And me and a German teammate ran this 2-hour endurance race with a Le Mans style start, which was interesting. The rules are a lot more relaxed in these areas of the world. Entry fee was $25.
Oh, wow.
It was a smoking deal.
Yes, absolutely.
But the way we did the Le Mans style start was for some safety. We're going to be strapped in the cars, and our teammates would run and turn
basically
the key.
tag you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was good. I ran the first stint. I had the car up to about 5th, and then the German guy took over. But then the car started cutting out as I went for my second stint, and thought it was the battery. Spent some time changing that. It turned out to be the fuel pump. And with 15 minutes to go, I told the German guy, take it over, bring it home for us.
Oh, very cool. Amazing. And so places down there, is Formula V as popular, well accepted as it is here, for example, up in the Northeast? And
in other parts of the world, I've gotten to participate with the Australian group in New South Wales, and I've also gotten to run with the Brazilian group. And the difference with them is that, we have the Super Tour, which is such a cool thing.
Right.
And I listen to you guys 10 Sundays and Saturdays a year in my garage when I can't be at the track. And today when I'm gone from the track, I'll still be listening to you this afternoon.
Thank you.
But these areas are more regionalized racing, right? The population of Australia is very densified in the southeast.
Right.
So you have, last year they did have people that actually came all the way from Perth over to do a runoff type race. Oh. So they have similar formats, but they'll see 20 to 30 cars at their events. And Brazil is more, there's a handful of self-owners, but it's more of a lease-to-own program.
Okay. Well, that is very interesting, but it's also so interesting to see how these chassis and how they've proliferated all in essentially every corner of the world. And
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and obviously we know, Tom, things are done a little bit differently in SCCA. I think a lot of the other regions where they run these cars, they've got the wider tires and more, I guess, street tires.
Yeah, we were here 2 weeks ago running with the regional under SCCA with the Challenge Cup Series, and it's a budget thing, or it's a good stepping stone, or it's even a good opportunity for some of the older guys that don't want to be as competitive and spend as much money. The tires last for a whole season, so it works out good. We have some good fields and some good camaraderie in that group.
All right, Tom, let's take a look here right now. I believe this is the battle for fourth in Formula F right now between Chris Smith and Dave Petsko.
Yeah, coming up onto the front straight just behind your Formula 6 leader, Corey McLeod. That's the red car with the little extra bit of body work coming at us now. But those two separated last time at the previous timing loop anyway, 0.3 between the two of them. Now it's down, it's actually back up to 4 as Chris Smith pulled away just slightly, but then the draft is going to bring Dave Petsko right back into it.
I'm glad to see Chris made the trip up. He was originally from up here, now living in South Carolina, but he's done a lot of work to that car that we can't really see here from the camera shots or far away, but he has a lot of education in aerodynamics and has worked a lot on changing little details of that car to make it faster.
Yeah, I'm curious, Trevor. I know maybe it was probably closing in on 10 years ago now that Hayward Wagner did an up and personal with some of these Formula Vs on the grid for the runoffs and was pointing out some of the tricks that drivers were starting to figure out even just currently after 60 some years, just to massage little bits of aerodynamics. What are some tricks that someone wouldn't expect for a race car like a Formula V to make a huge difference that you guys have found without showing all your cards?
A lot of us have gone to or trying to attempt more progressive suspension versus the zero roll. So, with the zero roll, the car could still swing under it when it got to a certain point, but now we're trying to push it to where it acts more independently, and that's what we've seen with a lot of these pull rod suspensions that have come out in the cars. And, we're still trying to make them slipperier, but it's tough. The wheel drag is 60% of those cars. So, but all three of the classes that are out there right now are all still developing all these cars. Cal Stewart has a ton of time into that car. I mentioned Chris Smith. So it's great to see all these guys still working so passionately on making these cars better.
I think that might be a point that goes under talked about, if not untalked about, is the builder side of these classes, as they are so competitive, of course, on the racetrack. The driving is obviously visible on the cameras. We can watch it, we talk about it, and we get excited about it. But the little working and the massaging and the time spent. I was talking to one of the other Formula V drivers who runs at the front of the runoffs, and just the schedule that they have built so that the car is freshest for the runoffs after decades of running the car. They've got even the schedule figured out for this is when the rebuild happens, and then that last race before the rebuild, maybe not the fastest car at that point, but it was pretty fascinating stuff to me. I don't love getting under the hood myself, but I like to learn about the little nuances that people have figured out.
A quick update here, and I know we had at least one person in the YouTube chat asking. Unfortunately, Dave Scaler, he only completed the first lap, then brought his Vortec down the pit lane. He has now been towed back to the paddock. So it looks like his race is now done. And checking in with Cal Stewart. And Cal got the car running so that he could drive it down the pit lane and also back to the paddock. Reports I got from the paddock is that it appeared to be missing a cylinder, or one cylinder appeared to be misfiring pretty badly, and not something he was able to repair there and get out. So unfortunately, his day is now done. That leaves Formula 600 to just Corey McLeod, Dino Lodico, and Jack Walgren, who are, at this point, McLeod's got a pretty substantial lead. We'll have to check in with Lodico and Walgren at some point, because I believe that they are fairly close to one another on track.
Speaking of close together, coming to the final corner, this is that battle for second between Carmody and Farnham, and they have been going back and forth. That's about the farthest apart they've been, in fact, as they come across the start-finish line right about now. And then behind them, Rick Shields and Trevor Miller's relatively within touch, as Brian Farnham has pulled off a lead. Again, seems to have maybe kind of sniffed the back of the other classes just enough to get a draft and pull away big time and continue to lap quicker. Top two in Formula F also just went by that battle in Formula V, and it still sits right about a 3-second gap between these two. That's David Adorno coming through turn 3. And then we have that battle between Carmody and Farnham, but Carmody's pulled out maybe a 6, 7, 8 car length lead.
Oh, and a wild drift through the bus stop there for our leader David Ibarra. Gets the car gathered back up. You know, Tom, as we were talking yesterday about some of our Formula cars not necessarily wanting to use the curbs through the bus stop that have been raised up in recent years, I think certainly to impact when the Cup Series comes through here. But he gathers that back up, taking a bit of dirt across the track surface, though that may impact some of our racers a little bit further on through this race. Well, let's do this. We're just about halfway through this 15-lap race. Trevor, if you don't mind, we're going to make our first call to the grid for our next group and then take a little break. Attention in the paddock, Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race Group 2, Spec Miata, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more Formula Car action from Watkins Glen. It's a 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. We've got special guest Trevor Carmody with us, and it is Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600 currently. David Ibarra leads David Adorno by just a touch under 5 seconds as those two drivers now making their way up through the S's. Robert Dietz runs third, Chris Smith fourth. Over in Formula 600, Corey McLeod, your leader with Dino Lodico, now running in second place as he's gotten around Jack Walburn. That's your top three. And in Formula V, Brian Farnham, your leader. Ray Carmody running second. Mark Farnham is in third position with Rick Shields just off the podium currently in fourth. But I think good battle with Carmody and Farnham continues. We'll try and pick that battle up here in just a moment as they are now, I believe, heading down into turn one.
Still Carmody with the point over Farnham. I haven't seen these drivers swap positions in a couple of laps, but you have to imagine, and maybe Trevor, you can confirm this, that you could probably make the pass pretty much whenever you want up these S's. It's just a matter of timing, right? With the rest of the race, doing that reverse math on 6 laps. Okay, I need to be here at this point, and then the pin.
Yeah, it's there. You can do it into the heel because you can get a guy back, especially if it's a last lap thing. You know, I've done it onto the front straightaway before, but it is your best spot. But there are still spots you have to defend down the rest of the track after the back straightaway. But I think they're just being patient. There's been a lot of traffic past them in the last few laps. It's kind of done the accordion effect on them, but now they've got some clean space. It looks like they can duke it out from there. Maybe Rick could catch them. He looks like he's broke away from Trevor Miller.
Yeah, it's a good point. Rick Shields in the red Formula V, the back of this shot, is running him down a little bit. And I'm curious, actually, you make a great point with the traffic. Talk a little bit about that with what it's like to share the track with basically anytime you share the track, you guys are the slowest cars by lap time. But obviously you're also dealing with hardly any mirror, hardly any visibility rearward. Talk a little bit about those challenges.
It's tough, and it's a game of respect between us. It is all our hobby, so usually it's Roger Penske's not calling to set you up with a ride if you win this thing. So we usually have give and take. There was one time I was running at Atlanta, and I think a pack of 10 or 12 Formula Fords passed the pack of the 5 of us Vs at the Super Tour, all in the last chicane there, the downhill. So that was pretty wild, but made for good video.
Yeah, I bet. So, Greg, I think these 3 are going to end up together with a great race in Formula V. And I got to actually, really, they're not all that far in front of Trevor Miller. But at the front of the race, David Ibarra, who's leading Formula F by just under 6 seconds at this point, has just reset the track record. It was formerly a 2 minutes .63. He just ran a 2 minutes .4. So that is a new track record. It gives you an idea of just how hard he's working in front to run away from David Adorno.
Yeah, indeed. Without a draft or anything, you were to drop it by almost 0.2 of a second. A very, very quick run for him, as he has now opened up almost 6 seconds on Adorno. And yesterday, it was a very close race where they swapped positions numerous times. But today, a different day, and maybe Adorno made some setup changes to the car to find a little bit more speed here. Over in Formula V, looking to see, it looks as though Farnham now making up a little bit more ground on Carmody. Here they go. Oh, we've got a car off.
Well saved. Just made it back to the racetrack. I think that was Ray Carmody, who just goes a little bit wide at the inner loop, gathers it up perfectly.
I saw Trevor's eyes get very wide here for a moment.
Holy cow.
Yeah, kind of a strange runoff there. Almost looked mechanical, but he looks like he's still going. Well, no. Yeah, he's still continuing on here, so we'll see if just outbreaks himself or what's going on.
That's just enough distance to have lost the draft, but he does still have the hope of Rick Shields and Mark Farnham starting to battle it out just a little bit. Farnham in the orange, coming into turn 8 momentarily, now holds second spot, with Rick Shields now up into third. And Carmody, having run in second so long in this race, he's still, I'm going to say, maybe 4 seconds back from them, and he's just hoping and praying, and maybe even less than 4 seconds, really hoping and praying that they start going side by side a whole bunch.
Yeah, and Rick Shields has really eliminated most of the margin up to Mark Farnham. Ahead was almost 2 seconds faster on the prior lap, and has closed things up to probably within now 3 to 4 car lengths.
Yeah, that's impressive. And even as they crossed the line the last lap, the gap was still at 2 seconds. So he's right there with Mark now. If the two of them tangle a little bit, there's still a shot for my dad to get back in there, but if those two are patient and kind, then it's just going to be a battle for second between the two of them.
It's still a lot of time and a lot of mileage left to go here with 4 laps.
Rick certainly has a lot of pace in that car right now, too, to have run those guys down by himself.
All right, sounds like another driver having some challenges over at the bus stop. The 21 machine of Dave Petsko, currently running in 4th in Formula F. Does get that car back underway.
Pass for second spot in Formula V. Rick Shields wasted no time, takes the very first opportunity to use the draft up the S's and into the inner loop, takes the spot away from Mark Farnham. That was way too easy for Ray Carmody's efforts. He was hoping that would take a little bit longer, I think. But they are still together. Mark Farnham now focusing on trying to get that spot back, battling it out for second and third on the podium.
All right, and I believe we've got a local caution, Tom, now. Yeah, we've got a car stopped coming out, coming into the S's. If we look at the screen here, driver's left, and that is, let's see here. I think that is the 18 of Robert Dietz, I believe. Actually, well, no, let's double check here. I believe it's the 18.
And Greg, here at turn one, this might be our leader in Formula 6, Corey McLeod.
I was just going to say the 58 of Corey McLeod.
Whoa. Holy cow. It looks like he lost brakes nearly. The car didn't slow down hardly at all. Goes for a big old ride.
Yeah, and so the 58 machine, that is definitely Corey McLeod there, and I don't think that car is going to be going anywhere here. So that is likely going to turn the lead over to Dino Lodico. Lodico was running almost 3/4 of a minute behind. And will likely move Jack Walburn in the 67 machine up into second position. And we are getting word now with those two incidents at that end of the track, Tom, that the next time our race leader, David Ibarra, at the moment he's our race leader, comes by, he will see the checkered flag. So this race going to end at least one lap early.
Oh, and that means that this race is on, and it's only a couple corners to go. And Mark Farnham just took the spot back from Rick Shields coming into the bus stop, into the outer loop. That's a big move for a podium spot late in this race. I'm not sure that these drivers know that the race will be ending at the end of this lap.
Yeah, unless their crew people are monitoring this race control network, I don't think they'll know. Obviously, these racers haven't received the white flag here, and so we also have directly behind them, I believe that's Charles Foster and Robert Dietz. Actually, it's Dietz and Groats. My mistake there. Oh my,
Yeah, this is our leader in Formula F. Coming through turn 8 is splitting Formula V and some lappers in Formula F. There's Adorno coming up behind. So Ibarra is the car that just made the pass at the inside at turn 9. He's coming to take the checkered flag and end the races for all the cars behind who are having some in-class battles, including those two Formula Fs just behind Dietz and Gross.
All right, so as he comes out of the final corner onto the front straight, taking the win in Formula F will be David Ibarra out of Louisville, Texas. David Adorno comes across the line. He will finish in second. And then finishing in third will be Robert Dietz with Chris Smith behind. And I think they will finish a lap down from our leaders in the class. Over in Formula 600, Dino Lodico will take the win. And as I'm going through the field here, I believe, based on where Jack Walburn is on track, Corey McLeod, who is still over there by the exit of turn 1, I think Corey McLeod will likely finish second in Formula 600. We'll let the rest of the field circulate through, but I think that's the case because I believe Walburn was already a lap down from McLeod. Then over in Formula V, it is going to be Brian Farnham taking the win. Mark Farnham got around Rick Shields on the last lap. Mark Farnham will finish second. Rick Shields will finish in third, with Ray Carmody finishing in fourth. Well, Trevor, I thought we'd have at least another lap here to talk. Let's do this. Let me call the Spec Miata folks to the grid, and then we'll wrap things up here. Touch in the paddock. final call to the grid for Spec Miata, race group number 2. Please head to the grid. Race group 2, Spec Miata, please head to the grid. All right, so Trevor, where are we going to see you on track next?
I'm going to be just running with the Challenge Cup this year. Our next event, though, is kind of our own, the Drivers Cup and the Challenge Cup to get together for our own sort of title race. And last year we had, some big guys come and join us for that. The Whitson family came out. We had started 53 cars.
Oh, wow.
It was impressive to see, and the prep of cars was great. And we're looking forward to that event again.
And where's that going to be?
That'll be at Summit Point with the FRP weekend. But
I may have to make my way up there.
You're always welcome. We'd love to have you come and commentate our race.
My home track. Maybe I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, we'll be around, and it's a great weekend. There's a lot of other Formula Car groups on track with us. And then I think next year with Atlanta being the runoffs, I think I'm going to pursue that path for next year.
Wonderful. Excellent. Well, all the best to you. All the best to your father on Father's Day as well. I want to thank Trevor Carmody for joining us here today for our first race group of the day. You're always welcome to join us up here in the booth, not just at Watkins Glen, but anywhere we go. Trevor, I want to thank you once again. And so, Tom, why don't you and I take a quick little break, and when we come back, it's Spec Miata action here at Watkins Glen for the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Don't go away.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
My name's Pat Prevenus. Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
So my name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years. I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
It's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing. Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot. There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since. This is the best seat in the house.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Next up, it's Spec Miata. We had 36 drivers set qualifying times. Let's take a look at the players. Starting on pole today, driving the number 02 Mazda Miata, sponsored by Mom, Dad, Grandma, and Grandpa on this Father's Day. From Seminole, Florida, it's Christian Meyer. And Christian was started yesterday, I think, on the outside of the front row. He and yesterday's pole sitter, Frankie Barroso, our winner from yesterday, swap positions. As we've got a car off there on the pace lap. We'll try and get the number here in just a moment, but let's continue running down the starting order here. Starting third today, driving the number 78 machine out of Mooresville, North Carolina. It's going to be Travis Wiley with Bobby Gossett from Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, starting in fourth. Logan Stretch will be starting fifth today in the number 89 Wheels America Racing machine, with Stuart McAleer from Glasgow, Scotland, scheduled to start sixth. He was not up on the grid when we had about 5 minutes before the pace lap. We'll see if he starts. Nick Leveroni, driving the number 93 Flat Out Motorsports entry from Mendon, Massachusetts, will start seventh. Ryan Maloney, out of Dayton, Maryland, will start eighth in the number 5 car, with John Salerno from Fairfield, Connecticut, in one of the Krug Speed entries, starting ninth in the number 34 machine. John Dean in the MBM Mazda out of Sebring, Florida, will start 10th. Chuck McTudis out of Little Mountain, South Carolina, will start 11th for Salty Dog Racing. Johnny Murrow in the number 72 Mazda will start 12th, with Justin Ferraro starting in lucky 13th position, driving the number 8 car. Marcel Panicia in the number 55 Zone Mechanical entry out of Aurora, Ontario, Canada, will start 14th. He's representing the New York region, with Ben Gaunt in the number 95 car starting 15th. Gavin Vaughn will start 16th today. He drives the number 48 Mazda and comes to us all the way from Cypress, Texas, while Dr. Dom Lucci will start 17th. He drives the number 46 MechSpecial.com car. He's from Binghamton, New York. Alfredo Zidane will start 18th today. He's driving the number 13 Mazda, with Chris Rollins in the 35 car. That's the Rossini Planet Miata entry, starting 19th, and rounding out the top 20, driving the number 18 Mazda, and coming to us from Westboro, Massachusetts, in the Penny Payson racing car, it's Peter Tonelli Jr. Ellie Gossett will start 21st. She's in the number 77 Salty Dog Racing Mazda, with Christopher Jerem starting 22nd. Chris is in the number 14 AKT Racing Team entry. He comes to us from Lake Mary, Florida. Alessandro Boas will start 23rd in the number 196 car, with David Chufo from Livonia, New York, representing the Florida region, starting 24th. John Hamner will start 25th today. He's in the number 07 Battalion Motorsports entries from Dallas, Texas, with Elvin Goulart starting 26th. He's in the number 98 Krug Speed entry. Eric Kerchak will start 27th, with Paul Kappel starting 28th. Ken Williams is driving the number 0 car. He'll start 29th. And rounding out the top 30, it's Key Doss from Chagrin Falls, Ohio. Lights are out on the pace cars. I believe they have gotten that one Mazda cleared from the short stretch from turn 1 to turn 2 as we get ready to go racing. Pace car now on the pit lane. We're heading to the pit lane, pardon me, and coming on to the front straight. And we do have Christian Meyer, Frankie Barroso there as well. And green flag is in the air, and I take it back. Frankie Barroso on the pole. Christian Meyer, I believe that may have been our pole sitter that actually pulled off right at the start of the pace lap, as Barroso and Travis Wiley on the front row as they head down into turn number 1, Tom, with Logan Stretch, Bobby Gossett, and Ryan Maloney there as well. Still 2 by 2 as we enter the S's.
Yeah, Travis Wiley held the outside beautifully and now has Logan Stretch helping him up that straightaway. But to his right, Frankie Barroso has Bobby Gossett pushing him towards the inner loop for this very first run. Once again, a good start for John Salerno, and a big stack up in the background. Many cars involved. Smoke pours off of one of them. And it's a big stack up, maybe 3, 4, 5 involved at least back at turn 4.
as our leaders continue through the bus stop, and Frankie Barroso jumps back to the lead, gets around Wiley as Wiley grabs a whole bunch of dirt there. John Salerno, Logan Stretch, and then Ryan Maloney in the blue number 5. Looks like he may have moved up 2 positions into third place as they now head down into the chute and into the boot, Tom. And they're racing right now, but I'm sure we'll be going to a local caution, or probably a full course caution, probably here soon enough, given the mix up there. Looks like we've got the number 0 and the number 13 machine at a minimum still in the S's now as our leaders come out of the toe of the boot.
Really good start. Again, I mentioned for John Salerno up to 3rd from, I think, 9th on the grid. Now, some of that was because Christian Meyer and Stuart McAleer did not take the start, as we now go full course caution coming into the heel of the boot here on lap 1. This race group has gotten very few green flag laps, so these drivers all at this point know you have to make every single second count for track position.
All right, Tom, and I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to bring in our special guest this morning. He is the harbinger of full course cautions, driver of the STU BMW Z4. We've got John Weisberg joining us once again. And John, what was it that you said when you left us yesterday afternoon?
Geez, you know, I feel like I'm bringing on the jinx, but nice to be up here. Beautiful day to race at Watkins Glen. I talked to Nick Leverone on the grid on the way over here, and said he didn't even know I was announcing, because I guess I didn't get much time yesterday because we didn't have much of a race. But hopefully we get this thing cleaned up pretty quickly. It looks like I don't know. We could see the smoke from the tower here, but can't really tell exactly who's involved. Safety trucks are out there.
Yeah, I believe at least one of the drivers involved is the number 0 car of Ken Williams. And I think Alfredo de Zidane in the number 13, likely the other car that is there as well. As we now have the safety car bringing the field through. It is Frankie Barroso, your leader. Bobby Gossett in the 44 car moved up to 2nd. John Salerno, Logan Stretch, Travis Wiley, then Ryan Maloney. That is your top 6. Johnny Morrow, Chuck McTunis, John Dean moves up a position to 9th. Nick Leverone falls back a couple into 10th position. While we're under, and John, I hate to cut everything short for you, but while we're under full course caution right now, why don't we get our break out of the way, get it out early, and hopefully by the time we come back, we'll be ready to go back to green flag racing here for Spec Miata at the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And actually, before we do, we've got a couple of drivers going down the pit lane right now. The 190 machine, we've got a few drivers joining from the back of the pack. I think one of them is Eric Gerchak, if from the looks of it, that they came down the pit lane, maybe have their crews look at their cars. But let's take that break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Watkins Glen International. Please don't go away.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. Attention in the paddock with the following drivers. Please see the race director in tech, the 58 and the 7 Formula 6 racers. Please see the race director in tech. Driver number 58, driver the number 7 Formula 6 drivers. Please see the race director in tech. All right, we are back here at Watkins Glen International where we are under full course caution for a first lap incident heading up through the S's, and we do have the emergency services teams responding, trying to get those drivers removed or drivers' cars removed. The incident involving Alfredo Sedan and Ken Williams. I have a feeling we can probably point to some of the other racers that may have been involved in that incident. We had Eric Gerchak in the number 21 car, Key Doss in the 190, and Peter Tonelli in the 18 car all come down the pit lane at the end of that first lap to have their crews take a look at their cars. They have now rejoined at the very rear of the pack. We also had a number of racers not make today's start. Ben Gaunt, Christian Meyer, of course, we saw that car, I think, pull off on the pace lap. Stuart McAleer, Elvin Goulart, as well as Ryan Peterman not making today's feature race.
It was interesting to watch that first lap, turn 1. It looked like everybody maybe learned their lesson a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
And not nearly as many cars way out over the curbing there and re-entering aggressively.
Yeah, of course, the only rule this weekend is that you must join safely if you exit the racetrack, but all the pavement is fair game, or as Jimmy Broadbent would say, re-safe jointly. But otherwise, I have to wonder the splitting of the distance versus the speed you can carry out there with how bumpy it is. I remember, John, back in my B-Spec days anyway, if we hit curbs that were big enough, we would be airborne enough that the acceleration rate of the car was worse and it was slower to go out there. And I have to wonder, maybe you have some experience with this at this racetrack. Is there a rule for that, or maybe a think about there?
Well, for the softer sprung cars like Spec Miata or SMX, it's not that bad. The bumps don't get the car airborne, so you still can accelerate out there. Cars like the Formula cars or the big GT cars, it's definitely going to hurt them, and I'm sure we saw that yesterday. I didn't get to watch the big GT race, but I'm sure those guys are not using that area. I mean, I know my car doesn't like it.
Yeah, right.
It's pretty stiffly sprung. Actually, I think it's a little oversprung right now, so still in development for it, but they had a pretty decent race yesterday. So unfortunately, I watched the feed this morning, and you guys, the cameras missed my acrobatics going through turn 6. Did a fifth to second downshift going into turn 6 and turned the car around backwards. Luckily kept it running and was able to keep going. But that's why I ended up at the very end of the STL field yesterday.
We were wondering about that. It just looks like maybe the cars in that class all just sort of fall off a little bit at the end where you didn't have enough steam or enough time, one of the two, to run down the podium finishers. But yeah, we were wondering. I meant to ask you about that back in yesterday's Group 8 race.
Yeah, I was catching the third, fourth, and fifth place cars running in 6th at the time. I was making up half a second to a second a lap on those guys.
Yeah.
And then I decided to test the wall coming out of the toe of the boot. Got a little sideways again, and by the time I got it gathered up, I was into the wall just slightly, just enough to paint the tire blue. So.
Hey guys, real quick, I've got another quick page to do here in the paddock, and then we can get back to that conversation. Attention in the paddock. with the driver of the number 67 Formula 600 race car. Please see the race director in tech. Again, driver of the number 67 Formula 6. Please see the race director in tech. All right, and lights are still on the safety car, Tom, so we're going to be doing at least one more lap here under full course caution conditions.
Good news is this is our 35-minute feature race, or 15 laps. I don't think we're going to make the laps at this. Still 23 and a half minutes to go on the board for these drivers to get some green flag racing in. We don't have a camera particularly close to where the incident was, so it's hard to say exactly where we are in the process, but at least one more lap here. So Frankie Barroso held on to the lead at the start of the race. Bobby Gossett basically pushed him there and was able to hold on to second. John Salerno up a couple of spots into third. He took the inside lane at one as well. Logan Stretch and Travis Wiley were around the outside, and they settled into fourth and fifth after that first lap. Ryan Maloney having a good run in the blue and white number 5 up into sixth. Johnny Morrow also having a nice run up into seventh. Then we get to Chuck McTudis, who had he was through the grass at least just yesterday once, but I don't think he had any incidents. John Dean was in the wars of the second group yesterday. He's going to be trying to cling onto the front group. That's the blue and white with pink accents on it. Running out the top 10, Nick Leveroni in that so familiar Flat Out Motorsports Miata with the orange headlights.
All right, Tom, we've got a car on the pit lane right now. I believe it is the 07 car. And just got, that's John Hamner, and actually had a report of an engine fire there, and that'll be the second day in a row, and I think they're looking for it right now here as, again, we're under full course caution. It's interesting as we're looking at this, the order that we're currently running here in Spec Miata, and it looks very much like how our race ended yesterday, where it ended under caution with Frankie Barroso taking the win and Bobby Gossett finishing second. That's how they sit right now. John Salerno took the last step on the podium, finished third. Logan Stretch fourth, exactly like we have it right now. The big outlier there is Travis Wiley, who unfortunately wasn't able to finish yesterday's race, where he is, of course, now sitting in fourth position.
Pretty remarkable that they got that car back together.
Yeah,
I think it took a pretty hard impact yesterday. It looks a little deranged on the feed here. Probably not the most aerodynamically efficient right now, but he's out there and he's running fourth. So congrats to him and the team.
All right, we have gotten word from race control, Tom. We will be going back to green flag racing this next time. Bye.
Excellent. So the warm-up procedure begins, and the job is to stay as close to the field as possible so that you can be in with a shot coming up the S's on that very first lap. Hopefully everybody has learned where they can and cannot get away with things, because we've seen some incidents at the inner loop as well with these drivers, some spins, some little offs, but we're down to about 30 cars running in this race group, having started 36 at the beginning of the weekend.
Hopefully everybody behaves going down into turn one, but my confidence is not huge on that.
Well, meanwhile, again, with the 20 minutes or 12 laps, I think the race yesterday managed to only go 7 laps, Tom, and we should easily be able to get there, I believe, and maybe go a little bit longer here. So hopefully, the redness won't show itself on the restart here, and we'll be able to get a couple good laps in as the lights are out on the safety car. And you can see Frankie Barroso there. By the way, again, thank you so much to Mrs. Barroso for bringing the wonderful confectionery goods up here yesterday. I should say that there aren't any left here, but good to know. Unfortunately, she said that Frankie likely won't be at the runoffs because he's going to be racing in the Pro Series at Petit Le Mans right around the same time, right at the beginning of October. All right, starters looking over the field and green flag, and we're back to racing, and it is 3 wide going down into turn 1. Frankie Barroso, center of track. He goes to push over to driver's left, trying to hold off Travis Wiley, who once again has a great start, Tom, as they go down into turn 1. And he had John Salerno in the 34 car come to the inside of him. now as they make their way up through the S's.
Yeah, Salerno took the risk, and Logan Stretch went with them, and it's going to pay off. They're around the outside now, but Frankie Barroso bringing Bobby Gossett back. I think Gossett technically is your race leader right now, but we're at least 2 wide between the two of them. And then they've got a whole train of cars. Lane really is the gamble. Do you want the inside of the entry for the inner loop or the outside? Salerno has the inside. Gossett has the outside. Question is, who sweeps across first? It's going to be Salerno, Stretch, Wiley, then Gossett, and Johnny Morrow end up side by side. Morrow with a huge slide around the outside ends up just battling now with Barroso, who's all the way back to 6th.
Yeah, I was going to say Barroso got shuffled all the way back, and that outside lane, Tom, they wanted to keep to the outside, but Salerno just got a horrible entry into the bus stop and held that entire row up. Now as they come down through the boot, into the laces of the boot and into the toe. Big changes there now at the front of the field.
Buck McTudis also picking up a spot, I think up to 6th now as he sweeps around the outside of Johnny Morrow into the toe, and now we're still 3 wide on the exit there. Holy cow, these drivers still sorting things out for the top 10, as that was Marcelo Panicia, I think, the sandwich between 2 other cars. Barroso looks to the inside for a moment, maybe just a sight line for the toe. Here, lap 2, technically under green flag racing, but I gotta say, I'm really impressed. John Salerno at the front. He started 9th. Technically, he took the green flag as 7th with 2 non-starters. He's our Super Tour points leader for the National Points Championship right now, and his racecraft on display this whole championship season. Hasn't always been qualifying at the very front, but he races his way there commandingly, and that's what we just saw again with Logan Stretch and Travis Wiley giving him the assist on that one nicely. That's the order they run, the top 3. Coming to complete their first green flag lap of the race.
All right, as they do, and this will be now starting lap number 6 here of 15 possible and or 35 minutes. We've got 17 and a half minutes remaining on the clock, Tom, and as they come now out of the 90, Salerno continues to lead the field through, and they all stay in line. Of course, they're all using almost all of the runoff out there. Try and open up that corner as much as possible. A little bit of a gap now. Back to Chuck McTudis running in 6th position as he has now Morrow and John Dean, Ryan Maloney, who's dropped another position, now back in the 9th. Also Nick Leveroni along with him.
Morrow getting side by side going up to the S's there. That's pretty brave.
No kidding. Single file, though, through the entry. This is the calmest we've seen the field in any of the laps of any of the races, as they are now single file through all of maybe the 15 or so. There's a car looking to the outside around Ellie Gossett and maybe Chris Rawlings, out around the outside. And now Johnny Morrow's dealing with John Dean. That's the battle for about 8th position. Dean trying to pick up 7th and pinches Morrow to the inside. Oh, a very, very pro move there, trying to make sure that he's got the momentum on the outside of the corner. Is it going to appear they come through the exit? Looks like it does. It's going to get the run up the hill. It's not quite completed that pass yet, though, for 7th.
Yeah, but he'll be in a good position as they come down down past the crest of the hill there into turn number 8 as he holds his line into turn 8. He's going to slide in now behind the 66 of McTudis.
Oh, Dean using all the outside of the track there and keeping the position. Yes, he keeps the position up into 9.
Yeah, it took him 3 corners, but he there, and now he's right within striking distance of Chuck McTudis, who runs 6th, to bridge the gap up to that top 5.
Looks like Chuck might be losing the draft a little bit there, and hopefully Dean and Morrow come up behind him and get them pushed up to the front group there.
Yeah, and so Dean finished yesterday's race in 10th after making up, I believe, 6 positions in that shortened race, and continues his march towards the front. Of course, former Pro MX5 Cup winner and race team owner.
Chuck McTudis, by the way, is very savvy in these Spec Miatas. It's completely possible, if not likely, that he's held up just enough to start to work together with the pack behind, knowing that he was losing the pack in front, hoping that would pay off, just to get the bleeding done early and maybe give himself a little bit more chance. Just speculation here, but it is now currently a top 5 breakaway with Salerno, Stretch, Wiley, Gossett, and Barroso. None of them particularly aggressive with changing positions in the last lap. Once again, they fan out on the entry, probably mostly for sight lines, more than anything into the inner loop, and they run in the same order yet again.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, GT1, GT2, GTX, T1, T2, and American Sedan. This is your first call to the grid.
And Tom, I agree with you that Matuta's definitely backed up there a little bit, and he might have bitten off a little more than he can chew, because now he's got Leverone tagging onto the back of that.
That's the risk you run, right? You slow up just to kind of get a teammate, and then all of a sudden you're in a 7-car battle.
Exactly.
Salerno now dissuading Logan Stretch from any attack at turn 8, coming through the apex. Just a little over 90 degrees. This corner, I always want to drive it as a 90-degree corner, and it's just not. It's a little bit more than that. And now Logan Stretch takes a look around the outside of turn 9. How is he going to pull this off? They're side by side, and he takes the lead by just a bumper coming into 10.
All right, and as they come into turn 10, Tom, does Salerno go to push him wide off into the runoff? Can't do it, and jumping to the lead now is Logan Stretch, with Salerno dropping into second position. Travis Wiley, Bobby Gossett right behind now, and of course then Frankie Barroso, our pole sitter, sitting right behind at the tail end of this group as they come across the line and complete our 7th lap.
Wiley and Gossett really took advantage of Salerno getting slowed up there through 10.
Yeah, that was fascinating. Not a common spot to see passes, especially in momentum cars like this, but Salerno from first to fifth. First to last in that first group, I nearly said, but that is a big switch up, and he's actually dropped off the back just a little bit, maybe 1 or 2, as now Stretch gets a big old push from Wiley, Gossett, and Barroso.
As they make the run down into the bus stop now, Stretch protecting the inside, and he's going to run a little bit wide through the second half of the bus stop, and Wiley not able to do anything about it. Tried to come underneath him for a second there, but then drifted out wide, and all of our top 5 cars stay in line. And Tom, for the second time now, Chuck McTudis has separated out a little bit from the pack directly behind, and maybe he has realized that if he brings them back in to try to get up to our leaders, he's only going to be inviting some people that are going to probably try to take over the position from him.
Right. The only thing he's got going for him is everybody in that second pack knows every time they fight, they have a lower likelihood of catching the top 5. So they're more likely to be in agreement, where the top 5, they're in the position where they just want to race to the front of that group and be the leader, because we've talked about it a couple times this week, and you don't really know when the race is going to stay green, if the race is going to stay green, and that means that track position, I think, is the most important thing at any given time. Even though you know you might get drafted by on the next lap, take the spot. You don't know if it's going to end.
It looks like Matudis has closed that gap a little bit with the help of the cars behind him, I'm sure, but he's got 4 guys on his tail that are looking to take that spot also. So,
and that's going to be the whole all the way down to 12th, with Gavin Wright tacked onto the back there. Marcelo Panicia was involved in an incident yesterday. That car is repaired. You can see the scuff marks on the front, but he's also still in that front 12 pack. Logan Stretch will lead yet another lap. By the way, the fastest car on the racetrack last time was John Dean, down in 7th. He's helping bridge that gap. Now we're going side by side. Travis Wiley wants the lead down to the apex of turn 1. This will back them up even more as they come up into the S's.
And Wiley slides across the nose of the Burgundy number 98. He will take over the lead now as they come up through the S's. Sliding now into 3rd place, trying to make his way up, is Frankie Barroso, who now gets around Bobby Gossett.
Yeah, McTudis and company are just drooling over the fact that those guys are fighting ahead of them. So that gap is definitely closing down.
So as they run into the bus stop this time, Travis Wiley, then Logan Stretch, then Barroso, then Salerno, and Bobby Gossett has dropped back to 5th in this lap. He's perfectly going to bridge the gap back to McTudis and the rest. I'd say this is pretty legitimately a top 12 battle at this point, maybe a top 9, with Johnny Morrow having pulled just a little bit away from Ryan Maloney this lap.
And Tom, Gossett, or probably McTutis, probably doesn't have to worry much about Gossett playing defensive. They're both racing under the same Salty Dog Racing banner. And once Danny Stain had taken his sabbatical from Spec Miata, McTutis and Bobby Gossett have been working together at most races, both on the U.S. Majors Tour and at the regional level as well, almost for the past year and a half.
Always nice to have a friendly face in your mirrors. Until it's not. Until they decide they want to go by. What the heck, man? But either way, there's the train coming through the heel for the working lap number 9. We still have 9 minutes of racing, Greg. I don't think we're going to get all 7 of these laps, but we're certainly going to have plenty in here. I think that's at least, 4 more, if not maybe 5 more. Coming into the final sector, here's Panicia and Maloney side by side battling for 11th position. And I think Maloney is going to take the L on this one and slot in just behind coming into the final corner.
Well, he had 2 cars over to his left. I don't think there was much of a place for him to go there.
Right.
Indeed, he's gonna drop to the back of that trio.
And that was Leveroni driving pretty defensively to keep those guys behind. Now, it looks like Matudis lost a little bit on that lap. He was pretty well in making that a 10-car party at the front, but now it's got a little bit of a gap between him and that 6-car, the 5 cars ahead of him.
Yeah, good eye. It was nearly 6/10 at the start-finish line. Everybody else has pretty meaningless gaps between the two of them. They might as well just be nose to tail at those numbers. This lap of the race, though, was Chuck McTutis. So the visuals, it looks like he's still got a ways to go, but he is the fastest race car on the track at this point. I think the reason that... Oh, it just happened right now. John Dean has gone through on Chuck McTutis.
Yes,
they just swapped spot coming into the inner loop.
The John Dean goes through. It's then McTutis, then the 72, the silver car of Johnny Morrow, as they now have broken away from Leveroni, Panicia, and Maloney behind.
A little bit of a thought from Logan Stretch, trying to show the nose up the inside, and he got Travis Wiley's attention. Wiley sort of slowed his move to the left side of the racetrack, trying to dissuade any moves in that section. Here comes Bobby Gossett up the inside of John Salerno. He gets a monster run through turn 8. The question is if he's got enough pull up the hill to maintain that side-by-side position. He does. He's going to go for the move down into turn 8.
Yeah, I think Salerno tried to jump to the inside there, going into the toe of the boot, slowed himself up, and they definitely took advantage behind him.
And with a good run out of turn 8, Logan Stretch took a quick look to the outside of Travis Wiley, or Travis Wiley got a little defensive move to bit to driver's left to defend into turn 9. And right now, Stretch and Travis Wiley with a quick little breakaway here. That's likely going to disappear by the time they get down into turn 1, where Frankie Barroso will be able to pull right back up in the draft. But those 3 now, Tom, starting to perhaps, and for the first time in a number of laps where they weren't fighting it out for position, maybe opening up a bit of a gap to the 3 cars by now actually 5 cars behind.
Yeah, something we haven't had a chance to talk about this weekend is the long run with these cars and what happens over the duration of the race. You know, there's a fair amount of setup. There's a fair amount of just maintenance between sessions to keep its prime as far as setup goes as well. And the teams and drivers that are keeping the closest eye on that and getting it right are going to have the car in the window for the longest period of time. They're going to go fastest for the longest. And the drivers who maybe missed a bit, when the tires are fresher and cooler, you can kind of get away with it for a bit. But otherwise, the car will start to fall away a little bit worse than others. And that may be what we're seeing here just a little bit, as certain drivers are struggling more. Oh, John Salerno is going to throw it off the racetrack. Is he going around? No, he saves it.
He keeps it on. Yeah, I think he's only down to 6th.
Yeah, with a huge hop there, comes back on track right beside Chuck McTutis and Johnny Morrow. Huge leap through the air as he came over the backside of the curbing and recovers, and doesn't lose a ton of ground there either.
Now back to about 7th, but it's ignited something behind him. Now John Dean somehow is the one that picked up the most positions in that whole exchange. I think he's up to 5th. In front of Chuck McTutis, in front of Johnny Morrow, in front of Nick Leveroni, that will pretty much solidify that top 3 breakaway that, Greg, you were speculating is about to happen at the beginning of this lap. Your crystal ball was spot on.
And Salino right back at it, going right after Gossett through the toe of the boot.
And it's interesting, not that he would know anything about Spec Miata racing, but Blair Deffenbaugh in the chat said that he thought that at least one of the front tires on Salerno's car looked like it was on borrowed time, Tom. And well, yeah, kind of threw the S's there, as he's now got a bit of a makeup to do here, as we've got another drive off over at turn 8.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Blair. The eye there is, I think, pretty spot on, as both Salerno and, to an extent, I think Gossett maybe also running just a little bit ragged at this stage of the race. That's kind of where my mind was going with that setup thought, as Wiley, Stretch, and Barroso have not shown nearly the amount of drama to get the cars to turn the lap times that everybody else is trying to get. One car reporting back to the pit lane late, but it's a top 3 breakaway, then a second sum for 4th, 5th, and 6th, with John Dean leading Chuck McTutis and Johnny Morrow, who, by the way, Johnny Morrow started all the way down in 12th, now battling for 4th, essentially.
All right, Tom, and next time by, our leaders will get the white flags as we work the penultimate lap here.
So I'll ask you, John, of these 3 at the front, which one do you want to be, and where do you want to be when that white flag comes out?
Oh, it's tough. It's tough. So, the draft is so strong here that, it could be any one of them. But Frankie Barroso looks like he's in really good shape right now. That third-place car, when you're in third and you're watching those 2 guys fighting in front of you, it's nice to be there to pick up the pieces.
So true. You get all the options. As anything that happens in front of you, you get the choice of how to react to it rather than just dealing with it.
And they are tight going into the toe of the boot.
And John Dean took a quick look on Johnny Morrow ahead of him as they came out of turn 6. Morrow moved just slightly over to driver's right to defend.
I'm thinking we might see something going into turn 8 here.
All right, as they come over the crest of the hill and into 8 now, taking a look to, and is there a local caution there over at the entrance of turn 8? Yeah, just as they come up over the hill, and I'm not sure if we've got a car off on the side of the track. We'll try and pick that up. But here now, as they come over through turn 9, Travis Wiley leads Logan Stretch and Barroso. Those 3 cars have now broken away from Johnny Morrow, John Dean, and Chuck McTutis. And they'll come on to the front straight and see the white flag. Tom, 1 more lap remains here at Watkins Glen for Spec Miata.
Anything can happen between these 3. Travis Wiley's been leading the race for quite a while after Logan Stretch led about a lap and a half. Frankie Barroso was your pole sitter coming into the first of maybe 4 or 5 obvious passing opportunities. Stretch thinks about it, but backs out. He knows he's got a huge run with a big draft coming for the next about 25 seconds or so.
All right, that car.
And he's moving inside at turn 2.
There he goes. Stretch with the move, and he's got the push of Barroso. And they both clear Travis Wiley as they come up through the S's. Well, Barroso almost clear Travis Wiley as they go into turn 4.
Wiley's going to have the best draft position going down the back straight into the bus stop, though. So.
We're going 3 wide. It looks like Logan Stretch maybe has the advantage, just closes the door on Frankie Barroso, who also shuts the door on Wiley. So it's going to be Stretch, Barroso, Wiley. They've got about a 5-car length lead over the next John Salerno with another slide through the bus stop. Goes agricultural for the 2nd time, but doesn't lose any spots this time, maintaining 7th. Oh, Chuck McTutis is probably hoping and dreaming at this point. Maybe this is coming my way, but I think he's just a little too far out as Stretch leads the race through the laces.
Yeah, indeed. I think that second group may be, Tom, just a little bit too far back now as they come down the hill. As Logan Stretch goes to defend on Frankie Barroso with Travis Wiley directly behind.
Dean makes the move on Morrow there. That's not helping them get to the front, though.
Keeps his momentum up nicely, though, there for 5th, and he does hold off Johnny Morrow. Kicking zone, Logan Stretch goes defensive at the turn 8 passing, but this is potentially under local yellow. We don't know exactly how deep that local yellow. It's green. Okay, we're good to go.
Yeah, we're
Producer
green.
Says in my ear, if Stretch holds on to it, it's really tough to make a move at this stage in the lap. Oh, 3 wide for 9th behind him. Look at this.
Oh, my. Salerno trying to come underneath. Oh, those left turns, that's been a problem for him. As now Nick Leveroni chops underneath. That might be the race, the move of the day here as our leaders are coming into the final corner. It is Logan Stretch leading Frankie Barroso with Travis Wiley in third as they come onto the front straight. And it is too wide, Tom, as they come to the line and getting the push across the stripe for the second day in a row. Frankie Barroso will take the win. 96 1,000ths of a second separates him and Travis Wiley. Logan Stretch with the push there at the very end. He picked Barroso. He didn't pick Wiley. And Wiley now will finish in second. Stretch comes home in third. John Dean gets around Chuck McTudis on the last lap. He will work his way all the way up to fourth position. McTudis will have to settle for fifth. Johnny Morrow, Bobby Gossett, who was in second place for so long here in this race, he's going to finish seventh. Nick Leveroni will finish in eighth. John Salerno will fall down to ninth, and Marcello Paniccia rounds out the top 10.
And there you see that third place going into the last lap was really the spot to be in.
Yeah.
Called it. That was beautiful and great show from Spec Miata. Worth the wait for sure.
Yeah,
as always.
All right. Well, there you go. That's going to wrap up Spec Miata. Let's make a final call for our next race group. Attention the paddock. Final call for race group 3: GT1, GT2, GTX, T1, T2, and American Sedan. That's our big bore racers in race group 3. Please head to the grid. All right, John, are you going to stick around with us, or are you going to tempt fate and stick around, or?
Well, I raced in GT2 last year at this race.
That's right.
And I won both races, so it's definitely an interest for me. Maybe I'll stick around for the start and see what happens. And but then I got to get back and finish repairing my car.
Oh yeah,
it's a little worse for wear from yesterday's race. But I think it's going to make the race for sure. Hopefully we can. Get a good jump like I did yesterday and get up toward the front.
All right. Well, then John's going to stick around. I won't wish you luck and say goodbye. He'll be back here in just a few moments, as will Tom and I here at Watkins Glen International in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Don't go away.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance. What's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman, and we got special guest John Weisberg here as well. Next up, it's the Ground Pounders. It's our biggest GT classes, as well as Touring 1 and Touring 2, and the Pony Cars in American Sedan. Let's run down the starting order for what is going to be a split start. We're going to have our GT class cars at the front, our first 10 cars, I believe, first 5 rows. And then we'll have the touring cars and American Sedan racers behind. Let's take a look at the starting order. Starting on pole in our first group, driving the number 165 Taxmania GT2 class Chevy Corvette, it's Jorge Nazario. Our pole sitter from yesterday, though, Tony Ave in his Porsche 911, another GT2 class car, will start on the outside of the front row. Row number 2 will be made up of Tiger Tom Patton in his Sunbeam Tiger, another GT2 class car, alongside Joe Christensen's Nissan 350Z. That's the number 144 machine. Then we've got our GT1 pole sitter, John Helmers, in his Oldsmobile Cutlass, the number 11 car, starting 5th. And he'll be alongside Ann Doherty's Porsche 911. She's in the GT2 class, driving the number 14 machine. David Jans in his GT1 class Ford Mustang will start 7th, with Mikhail Butenko in his Chevy Monte Carlo. That's a GT2 class entry, starting in 8th. Starting 9th will be Todd Peterson in his GT1 Chevy Camaro. And then rounding out the top 10 and our first group is James Wilson, that beautiful Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Now let's move over to the touring and American sedans. Starting on the pole, driving the number 7 Touring 1 Ford Mustang, it's Brian Kleeman. He'll start alongside the other Touring 1 Ford Mustang of Dustin Cornell. Row number 2 will be made up of Danny Richardson, your American sedan pole sitter, driving his Chevy Camaro. He is alongside William Bolt in a Touring 2 Chevy Corvette. Chris Utzon in a Touring 1 Ford Mustang GT4 car will start, and that's actually in a SCCA Touring 1 class. He'll start 5th, with Amy Aquilante in her American sedan Pontiac Firebird starting 6th. Starting 7th is James Jost in his American sedan Ford Mustang, with Joseph Latanzi in the Touring 2 Chevy Corvette starting 8th. Then we got John Gatzmeyer also in the Touring 2 Corvette starting 9th, with Russ King in his Touring 2 BMW M2 Club Sport Racer starting in 10th position. Then we've got Beth Aquilante in her number 58 American sedan Pontiac Firebird. She starts 11th alongside John Shannon in a Touring 1 Chevy Corvette. And then rounding out the second field, Robert Wellington in a Touring 2 class BMW M235 IR, starting alongside Joseph Gaudette in the number 86 Touring 1 Chevy Corvette. And as the pace car now for our first group comes into the final corner there, Tom, looking very well formed up. It was a great battle here early on between the Corvette and the Porsche before the Porsche seemed to open up an advantage about mid-race, as the starter now looks over the field and green flag is in the air, and the Corvette getting a great jump. And over in the GT2 class, Tiger Tom Patton's going to try to follow him down into turn 1. Had a great jump off the line, but then under braking, we have got the Monte Carlo of Mikhail Butenko, as he slots now 3rd overall behind the 2 GT2 cars ahead.
Yeah, that was beautiful there, and both GT1 cars actually slipped to the back of this pack. As your new race leader, there's going to be James Wilson for at least a couple corners in the Lamborghini. Now over to the Touring and American Sedan start.
All right, as they come now out of the final corner onto the front straight, the starter looks over the field, and the green flag is in the air, and we are underway.
Amy Aquilani backwards at start finish. Looks like got in contact with the black and red Corvette.
And I believe that's the Corvette of William Bolt, the Burgundy 199 machine that has a great amount of tire smoke there. Now as they come through the final corner, and then one of our other Corvettes, I think that's the Latanzi car, now just getting up to speed.
That's a heartbreaker right at the start of our pole sitters. No, 2 of our top contenders, I should say, in yesterday's race winner in Touring 2. William Bolt looks like suspension damage to the left front. Aquilani took a pretty good nosedive into the concrete, but not a huge impact. It ends up stuck with the driver's side door up against that concrete wall. That's going to bring out the full course yellow, of course. And what we saw yesterday was that Tony Ave was able to scamper away by about 2 seconds at the start, and Nazario took race to catch him. It actually set the fast lap that put him on pole at the very last lap of the race.
Yeah.
So now this is a bit of a reset, as Nazario was unsuccessful in maintaining contact with Tony Ave at the start. He looked like he was about to do a carbon copy of yesterday.
All right, so we've got
give
some of
him
our
a new shot.
Yeah, so Tom, we've got some of our pit workers right along the wall talking to the driver of the number 51 American sedan, Amy Aquilante. And for a moment, it looked like she might be able to drive the car off the wall, but it looks like that car is, it looks like it's stuck there for the duration until we get somebody to come around and pick her up, as Tony Ave is going to lead the field through the final corner there with the Taxmania car, Jorge Nazario directly behind. They come onto the front straight, and the safety car is going to, I think, pick up the field as they come through turn 1. But Ave doing a great job of slowing the pace of that lead group down.
That right rear tire on Amy Aquilani's car
It's
is
all the way
definitely
down.
gone.
Yeah.
And it was a pretty significant impact. You can see just before start finish on the unfortunately Go Bowling sign there. So I had dinner with Russell King last night, and he was trying to strategize on how to take care of these Corvettes that are all over him. And unfortunately, I don't think this is what he had in mind. But
and yeah, I was going to say he had a great fight yesterday with Latanzi, and I think it was Gatzmeyer.
Yeah.
And that was for second, and as William Bolt had taken the win in Touring 2. So tell you what, Tom and John, if you don't mind, we've just now got the emergency services vehicles coming up to the Aquilante machine here on the front straight. Why don't we take a break, and we'll regroup. And when we come back, hopefully we'll be ready to go back to Green Flag Racing here at Watkins Glen, where it is the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done.
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
International and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Tom O'Gorman, and want to thank John Weisberg for joining us here this morning. He had to run for some other obligations here during our break. John, take your cell phone with you. And we are still under full course caution as the emergency services teams here at Watkins Glen are trying to get the 51 car off the wall to the point where they can get on a rollback, Tom. And the right rear tire is down on that Firebird. So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to hook up a wrecker to it and just drag the rear end away from the wall slightly so that they can then pull it up onto a flatbed and remove it. Amy Aquilante out of the car. She was looking over it, obviously, as you can imagine, given that she only made it about 20 feet past the start-finish line. Not very happy with how this race started out. Haven't seen the 199 car of Bolt and whether or not they had managed to get that back to the pit lane or not.
Yeah, really unfortunate. They're a very small little tangle with big consequences for both of those drivers, but contact to the right rear on Aquilante's Firebird to the left front of William Bolt's Corvette will remove both of those cars from this race, Greg. And again, we had two different pole sitters moving back towards the GT classes. Then yesterday, both Tony Ave and David Jans were the pole sitters yesterday in the respective classes. Jans in that red Mustang just there in GT1, but the Cutlass driver, John Helmers, was able to take the pole time in the race yesterday, and Jorge Nazario was able to take the pole time in the race yesterday as well. Now things have been shuffled and back to the lead. Jans is back to the lead, but some interesting little battles there. Also, what a start from Mikhail Butenko. I mean, this Monte Carlo has been a joy to watch this weekend, especially in the bus stop. You just see it packing the inside front tire as it pounds over the curbs. I love to watch it, but he's been a little bit slower than Tiger Tom Patton and now Joe Christensen, which we'll get to in a second, for the weekend, but he's raced his way to the front. Now he just has to run defense. Last thought there, Joe Christensen right at the back of this pack, the initial green flag. I think he joined the race late from the pit lane.
He did.
But he is on the lead lap and now has the opportunity to basically restart this race within touch. He's got a lot of cars to race through, but within touch of the closest competitors in GT2.
All right, Tom, so they have managed to clear the 51 Firebird from the scene, and we should see the lights go out on the safety car here soon enough. Gotten word from race control we're going to go back to green flag racing this next time by. We'll have a little bit under 25 minutes on the clock, and when they cross the stripe, 12 laps remain, so it's going to be pretty close here, I think, given the pace of these cars at full chat, but probably going to end just barely based on time.
Also, just noticed, we maybe missed it, but James Jost did not take the start either in American Sedan with Amy Aquilante's incident that basically leaves Danny Richardson. And we also have Beth Aquilante out there in the other of the blue Firebirds, but coming back to flag for the restart, Greg.
Yeah, and yesterday, Danny Richardson was able to put a number of touring cars between he and Beth Aquilante, as Jost had retired his Mustang, I think, a little bit early yesterday. He's had some mechanical challenges with that car over the course of the season. And as they come out of the final corner and come to the line, Richardson right behind that our Touring 1 leader, Brian Kleeman, in his black 07 Mustang. As the green flag is in the air, once again, the Monte Carlo, Tom, is shot out of a cannon, but he is this time under attack and under challenge from the Porsche 911 of Ann Doherty as she takes the gray with yellow stripes machine down underneath the Monte Carlo. Good start for her as she is challenging now for the lead with Tiger Tom Patton.
And Tony Ave actually lost the spot to Jorge Nazario, who went really deep on the brakes. The Corvette leads the race for the first since the green flag. It was also a crazy restart for Danny Richardson, who used the Spec Miata line to pick up about 4 spots. including some of the GT1 cars. He's now lost those positions again just due to horsepower up the hill, but he's trying to work super hard to make sure that he doesn't have any challenge from behind. Now it's a breakaway between Nazario and Ave. I think Nazario showed yesterday that car's a bit of a grower as he was fastest on the last lap. Ave was fastest on the first lap yesterday, pulling out that 2-second lead. He needs to get back to the lead early in this race.
Oh my.
Not able to do it at the toe of the boot.
And as we just saw Danny Richardson bring that third-gen Camaro through the exit of the outer loop, Tom, I'm sure crew chief Pam has got to be covering her eyes there watching as he just throws that car around, as now Nazario is going to lead Tony Ave up the hill towards turn 9 in the battle for the lead in GT2. Butenko now leads Tiger Tom Patton and Ann Doherty into and out of the heel of the boot up the hill.
Blue Monte Carlo, the white Sunbeam Tiger, and the black Porsche. 3 completely different cars in the same class racing together for the final podium spot. Tiger Tom Patton takes a look to the inside at turn 10. Really no slowing down there, so no passing opportunity created, but he's hounding the back of Butenko, who wobbles the car into the final corner, looking a little bit distracted in his mirrors maybe, and he's going to get a poor run onto the front straight, but the power will make up for it. Patton still trying to look to the inside, though.
Yeah, and with Tiger Tom Patton, he is able to motor right up alongside the Monte Carlo. On the start, he was a little weaker under the braking, but he carries a lot of speed through the corner. All the while, David Jans, who's our GT1 leader, caught to the outside of our 3 GT2 racers as they come into turn 1. And he is there sitting and just watching that battle. Right now, he doesn't have much of a challenge from John Helmers, who's 3 cars lengths behind. Wow, as Nazario goes through the grass at the entrance to the bus stop.
He was under big pressure from Tony Ave, and Ave's able to realize the pass around the outside of the entry to that outer loop. That's a really tough one to make work, but I think with Nazario on the back foot, he made it work, and now he is the new leader of the race, but he doesn't have much of a margin to work with. Nazario still hounding him on the back. The other car on a big move charge right now is Brian Kleeman, your leader in Touring 1. That's the black kind of late 2000s Mustang at the back of this train. He's absolutely scampered away from his touring start and now is battling with your GT1 leader.
And so, Tom, great race that we watched yesterday, the battle for second in Touring 2 between the Corvettes of Joseph Latanzi, John Gatzmeyer, and the BMW of Russell King. It hasn't really materialized here today as Joseph Latanzi has opened up a pretty substantial lead here early on, and he's got the American sedan Firebird of Beth Aquilante sitting between them right now. You can see there as Gatzmeyer trying to find a way around that blue 58.
Yeah, Latanzi just leading by about 5 car lengths over King, and they have that other car, the American sedan, as you mentioned, in that little battle as well. The last 4 cars in this shot. Just up the road is a GT1 and Touring 1 cars of Chris Utzon and James Wilson. At the start-finish line as they came across just a moment ago, Tony Ave in the overall race lead, led by 1 second. Nazario coming into the bus stop, by the way, at 162 miles an hour. Maybe that explains a little bit of why he missed it. It was some awkward moments here for our Touring 2 leaders dealing with some slower GT cars. Getting parked at the apex of the final corner. Does this create an opportunity for Russ King?
Let's see as they come down, and King in the white BMW might be a little bit stronger on the brakes as he takes a quick look to the inside now of Latanzi ahead, or probably of Gatzmeyer ahead, and not able to make the move. As Gatzmeyer now caught back behind the Firebird as they come up through the S's. And I'm just watching as Danny Richardson tosses that Camaro around top. Just the slip angles involved there, and he can catch it every time. Of course, he 2-time national champion in American sedan, taking wins at Virginia International Raceway and also at Road America.
So much fun to watch him wheel it. I mean, these American sedan cars, they're really low tech as far as the chassis goes, but they're still powerful machines, and they're still on race tires. They still have racing parts on them, so of course they're highly capable, but you really have to kind kind of grab them by the scruff of the neck and make what they can do rather than just driving it kind of on the ground, like more like a slot car. You'd see the GT1, GT2 cars handle a little bit more like that. Now the battle for T2, closer than it's ever been, with Russell King glued to the back of Joseph Latanzi.
And Tom, big change up at the front of the field as the touring, GT2 Corvette of Jorge Nazario is on the pit lane and had his crew members going and trying to clear out the grill opening at the front of the car to perhaps he was having some cooling issues after that run through the grass in the middle of the bus stop.
Yeah, I bet you're spot on, Greg. That's a heartbreaker. That's going to leave Tony Ave basically by himself on the racetrack with a 15-second lead over Tom Patton, who has cleared this battle that we're watching now between Mikhail Butenko and Ann Doherty. They may not realize it, but they're battling for a podium still. There's Patton through the inner loop and clears it. Now that's David Jans, the leader in GT1. The red Mustang gets through on the battle for third. T2 with Butenko still holding over the spot.
All right, and now rejoining the field is Jorge Nazario. He's coming down the pit lane and feeds back just at the exit of turn number 1.
This Butenko taking the spot back from David Jans through the handling section. Looks like he's way more confident in driving that Monte Carlo through the second than Jans is willing to take that Mustang. Both tube frame cars, but totally different original intentions for those chassis. Now out here road racing in SCCA club racing. And Doherty going to hope for an opportunity now as the power of the GT1 car takes Jans right back by Butenko.
And Tom, as I'm looking in the chat, just as I noticed that Joe Aquilante is joining us once again here today, wishing luck to both Amy and Beth. Unfortunately, we talked about Amy's issues there on the start. Beth Aquilante has just come down the pit lane, and she has taken her car behind the wall. Looks like her race is now done, where Danny Richardson is our only remaining American sedan on course.
Also noticed, Greg, on timing and scoring, Russell King's transponder looks to be having maybe an issue as he's not scoring laps as consistently, but he is on the racetrack and he is battling for the lead in class. So you have to keep an eye on that one between the two Corvettes and the BMW. But this battle between the pair of GT2 cars for the podium with the GT1 car still around. You know, they can't just hang around and keep wasting time the whole race, because look just a little further back, Joe Christensen through turn 1 in the yellow, red, and white 350Z has been on a charge from the back. It's been a slow charge. He hasn't made a huge amount of progress since that restart, but he is on the lead lap and he's still in the battle for GT2, and he's lapping quicker than the two cars in front, being Butenko and Doherty. Now they're side by side for third. Here we go. Oh, it looks like Butenko didn't get the downshifts, had to lock the rear axle down and bail out. That's going to give Doherty third.
That's right, going to gift it as he is obligated to come to a complete stop there, and he's going to rejoin right in front of the Nissan there, as having to take some evasive action is Joe Christensen, who's now going to move up ahead of Butenko and move into 4th position.
Those stock cars usually with a dog box gearbox, which means you don't really have to use the clutch. You just slam the next gear, and looks like he might have just missed it or locked the rear brakes up. Because when you see the rear end locked down like that, that's a drive line.
Yeah, he's hopping down the hill there. Tom, real quick, as we watch that, and does he come up the hill?
No, look at this. He's MIA.
Yeah, I think he's done. Real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our final race group before lunch. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec MX-5 SMX. Please head to the grid. Race group 4, please head to the grid.
Picking up the battle for the lead in Touring 2, the black C5 Corvette has it. That is Latanzi, but he's got a lot of pressure from Russell King in the BMW running second, and not too far back to John Gatzmeyer in the red C5 running third. You see about 20 years of tech and design difference between these cars. Go ahead, Greg.
Just before where we had the Butenko car pull off, coming out of the chute and going down into turn 7, both of the corner stations there are displaying debris flags or slick flags, and I'm wondering if perhaps as we saw that Butenko car hopping down the hill, if perhaps he had a leak or something with the differential in that car. And we're getting some of the spotters, they think something may have actually come off the car there, but we do have that Butenko car off in the grass, driver's right coming out of turn 7.
So far, they seem to be okay with where he's at, just covering that section of the racetrack with a local yellow. I think it created some awkward moment here as Chris Utzen was checking up more for the yellow than the Touring 2 leaders were willing to do. They couldn't pass him, obviously, so now they're still stuck there. Here comes Latanzi, still trying to take a peek down into turn 1 more than anything, just to maybe get Utsen's attention, make sure that he's aware that there's 3 cars battling for class just behind him. But either way, that car will be quicker down up the straightaways. The Mustang GT4 pulls away. So King in the BMW looks to be maybe the weaker of the 2 cars between himself and the Corvette on the straightaway, but not too badly. Stays within touch, maybe 1 or 2 car lengths lost. Yeah. And that BMW will certainly make it up on the brakes somewhere else.
Yeah, and Tom, on the prior lap, I'd give it a big oof as Jorge Nazario, who's trying to make up for lost time, had tried to cut underneath Utzen going down into the toe of the boot, and Utzen drove him all the way into the grass at the apex there. And, I would be surprised if we see the 165 car back on the pit lane to clear out grass.
Ugh.
All right, and Tom, we are going to a full course caution here now as the racers are coming down into turn number 7 that we're watching here. And, Russell King under, well, let's see if we catch as they come out. Oh, there you go. All right, Russell King didn't go around the driver ahead, didn't go around Joseph Latanzi there as they came up the hill. As we now are under full course caution, and I believe as I'm checking out the course, I believe it is specifically for the Butenko car there on the outside of turn, out of the toe of the boot.
Yeah, and it may have been also more significantly for the debris that was sitting on the racetrack, but I just watched John Gatzmeyer in that red Corvette punt it off the racetrack, so whatever it was is gone, at least from what our camera angles can see. Our producer was joking right before, no matter where he puts the camera, there's a blind spot at the toe, and that's where Butenko
exactly
ends up.
Yeah.
So we don't really know exactly what's going on with that car.
All right, so we've got 6 laps remaining, or 11 minutes in GT2. Tony Ave is your leader with Tiger Tom Patton running in second. And as we're under the full course caution, that will bring Tiger Tom up just that much closer to Tony Ave. Running third in the class right now is Ann Doherty in her Porsche 911, with Joe Christensen now in fourth. Over at American Sedan, Danny Richardson is your sole racer remaining on track. In GT1, David Jans, your leader in his Ford Mustang, with John Helmers running second, James Wilson third. In Touring 2, it is John Gatzmeyer, then Russell King, then Joseph Latanzi. Those are the 3 racers still running in the class. And over in Touring 1, Brian Kleeman, and then Chris Utzen. All right, Tom, real quick, have to do some more official business. Give me just one moment. Attention in the paddock, would Amy Aquilante, driver of the number 51 American Sedan, please see the race director in tech. Again, driver of the number 51 car, please see the race director in tech. Also, driver of the number 199 Touring 2 car, that is William Bolt. Please see the race director in tech. William Bolt, driver of the number 199 Touring 2 car, please see the race director in tech.
So, Greg, I tell exactly which car, but I noticed a car sitting off to the right side on the runoff at turn 10. It looked to be Corvette shaped, but I couldn't quite tell.
I believe that's the 99 car, Tom, Joseph Latanzi, that is there.
Oh, that's your leader from Touring 2.
Not any longer.
Not anymore. He was leading when the full course came out, and 3 corners later, there he is stopped. That's a heartbreaker. This race is full.
There you go.
Heartbreak for a bunch of front runners in a bunch of classes.
Yes, that's going to move. And here they come now just around them. That's going to be now Gatzmeyer and Russell King, your only two remaining drivers here in Touring 2.
John Weisberg was saying at dinner last night, Russell King wasn't sure how to win this race, but whatever he did, whatever, I don't know if that's voodoo dolls or whatever he had.
Just thinking the same thing.
Released gremlins into the paddock, I'm not sure, but he's currently leading the class. It'll also be interesting having Joe Christensen right back into the fray. He no longer has to close the gap. I got to be honest, Jorge Nazario is right there too. Is he on the lead lap though? He is.
Yeah, he is
so
still on the lead lap.
Yeah, could be a decent opportunity for that number 165 to see 7 at the back of this train, just behind Danny Richardson. Of course, he's got a long way to go, but I think there's pace in that car to at least race back to the podium as long as we go green shortly.
Yeah, I was going to say, Tom, I mean, I think he's certainly got an opportunity there with Christensen and Doherty just a few cars up the road. All right, so we are under full course caution now. 5 laps. It'll be 4 laps when they cross the stripe, or a little bit more than 7 minutes remaining. Tom, let me make another call for our next group here. Race group number 4, SMX Racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 4, SMX, please head to the grid. All right, and Tom, we're not going to learn what would happen on a restart for Jorge Nazario or any of our other racers, as the word has just come down from race control. When the safety car brings the field onto the front straight, they will be greeted by a starter waving the checkered flag to end our big bore race.
That's such a disappointment in a way, but just to kind of clarify why that probably happened, safety crews will not be released onto the track until the entire field is caught by the safety car, and just because of how the field was spread out, it took a while for them to all catch up. So if you're watching this, you're racing a little bit later. The faster you catch them, the faster they spawn. That's part of it, obviously not all of it, for other safety reasons, and of course multiple cars around the racetrack, just kind of the reality. But that is one thing we can do, is at least get the field packed up as fast as possible. It's only so much you can do there, though.
All right, so there you go. Checkered flag is in the air, taking the overall win, and the win in GT2 is Tony Ave. Tom Patton will finish second in his Sunbeam Tiger, and Doherty will take the final step on the podium in GT2, with Joe Christensen finishing 4th. Jorge Nazario, our pole sitter today, finishing in 5th. Over in American Sedan, Danny Richardson, your sole racer to take the checkered flag. Beth Aquilante will finish 5 laps down. In GT1, David Jans will take the win over John Helmers, with John Wilson finishing in 3rd. And then finally in Touring 2, taking the win, and there they are coming through our view, Russell King in his BMW M2 Club Sport, taking the win over John Gatzmeyer in the Chevy Corvette. Joseph Latanzi finishing 3 laps down there as they're trying to get that car pulled off the track. All right, that's going to wrap things up for Big Bore. We've got one more race before we take a brief break for lunch, and this is one you don't want to miss. Stick around. It's Spec MX-5 coming up next here at Watkins Glen in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Don't go away.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Hi, I'm Eliban Goulart, driver number 70, Cruise Speed, Spec Miata.
Hi, my name is Ethan Goulart, driver number 72, Spec Miata, Mazda Motorsports. 2014, 4 years old in a go-kart. I'm the fourth generation of my family, so he's my father, and then my grandfather ran a team as well, SCCA Racing, who we also ran with, and then my great-grandfather.
So racing together is, I mean, look, I'm sure I'm gonna step back and look at this a few years from now and be like, wow, those are like some of the best moments that I get to share it with one of my kids and race with each other. I never really look as like racing against each other, but there's definitely a little bit of a feud in there somewhere, you know, so I'm not sure what the dynamic is. I got to keep him in his place once in a while.
Definitely a great opportunity to be racing with your father and, you know, being bumper to bumper, working with each other. But at the same time, I want to beat him. He's just another competitor to me. So even though I want to work with him, I still want to beat him. So,
okay. All right, we'll see, right?
Obviously, we're working with each other. We're looking at the data and video after each session and seeing what we do differently. There's many things that he does better than me and many things that he's learning from me as well. So it's a combination of both. I'm still learning a lot with the racecraft side of things, and he's teaching me. And I even see things visually while on the track, just like yesterday during testing. I learned something like when he was passing somebody, you know, he just stayed a little wider, opened up the radius and let me get in. So it's about teamwork and staying together, but I also learn a lot from other drivers as well, because everybody does everything a little bit differently. So I like to pay attention to everybody and pick up on things and make myself a well-rounded driver altogether.
You have so many different competitors, right? Spec Miata, you got 50 plus guys out there and gals out there that we're running very close, so we're always learning from each other, right? So even after all these years, I still feel like I go out there always picking something up, even if it's a little bit smaller. Certainly from Ethan, even though he's still only 15, there are little things that I picked up that he does differently that may work a little better than what I do, and I'm sure that's vice versa as well. But I think with us running comparable times and so on, it's really a great tool to have and be able to share that data and that feedback and you know, relay it over to the guys to make the chassis better and better so that we can go faster together. So there are many sports out there. Racing is the one that I fell in love with, and I think that racing with your family especially is one of the most beautiful things out there. It's definitely a moment that you can share with each other. Intensity is high, the love is high, sometimes the getting upset is a little bit high too. But those emotions, I think, create a great bond. But just being around the whole paddock is a great family atmosphere. Being able to share those stories after the fact, being able to talk about it before coming to a race, just enjoying and sharing a similar likeness of things, I think that just goes with you for the rest of your life. So SCCA Club Racing is definitely one of the great places to go and accomplish that, and I think that everybody should have a chance to go and experience it.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. After a little pause there for some track cleanup, Tom, we're ready to go with Spec MX-5 for their 35-minute or 15-lap race, whichever happens to come first. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today from Miami Springs, Florida, coming off his double wins in Spec Miata, Frankie Barroso. Starting on the outside of the front row, driving the number 52 Mazda Motorsports entry from Paso Robles, California, representing the San Francisco region, William Wallace. Camden Gruber from the Washington, D.C. region, driving the Planet Miata RP Performance Mazda, will start third. And alongside is Cam Eben out of Appleton, Wisconsin, driving the number 66 machine. Michael Tinnis driving the number 26. Michael Tinnis Racing entry from East Meadow, New York, starts fifth, while Jarrett Jones in the Gran Turismo East Mazda MX-5 out of Atlanta, Georgia, will start sixth. Logan Stretch is in the number 98 Wheels America Racing entry from Arlington, Texas, starting seventh, with Wes Duchak starting in eighth position. Wes is driving the number 40 Duchak Motorsports entry from Jupiter, Florida. Mitch Lowry will start ninth. He's in the number 21 Lowry Racing RDR machine, with Jason Fichter rounding out the top 10. He drives the number 7 Jupiter Autobody car from Jupiter, Florida. Aiden Coleman will start 11th. He's in the number 60 car. He's from Glenwood, Maryland, in the AI integration entry. And then we've got Cypress, Texas's Gavin Vaughn starting 12th. Gavin is driving the number 48 Wheels America Racing car. Joey Andrews, one of our, hopefully one of our in-car video providers today, is driving the number 111 Mazda Motorsports entry. He's representing Cal Club and starts 13th. Benham Abernathy will start 14th. He's in the 133 car. He's from Elm Grove, Wisconsin. And then Aiden Shimbashi out of Markham, Ontario, Canada, in the clearly Canadian Mazda, starts 15th in the 72 machine. Michael Riccio will start 16th in the number 19 Varcon Construction entry. He's from Concord, Ontario, Canada, represents the Atlanta region. And then Aiden Rose is in the number 46 car. He's out of Statsburg, New York, and starts 17th. Sean Noonan starts 18th. He's got the number 0 on his door. He's from Newburgh, New York. And starting 19th, Matteo Asari, scheduled to start 19th, Matteo Asari, in the 110 Advanced Autosports entry out of Chicago, Illinois. Christopher Jurem driving the number 10 AKT Racing Team car from Lake Mary, Florida, scheduled to start 20th, and rounding out the field, starting 21st, driving the number 12 Jupiter Autobody Mazda MX-5, Jillian Fichter. As the lights, Tom, have been extinguished on the pace car, should be going green here in just a few moments.
And unfortunately, Greg, once again, Frankie Barroso not on the grid, so it's going to be a front row of Wallace and Gruber. The other car that didn't make the grid, Aiden Rose, after the incident yesterday. This group only got 5 race laps yesterday. They're hoping for green one so they can race all the way through. The good news is their single set of Hoosier Racing tires for the weekend still very fresh.
And as our pole sitter then, William Wallace with Camden Gruber alongside, dropped back just a little bit from the safety car. Field very well formed up 2 by 2 as the pace car now heads to the pit lane, turning the thing over to our starter, looks over the field, and green flag is in the air and very evenly drawn here on the front row. About midway back though, Tom, the field stretches out 4 wide, but our 2 front row drivers, William Wallace, Camden Gruber, they have not been able to pick a leader here going into turn 1, but coming out, William Wallace will take the point. Gruber will slot in right behind Cam Eben, and the red and black machine of Michael Tinnis will be still challenging it out for 4th as they head up the hill with Logan Stretch and Wes Duchek directly behind.
Yeah, side by side there for 3rd. It looks like Tinnis may be getting some help from behind from Logan Stretch. Row is 4 cars strong. William Wallace leading the way into the inner loop for the very first time. But around the outside, Tinnis is going to take the lead coming into the bus stop with the assist from Logan Stretch, who settles into 3rd. Gruber back to 4th. Then Eben loses 1 more spot to Jarrett Jones, down to 6th.
Big moves there from Michael Tinnis as he moves up to the front of the pack after starting, Tom, back in, where did he start off? Tinnis started off in 5th position So wonderful start for the New York native now as he's going to lead the field down into turn 7, pardon me.
Still battling side by side a little further back as the number 60 of Aiden Coleman trying to get a position on Wes Ducek. They're following Mitch Lowry down into the toe. That's the first separation between that top 5 and the rest of the field. This SMX group always so competitive. A majority of the field staying within touch of each other for the entirety of most of the races that we've seen far in the Hoosier Racing Super Tour this year. Coleman is still not able to get the position over Ducek. Ducek now gets the preferred driving line, which is all the way out to the grass. That's the purple and black machine. Still trying to get just in front of the green and white of Coleman. They just sorted out now on to turn 9.
All right, so Camden Gruber currently running in 4th. He was your winner in yesterday's shortened race. We ended the SMX race under a full course caution yesterday. Michael Tinnis finished in 2nd. William Wallace, our pole sitter today, rounded out the top 3 with Cam Eben finishing 4th and Logan Stretch finishing in 5th. As our first race lap is now complete, and Michael Tinnis sets, as you would expect, having come all the way up from 5th, sets the fast lap here on lap number 1. Wallace, our pole sitter, 2nd. Logan Stretch, Camden Gruber. Jarrett Jones now in 5th position.
Cam Eben kind of in that no man's land there in 6th. Needs to be a little bit careful with just clinging on to the back of this first. And then we get to Wes Ducek, Aiden Coleman, Mitch Lowry, et cetera, the rest of the field effectively. Now into the biggest drafting zone of the racetrack. Who goes where? Michael Tinnis still leading the race, but he's got a challenge from William Wallace, who now sweeps around the outside. Wallace goes back to the race lead and takes Logan Stretch with him. It looks like Tinnis back to 3rd with Camden Gruber in 4th. Oh, and a big dust cloud in the background from maybe Jason Fichter. Just everybody behind. No harm there.
Yeah, I think just once again, we've got a driver popping the right front wheel over the backside of the curbing there, bringing the dust cloud across, but no challenges for these racers as they all continue. And indeed, I think that was the number 7 of Fichter. As they head down the hill, Michael Tinnis challenging Logan Stretch now as they come into the toe with the boot a little bit further back. Looks like Aiden Coleman on Mitch Lowry. And they are still side by side as they come down over the crest of the hill into turn 8. And Stretch holds off Tinnis as they go into the heel and up the hill.
Cam Eben has closed the gap up, so it's now a 6-car lead train. Then the first gap back to Weston Ducek and Mitch Lowry. Ducek in the purple, Lowry in the gray. They have a slight advantage over the second half of the field there. Well back from the top group. They're going to be praying for a whole lot more jockeying, as the key for an SMX race at this stage in the race is just to stay in the lead group as far up as you possibly can. Track position is important because we know that full course cautions can come out with kind of more ready here than at most other racetracks. The drivers have learned that over the weekend. A big wiggle from William Wallace, the back end walking around as he tries to threshold brake, get the downshifts done, and carry speed into turn 1. But again, this is the prime passing opportunity of so many options with who do you want to pick, where do you want to go, winding up the S's for this third lap, excuse me.
Yeah, and Tom, as you've said before, not just this weekend, but in prior weekends as well, the draft with these Spec MX-5 cars not nearly as strong as what we see primarily in Spec Miata. And so I assume that really the key here is for this lead group to not be going into the bus stop side by side every single lap, because in doing so, that's what is going to bring that next group back into the battle. It's not going to be their ability to draft back up and work the draft.
Right, and somehow in that exchange, Logan Stretch was able to hold the outside into the inner loop, picks up the lead. William Wallace was takes the L of everybody in that group as he slips all the way back to 6th after crossing the start-finish line. If I remember correctly, he was leading down into turn 1.
Yeah,
now we're still nearly side by side for the lead, and we are trying to go side by side for 4th. Here comes Wallace again up the inside of Jarrett Jones. One car in the background goes a little bit aggro coming off the laces. I think that was the 40.
I think the 48 of
Gavin Vaughn.
Yeah.
Yep. But you're correct there. I have not seen the draft influence the race nearly as much in SMX as we do in Spec Me out of Michael Tinnis diving to the inside on Logan Stretch down into turn 8. That's opening the door for Cam Eben, maybe on Camden Gruber. No opportunity there. Oh, a late lob from Wallace up the inside from 6th on Jones. It's going to muscle Jones out to the outside. They're still drag racing down into turn 10. But the last thing, Greg, that I want to point out, engine temperatures have popped up to be a bigger factor maybe than the draft at times. So you can't follow people as super close as they are for an entire race without losing some engine power because of the temps that build up.
As they dial back the timing, and although the ambient air temperature is fairly cool here today, and nice dry air, about 66, 67 degrees here at Watkins Glen. Doesn't matter if you can't get any airflow into those radiators now, as Michael Tinnis is your leader with 3 laps complete. Logan Stretch, Camden Gruber worked his way back up into 3rd position, and he now has the 66 of Eben behind. Gruber coming off a win yesterday, as well as wins over at Road America for the June sprints. There, and a bit of a gap now back to William Wallace with Jared Jones and Wes Duchek.
Big defense from Wallace into the inner loop this lap, and Gruber and Cam Eben both popped to the outside, maybe just letting the car breathe a little bit. No moves this time through into the outer loop here at turn 5. Jared Jones struggling at the back of that top 6 to cling on, has a little bit of a weaker run through the bus stop than everybody else and loses 3 car lengths for it. Still within that drafting zone, but you really aren't coming through any sections of the racetrack with a big draft for another maybe 3/4 of a lap. And then this battle for just outside the top 10. Can't keep an eye on absolutely everything, but wide, too wide through the outer loop for a split second.
Oh, and coming down now underneath Camden Gruber, William Wallace in the 52 machine makes a lunge, and Gruber's able to hold him off. Cam Eben now dropping to the back of that group. I think Jared Jones managed to get around Eben as well.
Yeah, so Eben's going to slip to the back of that top 6, and a bit of a break with that failed attempt from Wallace to make a pass. Cuts Camden Gruber off the top 2, so it's still Tinnis and Stretch at the front. Camden Gruber, big wide entry there at turn 9, trying to square the corner up. Actually looks like it paid off big time on the exit. That was beautiful there at turn 9. The other car running everybody down in this top group. Pay attention to Benham Abernathy running there in 10th. He's been crossing no man's land and catching this group running in 7th, 8th, and 9th. There he is into the final corner now.
Yep, into the light gray machine. Hard to pick him up, Tom, without the rear bumper flapping around.
Yeah,
but but yeah, he's got very good pace right now as he is starting to close down on the 7 of Jason Victor.
Abernathy was the fastest car on the racetrack, I think, of everybody except for maybe Michael Tinnis in the race lead, and that was by maybe 100th or so.
As they come back up through the S's, Gruber and Wallace closing back in on Tinnis and Stretch, closing on the ground that they lost when they went into the toe of the boot. Side by side a lap ago. Now shifting over from the inside to the outside is Jarrett Jones. He's going to enter the bus stop directly behind William Wallace, and then door to door in the next group back. Woo. That is that Abernathy and Victor, or I'm trying to. Is that a little bit further ahead? Is that Duchek and Lowry?
Yeah, that was Lowry and Duchek side by side through the second part of that inner loop. Just about knocked window mirror or door mirrors, but kept it off each other. Now side by side for 5th, Cam Eben has pressure from Jared Jones, trying to get around the wrong way of that corner. That outside lane is really difficult to pull off. Does give you a good run up the hill if you can stay there, and he does. This is good for 5th. But still single file for Tinnis, Stretch, Gruber, and Wallace. Looks like they've ended up single file as well for 6th, as Eben is able to complete the pass before the turn-in point at turn 8.
And Gruber always seems to get a very good run out of turn 8 and is probably the first car to shift all the way over to driver's right. Tom, not much that he can do with it, though, with Stretch so close ahead of him. And, we saw what great speed Gruber was able to carry out of 9 on the prior lap once again. as he's now closed things right up to our 2 leaders. Not much of a place for him to go.
Turn 8 here at Watkins Glen, such an interesting corner. I'd say it's maybe the most challenging to get the car set up for, as if the car is excellent everywhere else. It goes just a little bit loose at turn 8 through the entry before the camber catches the car at the apex. And it's, for some reason, to your point, I think Gruber maybe has that thing figured out just a little bit better, either behind the wheel or the setup is a little bit more conducive. Those top 4 still able to get away in the final couple corners from the second 2, running 5th and 6th. No changes for the lead in over 2 laps now, as Michael Tinnis still leads the way over Logan Stretch. And Greg, the other thing you have to consider in these longer races, especially as we go green flag for now over 10 minutes, is that you kind of have to take care of the car a little bit more chassis-wise and tire-wise as well through these races. Gruber once again takes a poke to the outside into the inner loop. No moves made. But we've seen plenty of times in this Hoosier Super Tour schedule, drivers are in the conversation until maybe 10 minutes to go, and then certain drivers just seem to have steam. And it usually shows up in the rear end, starting to walk away as more cars through the dirt, throwing dirt into the air at the bus stop.
Yeah, and of course, Tom, as we've talked about before, both at Spec Miata and Spec MX-5, these racers are running the same set of dry weather tires from the very first qualifying session to the end. As we take a look here, coming through the bus stop, no contact there, but they go right through the grass.
The best move you can make, really. There's so much option. If you don't turn in for the bus stop, you've got all these options to save the car. Once you've turned in for the bus stop and commit to the second turn of it, you're kind of along for the ride if you get it wrong. So that driver, I missed the number on that one. Might have been Sean Noonan, all the way back in maybe 14th or so, but that driver, good,
the
good
1-9
bailout.
car, Michael Riccio.
Michael Riccio, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, I guess your other option there, Tom, is to just straight line it and come to a complete stop in the runoff area over there. You're going to lose a lot more ground. As long as you don't pick up a position,
sure,
cutting through there, you're probably okay. And as long as you don't do it multiple laps in a row.
So this 15-lap race, 35 minutes. So we're going to be right on the border of one or the other, as if it stays green all the way through. Knock on my desk here, but it's still Michael Tinnis, Logan Stretch, Camden Gruber, William Wallace. Every time here they fan out, just trying to figure out where the fastest way between distance and speed there is. There's probably some certain bumps they've learned to avoid at this point as well. Tinnis fading just to the right, forcing anybody who wants to make a move here to go to his left. That's the long way around turn 4. Savvy move. Logan Stretch, Camden Gruber, William Wallace not falling for it until we get to our next camera angle. Everybody's just staying nice and tight until we get to this point. Camden Gruber pokes to the outside. We've seen it every lap, 3 in a row. Gets a clean entry, but there's nowhere to go with it once we get into this single file inner loop.
Yeah, just able, briefly to get some cool air into the radiator. I don't know if that second or second and a half will make much of a difference in bringing the temps down and hopefully keeping the timing where they want it on the engine. A little bit further back now, door to door coming down. Jason Fichter and Wes Duchak in the battle for 7th. We'll see. They were both side by side at dinner last night, Tom, and we'll see if that happens for a second night in a row or if things play out differently here today.
It's a slick move, inner loop for Benham Abernathy. Picked up a spot over Jason Fichter. That's the silver and blue. Sorry, dark gray, I guess, and blue. He's now picked up 2 spots, having run that group down. One of the fastest race cars on the racetrack, working his way valiantly through the field. Unfortunately, still has a long way to go for getting to the top group. Now his next car and his target is in his deuce check.
And as they come back out onto the front straight, Tom, we're going to be completing lap number 7 of 15. We'll have 8 laps remaining. And why don't we do this? Why don't we take our break, and when we come back, hopefully, green flag racing all the way to the checkered flag here at Watkins Glen. We'll be right back.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
And we're back here at Watkins Glen. It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And we've had a change here at the front, Tom. It is Logan Stretch, your leader, now with Camden Gruber running second. William Wallace, Michael Tinnis, Cannon Eben remains in fifth, while Jarrett Jones now is in sixth position. And Tom, of course, we have Mrs. Abernathy in the chat, reminding us that emancipated minor Benham is 14 years old, racing here in this race, now up into seventh position ahead of Ducek and Fichter. And actually, I think as they cross the timing stripe there going into the bus stop, big slide now from Camden Gruber as he comes right across the nose of William Wallace. And let's see if he's able to keep the pace, though. It's giving a little bit of breathing room to Logan Stretch.
Yeah, that was a big save. Holy cow. I can't believe he held on to that without losing any spots. Really, he's still in second position. Another look at it. He was side by side, just closed the door on Wallace, but ends up a little bit off kilter through the middle of the bus stop. Dirt drops it, saves it at about a 25-degree yaw, and again, didn't lose a spot, at least that we've seen so far. Yeah, still in second spot for Camden Gruber. Now Cam Eben from fifth, the black machine pops out coming out of turn 8. Looks like he's going to blend right back into that train as they come up the hill. William Wallace is the next one to have the thought, maybe just trying to lead Cam Eben from making a move, as now he dives to the inside on Gruber. Gruber is going to go the long way around. Tinnis tries to go with him as well. Even more of a gift for Logan Stretch at the front of this race, but Wallace takes over second, and it's not done yet for Gruber. He's got Tinnis to his right coming out of turn 9.
All right, yeah, indeed, as Tinnis keeps it off the tire wall there, driver's right, and he now noses ahead of Cam Gruber before they get to turn 10. So move Gruber now from second back into fourth position as our racers are going to complete lap number 9 of 15. In the second group now, just coming into our view, it is Benham Abernathy, Wes Ducek, Jason Fichter, and Mitch Lowry.
Hard to say if there's science to this, Greg, but it looks like anytime someone in this top group gets a move made on them, they end up losing multiple positions, not just one. It's happened to Tinnis. It's happened to Gruber. I have a feeling that Stretch is next on the docks if anybody else has anything to say about it, but kind of an interesting dynamic as you seem to get freight trained here. Once you get the seal broken, one car tries to make the pass and then 2 or 3 more maybe follow through.
All right, we've got a bunch of people that I know from the Washington, D.C. region. Steve Moeller, Dave Gambino checking in, cheering Camden Gruber on as Gruber tries to pick up his second race win here this weekend. He was yesterday's race winner. And now Gruber for the second lap in a row gets a whole bunch of curb, runs wide on the exit of the inner loop, and Logan stretches it, takes a quick look underneath of the number 24 machine.
Yeah, it's Cam Eben trying to now end up the long way around at turn 6. And he gets the job done before turn 6 even. So now that's a new third place runner. Camden Gruber loses one more spot. Top cars now, Wallace, Tinnis, and Eben. Looks like Gruber's car maybe just losing the back end a bit. The back end of that car walking around way more in the bus stop than anybody else, at least.
All right, Wallace now goes down about a third of the way over to the track to defend the inside, going into the heel of the boot. He's going to lead the field now up the hill. And Gruber, Tom, taking a little bit wider exit, coming out just a little bit further into that runoff area over at turn 8, maybe than he had earlier on. I think portending to that maybe some tire issues that he's starting to have here 2/3 of the way through the race.
Watch Wallace, Greg. He's feeling very defensive, fading to the middle of the track on every one of these entries until the final corner, just waiting Michael Tinnis from making any moves in that final sector. Despite all the jockeying, they have started to pull away from the next group of cars, which starts with Benham Abernathy. And he's actually continued to motor away from the cars that he's worked his way through. That's a really, really strong race for the 133. I have a feeling if he had started a little further forward, he's come from the grid to be 7th, but he would have been in this top group, no doubt, and he started a little closer to them. Look at him all the way out to the wall, really flirting with the limits there. And then here we go into the bus stop once again for Wallace, Tinnis, Eben, Gruber, Stretch, and Jones. Next camera shot, we'll see who is where. Once again, defensive to the right side of the racetrack. Everybody else pops to the outside. Cam Eben is the first to do so. And he gets the nose on the right side of...
Yeah, and Tom, the only driver that did not move back over driver's left was Michael Tinnis. And he now pays the price as Cam Eben takes over second position. Coming out of the bus stop, Logan Stretch taking a quick look down to the inside through the outer loop on Jarrett Jones.
I think we're starting to see into this final, now 12 minutes. You remember back, we mentioned towards the last 10 minutes of these races, we really start to see who has the car underneath them at this point, and I think that's starting to show with looking really strong in this particular last 2 laps. Now up to second. William Wallace has that little gift given, but I think it's short-lived when you buy those 3 car lengths from the passing behind. It's up your nose to tail again by the bus stop on the next lap. Here comes Tinnis again back on Eben. Eben's going to let it happen pretty easily, I think, is now Michael Tinnis in the black and red back to second.
Yeah, I think they realize at this point that the more they fight there, the more Wallace in the 52 will inch away. Now, you know, Tom, yesterday's race, it ended under caution. It only went 5 laps. We're already double that length here. And so how these racers do under, you know, and how these cars will handle under a much longer race conditions and putting much more load on these tires for a longer period of time, I think has to definitely play into their minds here as time is running down.
Absolutely. There's only so much you can do about it, as the damage is probably already done. If you've worked your tires a little bit too hard, you can really get away with a lot early in a race if you work too hard, but you pay for it big time at the later stages. We were side by side for a second. For 7th, by the way, is Weston Ducek trying to make the move on Benham Abernathy. That move failed, so he's still in 8th. Abernathy holding 7th, but they're now side by side again at turn 1. Ducek completes the pass this time. Jason Fichter trying to go with him. Abernathy's going to shut the door at turn 2. No, he isn't. He actually embraced the lane. Fichter had a moment to stay there, but now they go single file.
All right, it's Cam Eben protecting the inside, going into the bus stop on William Wallace. And look at the speed now that Michael Tinnis was able to carry out of the bus stop there, extending his advantage to maybe 2 car lengths. I know that sounds like a huge amount, Tom.
So much hustle in these cars around this lap as Watkins Glen, again, we talked about it really in qualifying only, just the camber and the elevation of this racetrack work with the car in nearly every corner except for potentially turn 9. So much momentum. I mean, if you're starting to get bandwidth limited as a driver at this phase of the race, you really have to kind of focus and keep your head clear because so much is coming at you so quickly in a train of cars like this. Michael still holding that slight advantage over William Wallace and Cam Eben, Eben and then Wallace. No one really Tom, able to make many moves this time. Go ahead, Greg,
I think the driver passenger side mirror on the Wallace car shaking in the wind there after a prior contact. It looks like going side by side with one of our other racers. Don't think that's going to affect the drivers behind until it actually leaves the door. We'll see how well that Mazda wiring holds on. All right, now that in that second pack, Duchek Abernathy and Jason Fichter all separated by most 0.4 of a second as they also complete lap number 12.
Really interesting line there from Tinnis. You notice that, Greg? He turned left to clear the backside of the wall as he came back onto the racetrack and kind of opened up too. We haven't seen that yet. I almost wonder if he's trying to play some timing games with how the draft hits the cars behind him, which you can do at Watkins Glen, but it takes some serious practice. I mean, that's getting into some iRacing, gamesmanship there, more so than what most people can pull off behind the wheel. He still leads the race. Cam Eben tries to take away second. Well, a big slide chops the nose off of Wallace and takes the spot away. That was textbook, but very fine margins between those two for second.
Well, I was going to say, Tom, Tinnis got his start racing an ITV Volkswagen Golf, this being his home track. If there was anybody who then had to learn to defend against the draft, it was definitely Michael Tinnis, as he used to race that big box up through the S's here. Yeah. And so I wouldn't be very surprised if that did go into his thinking just a little bit.
Been able to maintain that 2 or 3 car length lead for a little over a lap now as well, Greg, so that currently the number 26 is looking very strong. We still have 7 minutes to go in this race. It's going to feel like a very long 7 minutes if you're Michael. It's going to go by very quick if you're anybody else right now. You're just trying anything you can to get a little bit ahead as the cars start to fade just a little bit at this stage in the race. Over 30 minutes, nearly 30 minutes of green flag racing so far.
Tom, and you've talked about it prior broadcasts, I think particularly at the June sprints, how softly sprung these MX-5s were. I don't know if you saw the move from Cam Eben going into the heel of the boot there as he seemingly just jerked the car in towards the apex, but it gave this huge lurch and rolled over quite a bit. It certainly shows that he's still got some grip in the left rear tires there, but I'm wondering if somebody who is maybe a little bit more forceful with the controls might find the car go away on him maybe a little bit sooner than some of the cars behind.
Yeah, these cars really are not that trick as far as the parts bolted onto them. They're very, very similar to most of the street cars, very similar to most of the track NCMX-5s. To finish this thought quickly, that means you can drive it with the weight a little bit more. If you can time the weight transfers just right, you get a little bit extra out of the tire as the weight lands on that corner of suspension. More Formula style and GT style cars don't really drive that way nearly as much, but I just saw from timing and scoring, Greg, white flag next time by. We'll try to get a confirmation on that, but this is a big battle now. Camden Gruber around outside, and now becomes the inside, then becomes the outside again of Wallace.
And Wallace slices underneath. He's going to take take third position and hold off Camden Gruber. Great run out of the bus stop, though, from Logan Stretch and Jarrett Jones as they come down the hill. In that second group, being led by Wes Duchek, Benham Abernathy, Jason Fichter. Looks like Gavin Vaughn and Mitch Lowry have now joined that conversation as well. They're in the battle for the best of the rest. But it is a 2-car breakaway up at the front. Michael Tinnis and Cam Eben as Gruber had to hold the position as we've got a driver off now coming, or not off, but off the pace coming out of turn 7.
Yeah, that was William Wallace. Something happened down in the entry between our camera cuts there. And that brings this down to a 5-car conversation for the win, if not just a 2-car right now, with Tinnis and Eben driving away to what you just said. That's going to promote that second pack up into the battle for the top 10, all of them. Now Wallace maybe slipping all the way back to 13th or so, maybe 11th.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think back to 11th. Tom, the word from the corner station down at the toe of the boot is that he just simply ran wide and put 2 wheels in the grass coming up through the toe, and certainly lost drive there and pulled over to let that next group through. It is now a 2-car breakaway as the white flag is in the air, and it is Michael Tinnis, your leader. Cam Eben now in second, a distant 3-car lengths back to Camden Gruber, yesterday's race winner, in third, with Logan Stretch in fourth, and Jarrett Jones now about 6 car lengths back from there, running in 5th position.
Well, Cam Eben might have timed this just perfectly to build a big old run just to the braking zone of the inner loop. Here they come. Tinnis goes defensive. Eben chasing him for the draft. Left, right, left, and right. Then they get braking zone. It's just a little bit too far back. Eben gets to the back bumper, but doesn't have an opportunity to pass. At least yet. He still has 75% of the lap to go. Shows the nose at the inside of the inner loop. Outer loop.
Gets the car rotated very well, Tom, coming out of the outer loop. But Michael Tinnis had enough coverage there. Does not allow Cam Eben to sneak underneath him as they head into the chute and into the boot. Now, is it still Gruber, Jones, and Stretch in that second group? Ducek, Abernethy, Victor. Gavin Vaughn just ran his fastest lap of the race last time around. That's what allowed he and Mitch Lowry to catch up to the 3 ahead. And now they've actually lost Mitch Lowry at the back of that pack. But as our leaders now come through the toe and down the heel, Camden Gruber, he doesn't have the benefit of a draft, and he's got a long way to go to get up to our 2 leaders. His time is running out not only for him, but Cam Eben, as he's only got 3 more corners remaining here in our feature race in SMX.
Logan Stretch with some issues, dropping back as well. Gosh. Eben throws it up the inside of turn 9, gets the spot, but doesn't have the momentum. Tinnis defends perfectly and maintains that lead coming into turn 10, now with a little bit more momentum than Eben had. What a masterfully run race here, and I think he's going to hold on to it for the top spot, Greg.
Yeah, here we go, Tom, as they come out of the final corner. It is Michael Tinnis, local boy, made good here in the number 26 machine out of East Meadow, New York. Checkered flag is in the air. Tinnis is your winner. Cam Eben from Appleton, Wisconsin will finish second. Yesterday's winner, Camden Gruber, will come home third. Jared Jones, Wes Ducek, Benham Abernethy, Jason Victor, Gavin Vaughn, Mitch Lowry, Logan Stretch, who for early on in this race was your leader. He will finish. And I think Stretch has had a problem here on the last lap as he's dropping down through the order as he went off. And so it is going to be Michael Riccio who finishes in 10th. Aiden Coleman will finish just outside the top 10.
How about Benham Abernathy, by the way? I mean, Michael Tinnis, that was a masterful race, managed from the front for most of it, by the way, in a spec class. That's so difficult to do. But Abernathy from 14th to 6th. In that race, indeed, stayed at the front of the next pack. That's really real run for, I mean, really impressive performances across the top group here.
And on the last lap, Tom, Logan Stretch, he, rather than coming to the stripe, took the car onto the pit lane, and he will not complete the final lap here at Watkins Glen. All right, that wraps up our morning's races, but we're not done yet. We've got 4 more races this afternoon, but first we're going to take about an hour's break for lunch. And we will let you know. We'll put it up on the screen when we are coming back, and we'll have our next race group. That's Formula Atlantic and Continental FE2 and prototypes. They're going to be next up here at Watkins Glen, and it'll be just in about an hour. Stay with us. We'll see you in a bit.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have 2 main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily. And so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
It is the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Watkins Glen International. Glad you're here to join us for an afternoon of racing. We've got 4 feature races on tap for you today. First up, it's going to be our second open wheel race of the day. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, and Prototypes. Well, why don't we just say Formula Atlantic 1, Formula Continental, and FE2. Let's run down the starting order, Tom, if you don't mind. We are going to have a split start today. What we're looking at right now is the second group of racers. The first group is would be our Formula Atlantic and Formula Continental drivers, of which we have 1. And that is Jeremy Hill. Jeremy, I believe, just coming into, there he is, coming into the toe of the boot behind his own personal pace car now. So let's move over to Formula Continental and Formula Enterprises 2. On the pole in our second group, in the number 80, the black and orange, Matteo Naranjo Racing, Formula Enterprise 2, it is Matteo Naranjo. Dean Kerluk scheduled to start second. He's our Formula Continental pole sitter, driving the number 45, Van Diemen out of Orchard Lake, Michigan, represents the Detroit region of the SCCA. Then we got Carter Sheets starting on the inside of row number 2, driving the number 03, Formula Continental, Van Diemen. He's out of Sagertown, Pennsylvania, representing the Steel Cities region. Keith Jocelyn is driving the number 55, FE2. That's the ASI Signage Hoosier entry out of Grand Island, New York. Then we got Gabriel Jasper in the number 66 Formula Continental, another Van Diemen chassis representing the South Jersey region. Ted Strang in the number 11 Van Diemen out of Rush, New York. And then rounding out the field, driving the number 77 Formula Enterprises 2, that's the Alliance Autosport entry of Russell Strait Jr. As our first pack, as large as it is, coming out of turn 10, lights are out on the pace car, and Tom, all I can hope is that this start does not get waved off.
Greg, I'm looking forward to the battle in Formula Continental in the second wave, though. We'll get there. But
I
here
was looking
comes
forward to the
Jeremy
Formula
Hill.
Atlantic battle here as Jeremy Hill takes the green flag, and yes, green flag is in the air, Tom, and we have a Formula Atlantic race now heading down into turn number 1 as Jeremy Hill checks the mirrors, and he is safe into turn 1 as he now heads up the hill. Let's jump over, if we can, to our second group of starters. They're coming through turn 10 now. We'll see how well they are formed up, and I'm looking to see if there are any drivers from that second group that possibly did not take the pace lap, and I believe Ted Strang will not be joining us today in the number 11 Van Diemen RFO1, as they are now on the front straight. Our second pace car on the pit lane, and green flag is in the air as they stretch out 3 wide now, Tom, as Matteo Naranjo to the inside of the black and orange machine. Keith Jocelyn in the green 55 are going to go into turn 1, wheel to wheel, side by side, and Jocelyn's going to take the point from Naranjo as they head up through the S's. Dropping down into third position, that's Dean Kerluk in the number 45 Formula Continental, and he has Carter Sheets directly behind him. Gabriel Jasper and then Russell Strait will round out our second field. This is a 15-lap or 35-minute race, whichever comes first.
Man, Jocelyn had his Wheaties this morning. He just loses the lead in Formula Enterprises to Matteo Naranjo back into the inner loop for the first time. But he came from the second row on the start around the outside of your pole sitter in Formula Continental to take the lead around the outside of turn 1 in that green number 55. The reason I said I'm looking forward to Formula Continental is, if you remember, Greg, yesterday, end of the race, Carter Sheets was running the same or faster lap times than Dean Kerluk, who leads the race right now and was your pole sitter. Those are the second 2 red cars battling for their class in Continental. You can see a little bit wider stance, a little bit narrower tires there to tell them apart, but ultimately very similar pace opportunity in both of these classes. And now both pairs of top 2 run nose to tail into the into the heel of the boot.
Yeah, and you'll be able to tell those 2 classes apart. The Formula Enterprise 2 cars, they do have the air intakes in the side pods, whereas the Continentals, they've just got the one air intake that is hanging off the right-hand side of the car, almost even with where the driver cockpit ends there. As they come out of turn 9 and out of the boot section, they'll come around to complete lap number 1 here in a moment, and Matteo Naranjo our FE2 pole sitter, will lead Keith Jocelyn now across the line. And you're right, at the very end of yesterday's race, Carter Sheets was making up ground very quickly on Kierluck. I think if, perhaps, he finished the race. He finished the race with Keith Jocelyn between he and Kierluck, but I think maybe if there were another 2 or 3 laps, Carter Sheets could have been there. All right, and Gabrielle Jasper now, Tom, taking the green but not completing a lap. The number 66 car, Formula Continental, heads to the pit lane.
That's from third in Continental. So now this pair of 2 battling. Look at Jocelyn trying to go around the long way into the inner loop on this second lap. Doesn't quite get there. And just behind is your leader in Formula Continental, Dean Kierluck, just kind of watching this battle, hoping it doesn't hold him up as he's continuing to pull just a little bit, following those top 2 Formula Enterprises and pulling away from Carter Sheets just a little bit. Now Kierluck maybe starting to add some pressure to Jocelyn. You can't just hang out forever if you're Dean Kierluck. You want to make sure that you don't go back and introduce into a battle. If you're a faster race car, make the pass. But it is out of class. He gets to run up the exit of the toe. I think a little bit less horsepower in the Formula Continentals, a little bit better handling to produce those similar lap times. All that said, Matteo Naranjo now pulls out 5 car lengths or so.
And as they head up the hill, as you were saying, Sheets can't just sit back and with the belief that Kierluck's going to be stuck behind Jocelyn for the long haul here. He has to be able to keep close. Yesterday, perhaps, you could go under the impression that maybe he was trying to save the tires a little bit towards the end of the race, keep him from overheating, and he had the much better car at the end. But with this longer race, I don't know. It's I think a fool's errand, Tom, to try to wait Kierluck out and expect him to then fade, at lap 12.
Yep, I agree with that for sure. Got to stay in the hunt early on. Fastest lap of the race for Dean Kierluck, actually, last time through, including Jeremy Hill in the much faster Formula Atlantic. So it's not holding him up too much, but he is going to run out of space before he's got to make the pass on Jocelyn. Matteo Naranjo still defending up the straightaway. Looks like Keith Jocelyn got a killer run up, and
he did.
Gets around the outside into the inner loop, a new leader in Formula Enterprises.
All right, so Keith Jocelyn now jumping to the lead here with 2 laps in the books. 12.5 laps to go. And you'll have to excuse us if we don't check in on that Formula Atlantic race at the moment. We'll get back to that in a few moments, but rest assured, Jeremy Hill is your leader.
This is good stuff in Enterprises. Keith Jocelyn taking the lead over Matteo Naranjo. Fastest car on the racetrack just behind them, Dean Kierluck, at least as the last lap time says, but fastest sectors now going to Keith Jocelyn. Really rebounded. He had the provisional pole in qualifying 1, did not contest qualifying 2, and lost that provisional pole to Matteo Naranjo. Matteo Naranjo getting a big leap out yesterday and drove off into the distance a little bit. And Jocelyn is ensuring that will not happen today.
Yeah, and Tom, as I'm looking here, and they're now coming out of turn 10, both our FE2 and Formula Continental leaders are lapping faster than Jeremy Hill in the Formula Atlantic. So probably a good thing that we had that Atlantic start much further ahead, as the 00 car is now on the short, running the short chute down towards the bus stop, and the rest of these cars completely at the other side of the racetrack. And there's, I think, very little chance that they will have to contend with or worry about that Formula Atlantic car, which does have, the ability to dig out of slow corners like the toe of the boot much more easily than both the Continentals and the Enterprise 2 machines here. So as we watch now coming into that section, into the short chute with Jocelyn and Naranjo, and Jocelyn now opening about 4 car lengths on Matteo Naranjo and coming through the inner loop. Dean Kierluck, he's still just sitting there and hanging back, and certainly not challenging either one of the 2 Formula Enterprise racers ahead. But meanwhile, Carter Sheets just has not been able to make any headway here. Last lap through, gave up almost a second and a half to Kiriluk ahead.
Yeah, with that pace you mentioned for Jeremy Hill, I have to wonder if something's going on with that 00 Atlantic, as he qualified with a 148, and he's fastest lap of the race right now is a 155.
Yeah.
And sure, there's no incentive to go as fast as you possibly can in this race. You're driving your race car on a really cool racetrack out of race weekend, so you would probably be running the same lap times or similar, and that 7-second deficit is just not really easily explained there either way. That does mean that we're watching the fastest cars.
Yeah, other than he knows that he just doesn't really need to push things. He just needs to, well, I guess, get halfway through this race. And as you said, he qualified in running a 148 yesterday during the race. Fastest lap time of a 148.7, which was considerably faster than Mark Sherwood, who at the time was, I think, the only other running Formula Atlantic at the end of the race, as Albani had retired after just 7 laps.
Yeah, flat tire on that car took it out yesterday, and picking the race again today. But right now, Dean Kiriluk is a little bit quicker than Matteo Naranjo, battling for third position overall. Your leader in Formula Continental challenging second Enterprises. And I got to say, that means Matteo Naranjo needs to kind of get it into gear and make sure that he stays ahead of Dean Kiriluk, unless he maybe lets Kiriluk by and gets pulled back up towards Keith Jocelyn. But I wouldn't want another car out of class between me and my closest competition, while my closest competition is starting to drive away just a little bit. Rounding the Lace is already working lap of 15. This one should go through pretty quick. These are the fastest race cars that we'll see here this weekend, at least when the Atlantics are at full chat. And just like that, Matteo Naranjo's pulled away from Kiriluk just a little bit, closing in on Keith Jocelyn, that time through by setting his fastest Sector 2. Just exited Sector 2, now coming into Sector 3 at the heel and out of turn 9, back onto the NASCAR Cup course. But he took a full 4/10 out of him just in that sec. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, Tom, if and they're keeping a fairly even gap, about second and a half between each of these 3 cars. And I'm wondering if part of that is, we always hear, like in Formula One, obviously, if you get caught in the dirty air with the car ahead, ends up stalling out the front wing, and you end up with a lot more front tire wear. When we had talked, I think it was last year, to Steve Whitston, who races both in Formula V as well as Formula Enterprises 2, he said that effect isn't very strong with those cars, but I'm wondering if that's just maybe a calculated decision at this point early on, to ensure that you do have front tires ready to go towards the very end of this race.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this is kind of a qualifying session for these drivers, turning in the fastest laps they possibly can. I mean, they're basically running right on top of their qualifying pace from a couple days ago, if not just slightly faster. So, in fact, you're probably pushing harder to keep the laps as minimal mistakes as possible and as fast as possible, as those Enterprises continuing to ease away. New fastest lap of the race for Matteo Naranjo last time in the black and orange machine, running second in Enterprises 2, easing his way towards Keith Jocelyn. These two have swapped positions twice already in this race. That would become the 3rd lead change between those two if he can get back up there, and he's coming quick.
Yeah, indeed, Tom, he is, as maybe he feels that maybe the time that Keith Jocelyn has had to relax a little bit and not have to check his mirrors every couple corners, that time is now done as they make the run up the hill. And now Kiriluk falling back just ever that much more from our 2 FE2 racers. Last time by, Carter Sheets put in his best lap, but he still ended up losing about another 8/10. We can see there just almost the entire length of that little short chute into turn 10. And as they come onto the front straight, well, Tom, we have a new fast lap set by our Formula Atlantic driver. That's Jeremy Hill. Turns in a 152.6. So for the first time here today, he is lapping a bit just a bit faster than our Enterprise and Formula Continental racers, but again, on completely the other side of the track. So I don't think at this point, with the pace of any of these racers, that they shall meet. He's just now coming through the toe of the boot.
Yeah, if he were to catch these cars, he would put them a lap down and end their race a lap short, but I do think it's going to end just before he manages to do that, based on the pace they're running. Is super similar at this point. Here they come down into the laces with Keith Jocelyn still leading Formula Enterprise 2 in the green and white number 55. Matteo Naranjo made a big dent in his gap in the previous lap. This lap, though, looking very similar. Bill Kiriluk hunting in the background, or lurking in the background, as your leader in Formula Continental. That gap is up to a full straightaway between himself and Carter Sheets. Russell Strait also circulating the racetrack just a little further behind here. He runs third to complete the podium in Enterprises. But this time through, looks like Keith Jocelyn really had a great the boot, gets a big advantage over over Matteo Naranjo coming through turn 8. That gap is visibly wider than it was coming into the toe.
Yeah, and so Sheets, who again a little bit off the pace. I don't want to say that this is a disappointment for him. He was last year's Formula Race Promotions F2000 champion, so essentially Formula Continental on the pro side of the house, and finished 4th at the runoffs this past year. And racing now, I think this is only his 3rd year racing for the 18-year-old. But sure. I don't know if this is his very first time at the Glen, but I'm sure he probably expected it. And it may very well, Tom, at 18 years old, it likely is his very first time racing at Watkins Glen. So it may still just be trying to come to grips with, we talked yesterday on how, how you take every lap here, trying to find a faster entry and a faster exit. And he just may be, a little bit, He's still learning the place, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, very possible. This track is just the amount of speed you can carry in a car like this is so incredible. And of course, Watkins Glen, one of the few road courses in North America that has age restrictions based on being a minor. You have to be an emancipated and you're basically your own legal guardian to race here, or 18 years old. So we've seen drivers as young as 14, but there's a whole bunch you have to go through in your own personal life just to make that allowed to race here. So to your point, just turning 18. Likely had not been here before, for at least to race. We're already past halfway, Greg, as well, as Jeremy Hill working lap number 8 now over in the final sector of the racetrack. These drivers just entering that final sector of the racetrack. This will go by pretty quick, which means that Matteo Naranjo is starting to run out of time just a little bit, really needs to start to focus forward and have a couple more laps like he did 2 laps ago, where he continues to chip away at that dent. Keith Jocelyn managing the race nicely right now.
All right, well, Tom, since we are past halfway, we've got 7 laps to go on the board. The next time the 00 comes across the stripe, let's take our break and we'll make a first call to the grid for our next race group.
If you like what you see today,
Attention in the paddock, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, this is your first call to the grid. And if you like what you see today, we'll have a lot more for you in just a few moments as we take a break here from the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and we are back, Tom, and checking back in with our Formula Enterprise 2 leader, Keith Jocelyn, as Matteo Naranjo doesn't seem to be making much headway here. That Jocelyn, who maybe on the last lap gave up, I don't know, a quarter of a car length, has been able to match Naranjo step for step here now with, it'll be 4 laps remaining when our Formula Atlantic leader, Jeremy Hill, comes across the line next time by, as he's now heading up towards the bus stop. And looks like he may be getting close to putting the 77 of Russell Straight down 1 lap.
Not really words to describe how intense a race like this can be when you're not really doing much, other than turning laps visually from the outside. I always kind of say that, but Matteo Naranjo doing everything in his power to make the smallest of dents on the lead for Keith Jocelyn. Keith Jocelyn doing the same, looking in his mirrors every little peek he gets, thinking, oh, is he getting bigger? Is he getting smaller? I can't really tell. These types of races can last long in your brain when you're in the car, because you just know that you have to stay as perfect as possible. Can't make a little mistake, or else you lose your opportunity to take the win, whether you're leading right now or not. I think a little bit of an easier mental game for Dean Kiriluk, who can look in his mirrors and maybe not even see Carter Sheets at certain points of the lap. He's kind of clinging on to those top 2 in Formula Enterprises. By the way, Jeremy Hill still leading the race in Atlantics overall, and in Atlantic, and set the fast lap of the race again. So he's now starting to ease away from these drivers around the track, about halfway around.
So, Tom, taking off your driver's helmet for a moment and putting in maybe your coach's or crew chief's headset, what would you be doing, if anything, to make sure Keith Jocelyn keeps his head in the game and making sure he doesn't get maybe a little, heck, even for Jeremy Hill, who's out there all by himself, to make sure that these racers don't get complacent and essentially start to get sloppy towards the end of the race because they lose focus.
Sure. Well, it starts with a conversation before the race about what sort of information a driver might actually want. And some drivers are going to want a ton of information. Some can't get enough. And others are fine with having very little to no information or conversation during the race. So there's a bit of personal preference that goes into that. But overall, broad strokes speaking, a driver will want to know the gap from the car behind or ahead. So that would be a big thing that the crew can supply to the driver, like Keith Jocelyn, to say, hey, you're lapping a little bit quicker. The gap is going up a 10th every lap. That's really powerful to know, versus, hey, it's coming down a 10th every lap, because it just gives you the idea that you're doing a good enough job to start to ease away a little bit more, can relax the muscles, can just kind of help you focus on what you're doing rather than being tense about and worrying about what somebody else might be doing. On the flip side, for Naranjo, it's the same type of thing, right? You've taken a little bit out, you were fast that lap. all of these cars are going to have something in them. Most likely, all of these cars have a timer in them that you can see your lap time, if not your predictive time, where it takes your previous lap's information and assumes how fast your current lap should be. And they're super accurate at this point with those predictive timers. So the driver has a lot of information without a radio. But when you add that radio in, the gaps, I think that's probably the most common thing. And then maybe a little word of encouragement, good job, you keep it up, that type of thing. But for the most part, there's so much going on in the helmet. I'm going to guess
yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't hear what Tom was guessing.
Am I here?
Yep, you're back.
I'm back.
You're
man, I
back.
said such smart stuff.
Exactly. You said what you were guessing, and I didn't hear any of it. So.
How much came through? You just at the end there is when I cut out?
Yeah, no, you said I'd be guessing or I'm guessing, and then there was about 30 seconds or 20 seconds of silence.
Oh, shoot. Well, okay, I'll try again.
Okay.
I'm going to guess these drivers. Best case scenario, it starts with the conversation before you get in the car for what types of information you're going to want. And then after that, it really is just kind of meeting that. So the most powerful thing to know is the gap between the cars.
Right.
The drivers in the car are going to probably have a lap timer, if not a predictive timer. And then, that gap just for Keith Jocelyn to know. It's really hard to tell in the tiny little mirrors. Am I pulling away or not? If the crew's saying you pulled out 2/10 that lap, you were faster by 3/10 that lap, but you're a little bit quicker, it can be a very powerful tool to relax the driver and let them focus on what they're doing rather than the gaps between cars.
All right, excellent here. Thank you so much, Tom. As Matteo Naranjo not making any headway again as we check back in with our FE2 leader, Keith Jocelyn, in the green number 55 out of Grand Island, New York. And Matteo Naranjo, who spent some time away from the Formula cars last year, went on a run in SMX in the Spec MX-5s, and comes back to the Formula cars, and says he got into racing when his mentors Jonathan Kotek, Jeff Bouchard, and Sam Paley got him into this at 3 years old. Obviously, he wasn't old enough to race at Watkins Glen at that point, but he also races for Clemson University's official road racing team, and I'm sure that's a Formula SAE team when he's not behind the wheel of an F2000 or a Formula Continental. Or pardon me, a Formula Enterprises 2 car. Excuse me. All right, 2 laps remaining now. Next time, our overall leader, Jeremy Hill, in the 00 Swift 014 out of Seguin, Ontario, Canada, comes to the start-finish line. He'll see the white flag. He's just going into the bus stop now.
Hill has continued to go quicker and quicker. Fastest lap of the race, that time down to a 150.3. So he's within now about 2 seconds of their qualifying time. But this is still the closest battle on the racetrack. Matteo Naranjo pursuing Keith Jocelyn. Jocelyn having taken the lead around the outside in turn 1, back at the green flag. Lost the lead in the bus stop for a lap. Took it back and has held it ever since.
And Naranjo on the last lap here, Tom, picked up about 3/10, closes things up, maybe a car length and a half, still quite a ways back as they're going to come into the bus stop for the second to last time.
You can see Naranjo pushing the curbs in the bus stop just a little bit more than Jocelyn. I think really trying to give it all it's got for what these cars will allow. They can be a little bit unstable in the high-speed corners, in my experience anyway. Back in a couple years ago, I got to drive one of these cars at this racetrack, and you can definitely get the back end walking around a bit. If you're not aware on entry, and these corners are just so fast, it can be easy to lose track of the back end on entry. I would say, Greg, these are some of the slower corners, so that could have something to do with it. But Matteo Naranjo looks closer.
He does.
This lap by quite a bit, maybe 2 or 3 car lengths closer to Keith Jocelyn.
And again, Tom, even coming out of turn 8 and up the hill in the 9, he may have knocked off another car length to a car length and a half. Now about 4 car lengths back as they come through the final 2 corners here, as Jeremy Hill, again, will get the white flag this next time by. Hill currently coming through the hour. Probably not the next time by, actually. I think he'll get the white flag, or he'll get the checkered flag. Oh my gosh, I'm mushmouth today. He's now coming down into the boot. And so Naranjo now with his last 2.5 miles to make up the difference, make up the gap, see if he can repeat what he did yesterday.
Just set his fastest lap of the race, so the effort is there. This is the fastest section of the racetrack, so visually this is the furthest apart they will look until the checkered flag flies. A little too far back, I think, but again, it's right within striking distance. The smallest mistake from Jocelyn. He has not shown any weakness yet in this race, but you can definitely tell from the body language of the car and just the amount of track they're using that Jocelyn is in a little bit more of a cruise mode than Naranjo, who's pushing really hard, rolls a ton of speed down into turn 6. He's now within maybe 3 car lengths coming into the toe.
All right, checkered flag is out now for Jeremy Hill, our sole Formula Atlantic racer, as he completes 15 laps. And these are the last chances for Naranjo. And you're right, Tom, that Jocelyn has looked a little bit more staid, a little bit more conservative through some of these corners. Did look like he pushed a little wide coming through the chute through turn 6, and maybe gave Mateo Naranjo a little bit better run up the hill, as Naranjo now within 2 car lengths of the green number 55, but he's only got 2 more corners and a drag race to the checkered flag in order to turn the tables on Jocelyn. Jocelyn's going to lead the pair through the final corner onto the front straight, and as they come to the line, it will be Keith Jocelyn taking the win today here in Formula Enterprises 2. Mateo Naranjo, he turns in the fastest lap of FE2 here on the last lap, made up another 4/10, but it's not enough. He'll finish second. Dean Kierluck finishes with the win in Formula Continental behind with Carter Sheets, and Russell Straight will round out the top 3 in FE2. So it's Jeremy Hill, your winner in FA, Jocelyn Naranjo and Straight in Formula Enterprise 2, and then Kierluck in Sheets in Formula Continental. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group number 6, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, this is your final call to the grid. All right, Tom, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and next up It's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 for their feature race today, 15 laps or 35 minutes. Let's take a look at the starting order where we've got the two Hallett Race Shop teammates of Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens on the front row. Peyton Long with a 204.487, and his teammate Stevens only 6/100ths of a second off of that. Grant Heinig will start on the inside of row number 2. He's out of the Northeast Oklahoma region and from the Hallett Race Shop as well in the FiberTech Composites car. So joining him on row number 2 will be Bobby Sack from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan in the Further Motorsport number 19. Michael Perotti will start 5th. He's in the number 31 car. He's out of Yorktown Heights, New York in the Perotti Fitness entry with Alan Denninger from Manford, Oklahoma. He is starting 6th. He's in the number 5 machine. Dexter Suba will start 7th in the number 89 car. That's the Alliance Autosport entry with Jim Goffrey in the number 68 Motion Dynamics car out of Jupiter, Florida. Brian Schofield will start 9th. He's in the number 61 PM Racing. Spec Race Ford Gen 3 represents the Central Florida region of the SCCA. And Connor Grant will round out your top 10. He's in the number 79 Compart Motorsports entry from Collierville, Tennessee. Tom Burt will start 11th. He's in the number 45 car. He comes to us from Shoreline, Washington, with Sandy Satullo starting alongside on the outside of row number 6. Sandy's in the number 07 Crowned Eagle Racing entry. Bruce Myers starts 13th. He's in the 111 double clutch Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 representing the New England region, as does Nick Leveroni, who is out of Mendon, Massachusetts. He's in the Motion Dynamics Flat Out Motorsports car. That's the number 60 machine starting 14th. John Dole will start 15th. He's in the number 18 car out of Huntington, New York, while Wall, New Jersey's David Dickerson will start 16th. He drives the 38 car. Andrew Wisniewski's in the 32 machine. He's in the Safety Alert PM Racing entry from Lebanon, Tennessee. He starts 17th, while Jeffrey Valentino will start 18th. Jeff drives the number 168 car. He's out of Cortland Manor, New York. Then we got Mike Anderson starting 19th. He's in the number 15 car. That's the Doggone Racing entry, with Craig Chase driving the number 42 out of Darien, Connecticut. It's the mostly harmless motorsports car, Tom, and I'm sure we'll have to watch out for him when the lights go green. Thomas Schluter will start 21st. He's in the number 133 Schluter Racing car out of San Antonio, Texas, with Scott Monroe in the 00 out of Seabrook, Texas, starting 22nd, starting 23rd. Driving the 04 Subway Further Racing Spec Racer Ford out of Lancaster, Ohio. It's Greg Miller with Sean DeCold starting 24th. He's in the number 56 Compart Motorsports entry. He's from West Union, South Carolina, representing the Central Carolina region. Russell King, saw him a little bit earlier in his touring car today, and now he's in his Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. It's the number 12 car, run by PM Racing, and he's out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Jim Lebecco in the number 198 will start 26th. Then we got Nick Heinig. He's in the FiberTech Composites entry out of Jenks, Oklahoma. He starts 27th, with Stefan Schluter starting 28th. As the pace car is on the pit lane, the starter looks over the field, and the two teammates, Stevens and Long, they are making the run down to turn number 1 as the entire field top spreads out right behind them now. And I believe that is Heinig with a good run down the inside, as looks like slotting in to 4th is Bobby Sack. And a great start for Brian Schofield, who I think has leapfrogged both Dexter Suba and Alan Denninger.
Yeah, he sure did. Down the inside of turn 1. That was probably the big mover and shaker so far. Bobby Sack up to 3rd, but it's still Peyton Long leading Tyler Stevens coming into the bus stop for the first time. Or is it Stevens now with the point over Long? It is. Tyler Stevens is your race leader, breaking point, but now Bobby Sack around the outside tries the move, fails, slots back into 3rd. Schofield up to 4th, and then it's Perotti and Heinig back to 5th and 6th.
Yeah, and we always say, Tom, or I always say that Brian Schofield, probably the most aggressive driver on the course here. Bobby Sack, even in these early laps, I think has to really be inch perfect and keep up with our leaders. We've got a car off coming through the laces of the chute here. And
Greg, I'm
very
pretty
slightly
sure that
over
was
the
Nick
wall.
Leveroni who lost the back
Yeah.
end at turn 6. It didn't really hit the wall very hard, probably trying to get it refired and back into gear.
Yeah, and Tom, this is the second time we've seen him go off. Let's take a look here. It does end up looking like just a slow, lazy move into the grass. He just didn't have the rear tires underneath him. Hits with the nose first, then the rear, and he has not moved yet. He had a similar issue coming through the bus stop during qualifying on Friday afternoon.
Yeah, these little sports racers, of course, mid-engine and no driver aids other than a sequential gearbox, so you don't really have to worry about clutching. But you do still have all the weight behind you. It looks like he just got away from around his shoulders as the car came around. But right now, Tyler Stevens is leading the way over Peyton Long, Bobby Sack keeping him honest. And then it's a little bit of a break back to Brian Schofield, Michael Perotti, Grant Heinig, Alan Denninger, and Tom Burt are all in the top 8 there.
And Tom,
I got to say, these top 2, Stevens and Long. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, Leveroni has gotten that car off the wall, and he has continued. We'll see if he comes down the pit lane, but meanwhile, that will keep us from going to a full course caution to retrieve that car, and we are now clean and green all the way around this course as our leaders are bringing them up through the S's.
That is great news. So to finish that thought, Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long really have had everyone's number, kind of had their foot on everyone's necks, really. It's been a fairly dominant weekend for those two, but Peyton Long has consistently come out on top between those two from the Hallett Race Shop, an orange machine that runs second. Got to wonder if his teammate may be just a little bit tired of seeing the back of the number 104. Tyler Stevens, in his own right, has taken a whole bunch of race wins in this Super Tour calendar as well. Wants to add another one if he can, but I think they know that they can't battle too hard while Bobby Sack is as close as he is. Brian Schofield trying to bridge the gap as Michael Perotti is the first blue car there in line. He's the first one with another train. Grant Heinig there also keeping up.
Yeah, and so yesterday, Tom, the race ended with Peyton Long in the 104 taking the win, Stevens second. Schofield, who had followed at one point, I think, down to 8th position, worked his way back up through the field to finish third, just ahead of Jim Goffrey and Grant Heinig. We've got one driver dropping a couple wheels, running a little bit wide. I think that was a little bit further back in the field. That might have been Andrea King in the 08 machine in the Gulf liveried car, as she loses now a little bit of ground to Mike Fino in the 94.
Big lunge by Grant Heinig to pick up once on Michael Perotti. Put Grant Heinig now up into 5th. Going to try to work his way back. Remember, this driver started 3rd, so battling for 5th, 6th, and 7th is probably not very satisfactory to him. Trying to get back into where he feels he probably belongs. Denninger going way wide at turn 10, and Goffrey going nearly with him. Tom Burt with a different nose on the front of that blue machine. He's got green on there now. I think maybe some bodywork damage from yesterday. Just a little patch job there. Top 3 continuing to cruise away further and further. The fastest car this last lap, Bobby Sack from 3rd.
All right, and we do have a car coming down the pit lane, and I believe that is the one. That is the 198 of Jim Lebeco, and for the second race in a row, he is going to be retiring early.
Yeah, been a weekend full of issues for Lebeco. That's a tough one to swallow. You come to the racetrack to drive and race, and when the car doesn't let you do it, that could be tough.
All right, leaders now coming down into the bus stop again, nose to tail with Stevens, Long, Bobby Sack. And Schofield just hasn't been able to get away from Grant Heinig there in the 127. He's got Perotti along just a couple car lengths back.
Ooh. Here we go, Greg. Tyler Stevens running just a little bit wide onto the curb, exiting the outer loop, which doesn't have the amount of camber that the rest of the racetrack does. Peyton Long, I think, had the run around the outside and chose to do nothing with it. Slotted right back in line to make sure that they didn't end up going through all of Sector 2 here, battling.
Heinig takes a quick look underneath Schofield going into the toe of the boot. Cannot get the nose underneath or push Schofield wide. He'll drop back behind the 61 car once again.
So yesterday's race, we saw Peyton Long control basically from the start all the way through. I think they swapped spots maybe once or twice, but Long was able to defend the lead, holding off the charge from Tyler Stevens on the final lap at the bus stop. They were basically by themselves on the racetrack. This race taking a very different shape. more to consider with more cars involved. And anytime they go side by side, I think they risk bringing 4th through 9th right back into it. Oh, big slide for Grant Heinig as he's trying to follow Brian Schofield through turn 10. I'm going to guess just a tiny little crack of the throttle to get the car to turn in there and then right back on it. But you have all that runoff room.
Yeah, and you know, Tom, yesterday I think it was notable. We had full course caution in the middle of the race, but even after that caution, both Long and Stevens were able to walk away from the rest of the field, and they pretty much had a race to themselves for the entire 25 minutes or so. Here, I think most notable with Bobby Sack hanging for the time being, at least with these two racers. Of course, Bobby Sack, a two-time national champion, Schofield, a former champion in his own right, and I believe Jim Goffrey won as well, as Goffrey had just reset the fastest lap, currently sitting in 7th behind Perotti.
Look at the rotation from Bobby Sack as he comes off the inner loop, turning it down to the outer loop into the camber. Back end came around, really leaned it on the left rear for a second. The other thing here, Greg, is it's been big spinner at the outer loop. Complete that thought in a second. Coming into the turn 5 sequence, I think there's only one car involved, and I didn't see it hit the wall, but it was a big spin just out of camera shot now at the bottom of our screen. Here's a quick replay of it. Look for the red machine running in about 10th. He grabbed the third curve.
Yep, and that was the 18 of John Dole.
Oh, yeah, just missed the third curb and back end walked away from him and got away with that one.
Oof. Yeah, and he's gotten that car back underway and he's gone. Oof. And hearing now over at turn, that's the 08 machine. Tom, who has gone off over at turn number 6. That's Andrea King, and she's now gotten that car back underway. Let's take a look.
One of the most challenging corners on the racetrack, very similar to Nick Leveroni's spin, just loses it on the way in, and that's because you're headed downhill at such a degree. I mean, you're headed way further downhill at that section of the racetrack. I don't really know how to quantify it, but you're going really far ahead, basically pointed at the apex of turn 8 off in the distance, and then you get into the corner. The front end wants to grip up, but the back end can't quite keep up as the corner loads the car. It's a very easy spin to make, especially in a mid-engine car. Tyler Stevens resetting fast lap from the lead of the race with Peyton Long still at his 6. Bobby Sack has been hovering within a car length of those two.
All right, a little further back, we're just watching the white with red stripe 07 of Sandy Satullo. He's got Bruce Myers, Tom Burt, and Connor Grant along for the ride. They are currently running 11th, just out of the top 10. And looks like Satullo now has given up a position as Bruce Myers in the 111 car has gotten around.
Once again, Greg, it looks Tyler Stevens maybe working that car just a little bit harder to stay in the front. He's really slinging it through the bus stop, and it's got a lot of track out on the exit of the outer loop. He's using a whole lot more racetrack than Peyton Long just behind. Now, that could be putting a little bit more wear and tear on the race leader than the cars behind him. Something to keep in mind when you're leading the race, of course, is not to run the car off in the pursuit of staying at the front of the train, but he did just set the fast lap of the race. So right now it's paying off. Got plenty of experience in these cars. He knows exactly how to manage them, I'm sure.
All right, Tom, we are going to a full course caution. We've got a driver that's just gone off on the outside, driver's right at the exit of the bus stop. Still trying to get the number. Yeah, indeed, and that is the 62 car. Thank you for putting the number up there, even where my old eyes could see them.
Yeah, Thomas Kirchman with a big yard sale there. Front end rear bodywork off the car. Didn't look too mangled up, though. It's obviously those pieces of bodywork are pretty easily.
Yeah, just a couple clips that hold them on either side, but still seem to be pretty much in one piece. But we are now under full course caution as our leaders bringing the field now down through turn 1, as Tyler Stevens is essentially the safety car, the pace car here, bringing the field. Pace car is going to pick up the field coming out of turn 1 and heading up through the S's. There we go. And that safety car now going to slow the field down considerably, give the emergency services teams an opportunity to get over to the bus stop. So let's do this, Tom, as we've got 10 laps complete. We're about a third of the way through this 15-lap or 35-minute race. Let's make a call to the grid for our next race group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, race group number 7, small bore, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. This is your first call to the grid. Race group 7, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Thanks for joining us here at the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Watkins Glen International. It's feature race day. It's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And Tom, unfortunately, we are under full course caution as we've got the emergency services teams working to clear Tom Kirchman's number 62 car away from that exit to the bus stop. Hopefully we'll be able to go back racing here maybe next time by. But your leader, currently Tyler Stevens with his teammate Peyton Long, running second. Bobby Sack, Grant Heinings, Brian Schofield, Perotti, Goffrey, Denninger, Stuba, and Bruce Myers, your top 10. And so, Tom, when they came out of the full course caution during yesterday's race, Stevens and Long were almost immediately able to open up maybe 5-6 car lengths on the rest of the field. And what does Bobby Sack need to do in order to stick with this duo?
I think the key really is managing turn one in a way that doesn't put you into a scrum. You know, that we've watched these starts so many times for classes like this where you can go effectively all the way out to a wall on that runoff, and it's a big risk to get that wrong, I think, and it also is a big risk to end up duking it out, going side by side with somebody from that effect of that track basically going way wide and then coming back down into turn two, funneling back down into that more single file, 2x2, maybe even 3 wide. But that's the section of the track we're talking about. And I think the goal for the number 19 is just to be absolutely glued to the back of them at the restart, no attack at turn one, and try to use the draft after turn two to make sure that he's still in the conversation, because getting caught up in a battle at turn one really puts you kind of on the back foot for the next couple corners with that loss of momentum.
And Bryant's, and there we go. Looks like they're about ready to get things cleared away, which I think is a good harbinger of things to come. Do they have all of the car in the back of that pickup truck? No.
It's the blower, but it's the same color. I see what you mean.
Yeah, I thought they had it up on its nose, like sticking straight up in the air, and maybe folded over in half or something. All right. So it looks like they now have gotten Tom Kirchman's 62 machine off and away. And I'm thinking at least towards the front, the driver that absolutely has to be the most concerned is going to be Grant Heinig in the 127 car, because he will have Brian Schofield directly behind him. And, and we've noted how Schofield, how strong he is on restarts, but also so aggressive. And I guess the big thing there is if Heinig's going to get defensive, he can't lose sight of the top three racers there and let them get away.
I agree with that. Basically, the same thought goes for that at turn one. Everybody in the whole field, really, but really in the top 5 to 6 to 7 cars. It's tempting. There's so much space, and typically there's ample opportunity to try to go to the inside, but it doesn't pay off nearly as much as you think. Kind of the foresight that you have to kind of chill out and make sure that your bandwidth is low enough that you can consider the options when you come to the green flag. Otherwise, I think for Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long, they have to really be minding their P's and Q's when they come to this restart. Make sure that they are rolling in a way that gives them at least no disadvantage, if not a slight advantage, when they come towards that green flag. Because yesterday at the restart, if I remember correctly, they did get swamped a little bit and had to work pretty hard on lap 1 to stay at the front. We went side by side up through the S's on that first restart because of the timing. There's so much space between the green flag and turn 1 that the draft is certainly a factor in these cars.
Tom, I'm thinking it's like the Spider-Man meme where all the Spider-Men are staring and pointing at one another. Yeah. We've got Jennifer Stevens 2518 in the chat. We've got Jennifer Stevens 5945 in the chat. And I'm thoroughly confused, and I don't know which one, if maybe both of them are cheering on Tyler Stevens. But there they go. Yeah, let them fight it out to the YouTube death there. Hopefully saying that didn't get us demonetized. But here we go, and we did get word from Race Control. We are going to be going back to racing, Tom. This time by lights are out on the pace car, and Tyler Stevens, he's starting to back the field up just a little bit. Wants to be able to, I think, get that run out of turn 10 or out of turn 11, as the pace car now heads to the pit lane, turning things over to the 105 car, and the starter looks over the field, continues to look over the field, Tom, and green flag now in the air as the entire field moves all the way like a snake to driver's right, hugs the right-hand wall. A little bit further back in the field, starting with David Dickerson in the blue number 38. He had moved over to driver's right, may have picked up a position on Tom Burt now as they head down into turn 1 and up through the S's.
Perfectly played really by the top 2, but really for all the top 5, that was really well executed. Down into turn 1, you saw no delays at all, which means the draft is going to start to get really strong right about here, coming through towards the inner loop for the first time. Tyler Stevens goes defensive. Peyton Long stays with him. One car popping to the right. It's Brian Schofield trying to make a big move from 4th. He makes it up to 2nd, chops the nose off of Peyton Long and picks up the spot, separating the two teammates. They both run wide, barely keep it on the racetrack. That's going to stack up Sack, Heinig, and Perotti behind as well. Tyler Stevens finding himself with his mirrors fairly empty, but I know he knows that that's not going to last very long.
No, not at all. And I think popping in underneath, I think Alan Denninger took a quick look underneath Grant Heinig as well. May have picked up a position in that exchange coming out of the bus stop. But now it is the 105 machine of Stevens with about 4 car lengths advantage after that monster move by Brian Schofield coming into the bus stop. Told you he gets aggressive on these restarts, Tom.
Yeah, it's hard to tell who was helping him from behind, but there's no doubt he got some assistance, a little bit of a push. And there's Peyton Long, pops back to the inside, tries to take the spot. Schofield sees it coming. They're going to go side by side through the apex at turn 8, now tracking out to turn 9. Long completes the move, Goes super defensive, though, coming up the hill into turn 9. Almost too defensive, I think. This might affect his run as we have a spin in the background. Just one car around. Is able to resume.
And Tom, did you see that when they came through, and that's, I believe, the 88 car? And that car has now gotten back underway. But, when we had Long getting defensive coming out of 8 and going up the hill, we had Bobby Sack stuck right behind Schofield and took a look to the left, then a look to the right, hoping that one of them would push wide through turn 9. It did not happen. And he holds station over in 4th, along with Grant Heinig in the light blue 127 directly behind.
Oh, stressful moments right now for Peyton Long, trying to drive through the middle of the racetrack just to hold everybody up to him. Actually threw a little bit of a block on Schofield down into turn 1. Schofield showed the nose and Long saw it coming, immediately blocked that spot. Tyler Stevens continuing to enjoy a fairly large lead. Now it's going to be Schofield, Sack, and is it one more car? No, it's Schofield's got that get through on Peyton Long. I think he knew that was a bit inevitable. That's going to move him all the way back to 4th with that huge drafting zone. Not much you can do there, but now he's got to kind of shift focus in this race, start to work with the people around him instead of against. He can get back towards the leader.
Yeah, indeed, is Heinig and Brody right at the tail end of that line, but Jim Goffrey and Sandy Satullo now bringing the field up as Satullo has gotten around Alan Denninger, pushed Denninger now into 9th position as now Goffrey and Satullo side by side going into turn number 7, and as they come out, it is still that way with Satullo to the inside, and I think Goffrey's got the advantage from the outside now as they come down into turn 8, and indeed Jim Goffrey he holds off the 07 car, and so much so that Satullo loses a position to Dexter Suba. All right, Tom, we have one car here. He'll be coming into our shot in just a moment. A red spec racer Ford, and he's just now, it looked like he just drove off wide. He'd had his hands in the air. He's going to be pitting in, and it looks like he's got a mechanical issue of some sort.
Yeah, I think that was the 111 of Bruce Myers with a mechanical issue. He had been running close to the top 10. That's tough to swallow. But right now at the front, Tyler Stevens still has that big advantage. And again, the game shifts for all of these drivers to work maybe a bit more together rather than against each other up this hill for this run. Undoubtedly still some jockeying of positions that's going to happen here, but Brian Schofield, Bobby Sack now kind of in control of that train. Michigan drivers as we come through turn 4 and now into the braking zone for turn 5. A pop to the inside is that Sack? Yes, he goes through to 2nd on Schofield.
All right,
Schofield
Tom,
didn't fight that all too hard, Greg.
All right, and we've solved part of the equation here. Is Jennifer Stevens 2518 is Tyler's mom. Okay, so one Jennifer down. Although Kent Carter thinks that we've got too many Jennifer Stevens in the chat at this point. All right, here as they now head down into the toe of the boot, and again, the 105 of Tyler Stevens, he continues to hold the advantage that our second group now with Bobby Sack having gotten around Brian Schofield cannot seem to make up the difference. And Tom, I'm a little surprised now without the drafting partner of Peyton Long that Tyler Stevens has been able to keep the advantage that he's had for so long. But I guess a lot of that has to do with how Sack and Schofield and Long keep challenging each other for second in the line.
Right, there's been a little bit of churn there between those 3 cars, but there's also just not a huge amount of drafting that takes place in this section of the racetrack, kind of sector 2 into sector 3. The chunks that are going to disappear for Tyler Stevens' lead happen back in sector 1, and there's still nearly 10 minutes left in this race, Greg. That's a lot of time laps to go. I think this will be a timed race, so keep an eye on that timer in the upper left-hand corner of our live stream. That's what number we're looking for. It's Bobby Sack now moving up into the 2nd spot. The gap between them 1.4 seconds. Sack was just a little bit quicker than Stevens, but you're right, not a huge dent this time through. in that lead. Tyler Stevens probably just outside of the drafting range for those cars at that 1.5 seconds. If he can get within maybe a second, maybe even 7 or 8 tenths, that's when the draft will really kind of flip like a light switch and pull those second pack cars right back up to the leader.
All right, as they make the run down to the bus stop now, working lap number 11 of 15. And now Peyton Long displaces Bobby Sack, and Sack probably displaces Schofield, and Schofield gets shuffled back 2 positions as Grant Heinig in the 127 car. It now gets around the blue and silver number 61. So it's Stevens, it's Sack, and then Peyton Long, then Heinig and Schofield as they come down the hill. But again, here the 105 of Stevens, he doesn't seem to be affected at all. Everything is happening behind him, and they're not making any headway.
Yep, still remember that 1.4 number. We're going to see what it is at the start-finish line in a little bit as we come into Sector 3 here with Sack, Long, and actually Grant Heinig goes through on Schofield as well. That train of about 7 cars, I got to say the cooperation plus competition has been pretty good in that train. Looks like they're relatively on the same page so far. Even Brian Schofield, you mentioned how aggressive he can be on restarts, has been relatively unchallenging when he gets past. So far, he's lost 3 positions in the bus stop over the last 2 laps. But I think he knows it's still to his advantage to kind of hang on to this group and work their way forward if they can, given the amount of time left in this race. This is not how this will go when there's only 1 lap left.
All right, as they come across the line, Tyler Stevens now with a 1.1 second advantage. So they've knocked about 3 tenths off, Tom, as Sack and Long, Heinig, Schofield now in that first group, as we have a local caution down at turn 1. And I'm looking to see here, checking out my window to see if we can get a number on the car. I don't see, there we go, actually turn 11. And that car has now continued.
It was
and
the number
the 42. Was the 40 or the 42, I think, Tom? Yeah, it's the 42 machine. Just got confirmation from the corner workers over there. That was Craig Chase.
So, Greg, the gap at the line was 1.2 seconds, and that must be where the draft starts to work, because look how close. Long got through on Grant Heinig. Bobby Sack is back to 4th now, just in front of Brian Schofield while we were tracking that other spin.
Right.
And I would say now they're there. They have absolutely closed back up, and Peyton Long timed it perfectly, because now he's back at the 6 of his teammate from the Hallett Race Shop. These two preferred dancing partners together. They can control the race better as 2 than as 1, but they're still going to have at least 3 more laps, I think, if not 4, to try to run defense up that big S's run into the bus stop.
All right, and we have at the tail end of that line behind Schofield, Michael Perotti in the light blue 31, and then Goffrey in the silver 68. We'll see if, with now under 5 or under 6 minutes remaining, I don't think this is going to go to laps, Tom. I think, as you said, likely going to end based on time, as our leaders are all lapping in the 2-minute 5-second range. So maybe 3 laps. Actually, it might be 4 laps, given that they're coming to the line now. But we'll have to see now if that group right behind our leaders, Stevens and Long, if they start to break apart as they start to battle, realizing the time is running short.
So it's Grant Heinig then in 3rd, Bobby Sack in 4th, Brian Schofield 5th, Michael Perotti in 6th, Jim Goffrey in 7th. I'd say Goffrey is the last car within touch, and arguably it's really kind of a top 4 breakaway at this point, as Grant Heinig and Bobby Sack were able to pull away. Now Michael Perotti making a move on Brian Schofield, go side by side up the S's. No help for them, as now Goffrey's actually going to pick Perotti. Look at him around the outside of Schofield. It's going to push Perotti up into the 5th position.
5th position. Well, and almost like clockwork, Tom, there you go, as they battle it out. And I don't think Brian Schofield has many friends here out on the track. Doesn't surprise me that Goffrey took Perotti and picked Perotti as they came up the hill. And there you go. That is now Goffrey actually gets around Perotti, and now Schofield sitting back behind the pair over in 7th. but it is right at the front now. It's a 4-car breakaway with Stevens, Long, Heinig, and Bobby Sack at the tail end of that line.
The other part of this is Brian Schofield, just to put a button on that, is qualified 9th for this race. He raced his way up into the top 3, but there is a possibility that that car just doesn't have the raw pace to maintain being in this part of the group. And if somebody else has noticed that, meaning Perotti and Goffrey for this example, they might have just gone, we're going to pick the faster of the two to follow through as the top 4 continue their breakaway. No change in position this lap between the 4 of them, with Tyler Stevens still controlling the race. Peyton Long now at his 6. Grant Heinig is the next car, the black and white stripes. Now is it Alan Denninger having an issue coming off of turn 8, the white car going slow. And it does hold up the group just a little bit with Dexter Suba, but he does get back up to speed.
All right, Tom, we got another car off over by turn 6 down in the chute going into the boot. That is Stephen Schluter. And I'm getting word now as our leaders come onto the front straight, they're going to get the checkered flag, Tom, to end this race early. And so taking the win is Tyler Stevens, with Peyton Long finishing 2nd. Grant Heinig will finish in 3rd. Bobby Sack will finish just off the podium in 4th. Jim Goffrey will finish 5th. Michael Perotti 6th. Brian Schofield, Alan Denninger, Dexter Suba, and Sandy Satullo rounding out your top 10. And there is the Schluter machine there up against the, or probably not the Schluter machine, but I believe, yes, the 52 is Stefan Schluter out of Bourne, Texas, up against the wall, and it sounded like it was a pretty decent contact over there. And they did not. Now, I think when the checkered flag came out, Tom, I don't think the top 4 racers here saw the checkered flag. I think the checkered flag was a little late to come out. That the first driver to actually see the checkered flag was Jim Goffrey in the 68, hence the much slower pace now for that driver and all drivers behind.
That can be very confusing as a driver. You expect a certain number of laps left when you haven't seen the checkered flag. The best thing to do, to be honest, from a competitive standpoint, is to keep racing. I think they are, because you don't want to give up the spot. I mean, they're not going to really sympathize with you. I don't know. It's hard to say when they change up what you expect as a driver on you. You don't know what to do exactly, but Tyler Stevens has continued at pace. Peyton Long has followed him. They've already won the race, has Stevens, but he doesn't really know that yet.
Yeah, I think, Tom, the word may possibly have gotten to them at this
They're
point.
still at pace, Greg. That's definitely at speed through turn 9. But either way, the timing works out perfectly for Stevens.
They had backed it up just a little bit, but all right. But technically, the race ended on the prior lap. And yeah, I was looking out the window here, and the starter, the call came in late. The starter was getting the flag out just as they were coming to the bridge, and there you go. So that is going to wrap our Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 race. So, Tom, let me make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec, please head to the grid. Your race starting next. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with 2 more feature races today from Watkins Glen International and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stick around.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer, and get you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
My name's Eric Yeagle. I'm the pilot of the 46 B-Spec 2013 Honda Fit. I'm out here racing this weekend. If you want to come join me, you obviously need a race car. There's 3 options: a brand new build from a prep shop, start from scratch build, or what I did, buy something in progress and make it your own. There are a few things that you should really look for when you're either buying a car or building a car. One of the important ones is a cage. Every class has requirements in the GCR that lays out where pipes need to be welded, how many pipes need to be there, and how thick. So before you buy a car, you always want to verify that the cage is up to the rules, and you can drill through and measure to double check before you dump all the money into building a car and finishing one. Another important factor is driver comfort. I bought this car with a seat that was way too small for me, so remounting a seat is 9 times out of 10 going to happen with either a new build or a pre-existing build. So what I look for in a seat is obviously how far back away you are from the steering wheel, so you can fully depress all of the pedals, and then shifter comfort is a big one. You're shifting a lot during laps. If you have trouble reaching up to 5th or 3rd, it's going to be a problem. So those are the main 3 things that I look for, and you want them to be right while you're on track. So if you're buying a car that already has a logbook, chances are you're going to have a fire extinguisher and all of the required safety equipment. Since this car did not have a logbook, I had to install a fire system, and then obviously your personal touches, whether you want aim data, video camera, flagtronics, all that stuff. So I personally had to add my aim dash, my aim camera, the flagtronics, and then I actually took my extinguisher system from my previous car. One of the things I like about B-Spec is there's not a whole lot you can do. Some cars you're allowed headers, some cars you're allowed intakes. This specific car, you're allowed an intake with a slight weight adder. It's a lot about personal preference, little things like tow hooks. This is kind of a bump drafting class, so you don't want a big tow hook that sticks out where you have the opportunity to stick another guy's bumper and turn him. So that's why we prefer the fabric tow hooks. But besides that, everything is more or less stock, and you can buy all the parts from the parts store. And the main goal for this class is really just to go out and have fun for not a lot of money. So being that I got this car half built, took me probably 60 to 70 hours to do the finishing touches on it. And the first weekend went pretty flawlessly. And I've been lucky enough to not have any problems out of this car, but don't feel bad if you do, because this is racing and stuff happens. Just know everything's fixable and you'll be all right. We're here to have fun, and you're gonna have fun in a car like this.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg with Tom O'Gorman. We got 2 races left for you here this afternoon. First one is one I know Tom and I have been waiting for. It's our production car classes and B-Spec. And like yesterday, we're going to have a split start. We're going to have our E-Production and F-Production racers behind pace car number 1. And then you see them coming down into turn 1 now. Behind the second pace car, B-Spec and H-Production. Let's run down the starting order here. We'll start off with our E-Production and F-Production racers. We're scheduled to start on pole, driving the number 28, the silver Mazda MX-5 out of the Central Carolina region, is Tony Ave. Greg Kima in his Lotus Super 7, scheduled to start second. That's the number 05 machine out of Akron, Ohio. Doug Weaver, scheduled to start third. He's in the F-Production. Jesse Prather Motorsports Hoosier Mazda Miata comes to us from just north of the border in Chatham, Ontario, Canada. Then Peter Tonelli, scheduled to start fourth in the F-Production number 91 Mazda Miata. That's the driven performance machine. Anthony Parker in the number 44 E-Production Errant Racing Triumph GT6, scheduled to start fifth. Starting sixth, James Gregorius, in the Livonia Redemption Centers. I need redemption, Tom. Mazda RX-7, he's out of Livonia, New York. That's the 09 car. Mark McAllister driving the number 03 F-Production McAllister signed Jesse Prather Motorsports Mazda Miata, starting seventh. Starting eighth is Chris Copley. Chris is driving the number 10 AER Toyota Paseo. He's out of Easton, Connecticut. And then we got Paul Sultanas out of Monroe, Connecticut in the Country Organics Nissan Sentra. He'll round out that 9-car field in the number 73 car. Let's move over to our second group, B-Spec and H-Production, where Rich Roman, driver of the number 1 Ratsport RP Performance Mini Cooper, is on the pole. Starting alongside will be yesterday's race winner, driver the number 119 Babyface Fabrication Goodyear Chevy Sonic, Chris Taylor. Josh Schmidt driving the sister car, the number 19 Babyface Fabrication Goodyear Chevy Sonic out of Kannapolis, North Carolina, will start fourth. Max Lux Ramos driving the number 9 KRW Auto Service Mini Cooper out of Valety, New York, starts fifth. Then we've got Zach Introne starting sixth. He's in the number 11 Sripath Purpose Energy Mini Cooper. Eric Yeagle, our defending national champion, will start seventh. He's in the number 46 BFF Indy G-Lock Brakes Honda Fit. He comes to us from Brownsburg, Indiana. Then our H-Production pole sitter, scheduled to start eighth. He's in the number 50 H-Production Volvo. That's the Bad Motor Racing Volvo 142. Then we got Thomas Tremper in the number 33 B-Spec Mini Cooper, coming to us from right outside the gates here, practically. Painted Post, New York. He'll start 9th. Starting 10th, Brian Price, driver of the number 36 B-Spec RP Performance Ratsport Mazda 2. Anthony Ruddy starts 11th. He's in the number 86 ALM Racing Chevy Sonic, another B-Spec car. And then we got Joe Camilleri, yesterday's H-Production race winner in the blue car design Volkswagen Scirocco, and Fred McConnell in the Think Racing X-Factor H-Production MG Midget, rounding out our second field. As the pace car now on to the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter, and I believe that is Craig Kima to the inside of the front lane. And indeed, green flag is in the air. Kima jumps off to an early start with Doug Weaver in the blue and yellow Mazda Miata directly behind, making a quick run down the inside. He returns to the field, and I believe our only E-Production racer in the field today, Anthony Parker, in his Triumph GT6, Peter Tonelli right behind.
Got a little more power to weight, better power to weight ratio for sure in that Triumph GT6. Trying the long way around in the S's, thinks better of that. Weaver trying to hold Kima a little more accountable at the start. Yesterday he was able to scamper away. Here comes B-Spec to the green flag.
All right, Tom, and green flag is in the air, and on the inside of the front lane is Chris Taylor, with Rich Roman to the outside. Roman, having picked the outside lane, wants to try a shoot around there. Now dropping into third position. It looks like with the 119, or probably the 19 of Scott Schmidt there. Josh Schmidt, as they come 3 wide, as we're on with Stuart Black in his in-car video as he pushes Max Lux Ramos. Mini Cooper right up to the lead pair as they come up through the S's. And look at the run that Max Ramos has.
It just stalls out a little bit as Chris Taylor cuts across to give him a little bit of a draft. It looks like Stuart Black considering a bump draft right before the braking zone. Push and brake. There we go into the bus stop for the very first time. It's going to be Taylor, then then Roman, and somehow Max Lux Ramos holds the outside around the entry. He's going to end up on the outside on the exit as well. Stuart Black finally closes the door and picks up third.
There you go. And then Josh Schmidt follows him through, and right behind Josh Schmidt, Eric Yeagle now moving up through the B-Spec field as well. Yeagle now up in the 6th, having gotten around Zach Introne and Brian Price as they make their run down towards the toe of the boot for the first time, right back behind the B-Spec field. That is, I believe, Joe Camilleri in the orange Volkswagen Scirocco, yesterday's race winner in the class. And then he had a lot of mechanical issues yesterday. Fred McConnell in the white number 40 MG Midget, running second in that class. As our first group now crosses the start-finish line, Stuart Black takes a quick look to the inside now on Chris Taylor, as they now will go door-to-door, the two Chevy Sonics side-by-side up into turn number 9, all the while Rich Roman starts to scoot away. Roman finished yesterday's race with a second-place finish, which Chris Taylor was your winner, had a great run yesterday. Eric Yeagle finished third with Max Lux Ramos just off the podium in 4th. And Taylor jumps back to the lead here as both he and Stuart Black able to push past the Mini Cooper out of turn 9 before they even get to turn 10, Tom.
Yeah, that was a big power play, and Chris Taylor nearly shuffled Stuart Black off the racetrack coming into turn 9. They both made it in. Eric Yeagle, maybe the big gainer on the very first lap here of this race, the red Honda Fit at the back of the first 5-car train. I also saw a little bit of smoke out of the red Chevy Sonic towards the back. I think that might be Ruddy. But he is still holding on there as well. All 10 B-Spec cars still within sight of one another. Stuart Black gets a bit of an attack from Rich Roman, who has a huge head of steam, comes around the outside of turn 3, now becomes the inside of turn 4, and he didn't have anybody pushing him either. So there's going to be a big tidal wave of cars coming from behind as they get into the draft, coming towards the bus stop for this second time. Still Chris Taylor at the front. But it looks like those minis are really strong in the next couple of corners. Roman through, Lux Ramos through. Yeagle tries the outside on the Honda Fit. He's going to cut across the final curb. Can't quite keep the nose there on Stuart Black for 4th.
All right, as they now will make their way through the outer loop. Wanted to check back in with our first pack. They're going to be heading, I think, into turn 6 now. They're probably not in turn 6, coming into turn 9. Thank you very much as we jump on board there with the battle for the lead in F production, directly behind Anthony Parker, has worked his way up to the front of the pack. Craig Kima and Peter Tonelli in his Mazda. Tonelli just turns in the fastest lap. Big change here is that Doug Weaver in that blue with yellow stripe number 3 car has fallen back in the 4th position. He had some challenges on the very first lap, Tom, had fallen all the way to the back of the field, has worked his way back around the 2 GT Light cars, the Sultanis and Copley, also gotten around Mark McAllister's 03, the white Miata right there as they come out of turn 1, but he has lost considerable time as he is now running 4th behind James Gregorius's RX-7.
He is, but he's on a tear, set the fast lap of the race. But that battle between Kima and Tonelli for the race lead is also a good one. You kind of have a bit of a wall with Anthony in front of them. They have to race their way by the more powerful car if they want to. It does Craig Kima if he wants to put a car between himself and Tonelli. I think he's thinking about it down into turn 6.
Yeah. Yeah, let the car just carry all the way out as they came through the outer loop. Could not get the pass made. Does he try to shove it down the inside at the toe of the boot? No, he does not. And so our E-Production, actually our sole E-Production racer, Anthony Parker, that Triumph GT6, he's had some mechanical issues over the course of the weekend, had a rear suspension failure in qualifying, and had to also pit in early before the end of yesterday's race here. But for the moment, things are running well for him. Craig Kiba, though, getting around him under braking going into turn 8. So putting that out-of-class car now between he and Peter Tonelli here as we get towards the end of lap number 3.
See the power of that GT6 just coming back at him, though. And we'll keep an eye over the next 28 minutes or so on what Doug Weaver can do. If he maintains the pace, he will work his way back towards, but it's going to be a really tough race at this point. He's already picked up the spot from James Gregorius, so back into 3rd position for Weaver, the blue and green Miata. Anthony Parker now trying to again take over the overall lead from Kima down at turn 1. Kima shuts the door, but this will be where the power of the GT6 comes back at him up the hill.
Up the hill, exactly. So Weaver resets fast lap and picks up a couple of tenths on our F production leaders, Tonelli and Kima, but still almost 10 seconds in arrears currently. Tommy's got a long way to go. But, you know, at this point, if he can find a few more tenths with 12 laps remaining, he might be able to get there. All right, let's check back in here, and indeed, our E-Production racer, Anthony Parker, has gotten his Triumph back around.
Over in B-Spec, last time they crossed the timing loop, Rich Roman was scored the leader. He must have led. Now has an issue, though. Look at the orange Mini Cooper off on driver's left, trying to get back into the line. Wonder if there's a mechanical issue with that car. We'll keep an eye on it through these last couple corners, but that car was scored the lead the last time it crossed the timing loop, and now is a pit pack. Effectively in last place. That's going to slot into 9th, actually, with one car still behind. Chris Taylor is now back to the race lead.
Tom, I've gotten a text message from a good friend of mine and production car racer, Carolyn Bayer-Boring, that it is Craig Chima, not Craig Kima. And so we apologize, and we'll make that correction. I'm sure I'm going to still get it wrong 5 times in this race. Here as the B-Spec race now heads up the hill, we jump back on board with Stuart Black. He's right behind Chris Taylor. We may have some in-car video from Chris Taylor as well. We'll check on that. At this point, though, a heck of a lot better to be in the trailing car, Tom, than the lead car with nothing but clear track ahead of you.
Yep, on board with Stuart Black, and noticing Eric Yeagle all the way up to 3rd now. He's your defending national champion in B-Spec. Had a hard time making any dent in the field yesterday's race. I think he finished, 7th? Yes, after all was said and done.
Yes,
he raced his way forward valiantly. I talked to him last night, and he kind of said, you know, I spend half the lap catching the Chevys after they pull away in certain sections, and I spend the other half the lap catching the Minis because they handle better in the other sections. So I'm right in the middle. The Minis are the better handling car. The Sonic's a little more oomphy at certain sections of the racetrack, but Yeagle using that Honda Fit to good effect so far, kind of the midpoint of all the cars in B-Spec. At least from his perspective anyway, coming down into the toe. This is where I think the bigger motor and the gearing of the Chevy is maybe the most dominant of anywhere on the racetrack. They tend to pull up this hill a little bit better, but Yeagle pops out trying to create overlap coming towards turn 8.
Yeah, and Tom, you know, I was just about to say as they came out of the outer loop that perhaps Rich Roman had been able to correct whatever problem that car was having a few moments ago, but it became so clear as they came out of the toe of the boot that car just doesn't have a good drive off, and he has not been able to make up any headway, and I don't think that's because of the lack of the draft here. He's continuing to fall back even from the very back end of that pack with Tom Tremper in the light blue Mini Cooper.
Yeah, that's tough. I have to wonder if maybe, I know these transmissions in the Mini Coopers can be a bit of a weak point. I have to wonder if maybe he's stuck in a certain gear. If you're stuck in, say, 4th gear, you're going to lose drive off of these slower corners in a big way. He's still in the hunt as far as he's within touch of the field, but you're right. It just looks like maybe some of the slower corners that car doesn't have the pull that it needs. As Taylor leads across the start-finish line with Stuart Black, the pair of Chevy Sonics. So far working relatively well together. A little bit wide for Josh Schmidt in the background. That's going to open the door for Brian Price in the only Mazda 2 to try to get a run up the inside for turn 2. Not quite able to carry the overlap, though, as Josh Schmidt salvages the momentum nicely. And
early on in yesterday's race, and I think I had been I think I had mentioned possibly when he and Chris Taylor came through the bus stop that at one point the two teammates, Chris Taylor borrowing the silver car from Josh Schmidt at the moment, that they might have had some contact. I heard from Chris Taylor and Josh Schmidt last night that there was no contact. It was just real close racing there as they went through. Also, note, just got a text from one of my friends here. It says that Rich Roman has been chasing issues with the engine cutting out all weekend long in that Mini Cooper. And, I mean, that certainly could be an issue here as he continues off the pace of our leaders. Again, a lot of this might have to do with the draft. Last time by about 2.5 seconds off the rest of the pack's pace, as we now have a 5-car breakaway at the front here with Taylor Black, Diego Lux Ramos, and Zach Introne in the red Mini Cooper right at the tail of the line. Josh Schmidt leading that second pack now. And here as they come through, of course, Zach Introne, I believe this is now his 3rd year of club racing, Tom, and he is the son of former national champion Steve Introne, who I saw walking through the paddock here, I think supporting his son. Introne involved in an incident that we had at Virginia International Raceway earlier on in the Super Tour season, hasn't been able to get the Honda Fit that he is racing repaired and ready for this round.
We'll look at this through turn 10. Stuart Black trying to keep the car flat. Didn't even lift and sends it off the racetrack. Just rejoins in front of Eric Jägel. So much trust between these drivers when you're coming back on the racetrack like that. Came over onto the racing line and just slotted right back into where he was from before the corner. Chris Taylor pulling out maybe 2 car lengths here. If you look at the back of that Chevy Sonic. Big camber through turn 1. Picks up the power, and these two really just seem to have something that the rest do not have. They're just a little bit faster in the right spots to take away those passing opportunities, even though they're all turning the same lap times.
And Tom, you know, that view that we just had out of Stuart Black's windshield, you know, as we've been talking about racers like the Spec Miatas, like the SMX cars, like the B-Spec cars, running up into that flat top area on the outside of turn 1, you can see that it's not just flat pavement there, that there are a lot of changes to the track surface in order to inhibit speed, to slow the racers down and try to help guide them back to the track surface. But these B-Spec cars, whoa, what a run there from Stuart Black, and what a hit from Stuart Black up onto the rear bumper of Chris Taylor to again slow them down. But now we know why Stuart Black was carrying that speed. There's Eric Jägel just to his right here now as they head under braking into turn 6.
He's going to try to hold the outside in the laces. That is so difficult to do. Look at the back of Chris Taylor's car wagging as it rotates through the corner. They're nearly double file. I think that might have actually opened the door for Lux Ramos for a second. Thought about it. Now they're back to single file for the top 5 here in B-Spec. Still the best battle on the racetrack as Craig Chima has pulled away by
a little over
about
4
5 seconds over Peter Tonelli. But now we're going to go double file. Here comes the opportunity for Eric Jägel. He gets a better run yet again out of turn 8. Now he's fully alongside Stuart Black for second spot, and he's getting some help from Zach Introne in the background.
There goes 2 red cars teaming up. The 2 minis now door to door. Max Lux Ramos and Zach Introne side by side coming through turn number 8. And for the moment here, Chris Taylor able to open up about 3 car lengths. All the while, Josh Schmidt now pulling the rest of the field here. Thomas Tremper as well as Brian Price trying to pull them back up to the lead pack as well. And as long as we're going 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, or is that 2 by 4? That may actually happen soon enough now as Anthony Parker, our E-Production, our solo E-Production racer, and our F-Production leader, Craig Chima, now starting to come up towards the back of this B-Spec field.
Always a challenge for these fast production cars to catch packs of B-Spec cars. And the B-Spec drivers, it's equally challenging because you're trying to let these cars through without ruining your own race. Now here comes Zach Introne, a big move up the inside on Max Lux Ramos. Both Mini Coopers battling it back and forth. Eric Jägel also taking that Scotto line, I'm going to coin it that, all the way through turn 1, trying to build a head of steam up the hill. This is kind of what we saw yesterday, Greg, with Chris Taylor able to drive away into the discs and ended up winning yesterday's race by a pretty healthy margin, especially by B-Spec standards. And then in the background, everybody else kind of fighting it out as best they can. Those two minis for 4th and 5th still have not worked it out. Stuart Black pops to the inside. I wonder if this is a move or is it a defensive move as he sees the faster cars coming. He takes the lead before the turn-in point for the outer loop or the inner loop, and he goes to the lead.
There you go. So Stuart Black now moves up to the lead. Now, at one point during yesterday's race, Stuart Black had made a huge move down through the inner loop and ended up running wide and through the grass, giving up a couple of positions. This time, he's got his foot to the floor, and he motors through as the Triumph and the Lotus now try to find their way underneath. Look there as Parker comes underneath one of the B-Spec cars, coming underneath now both Eric Yeagle as well as Chris Taylor right at the apex of turn 6.
And the scale difference of the cars is really what stands out to me. Look at the body lines, the driver's head in those production cars underneath the mirror on the door of a lot of these B-Spec cars, but they are through, both of them. Now we can go back to the B-Spec battle. Here comes one more of them. This is Josh Schmidt now having rejoined the battle for the top 6, making the move on Max Lux Ramos for 5th.
And
just misses out, has to park it at the apex a bit.
Yeah, indeed. Here, not able to get alongside as all the B-Spec racers seeing the blue flags from our quarter workers there as our 2nd and 3rd place F production racers, Peter Tonelli and Doug Weaver, now try to make their way through. All right, Tom, we're just about halfway through this 15-lap or 35-minute race. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 8. Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Race group 8, this is your first call to the grid. All right, Tom, we'll take that break. We'll be back here with more racing action from Watkins Glen in just a moment. Don't go away.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. And Tom, I think we managed to get them all on the screen during the ads there. Lots of action during our commercial break. First off, we had a retirement in F production. Doug Weaver, the number 3 Mazda Miata, pulled his car behind the wall. Then we had Stuart Black in his Chevy Sonic slam the wall coming out of the toe of the boot. Looked like he dropped the wheel in doing so. And then we've got, we have another car coming onto the pit lane. Our race winner in B-Spec yesterday, Chris Taylor, now retiring the car.
Oh, man, I have to wonder, we cut back to that incident with Stuart Black right as it happened, and we didn't see where Chris Taylor was in relation. Now both of these Chevy Sonics coming back to the pit lane.
Yeah, and I don't
his 6. Josh Schmidt has raced his way onto the podium contention spot, as well as Max Lux Ramos.
Wow, and first off, I'm amazed that that Black was able to drive the 140 car after the hit of that wall and was able to get the car home. I think it says a lot for how stout that Chevy Sonic is. We've got Izzy intro, and that's Zach's sister in the chat, and saying that he better push through right now. Izzy's getting a little aggressive in the chat there as this B-Spec field now making its way down, and indeed it's Eric Yeagle and Zach Introne. Josh Schmidt now about 3 car lengths back, and Schmidt's got Maxwell Ramos and Tom Tremper there right behind Brian Price, who has had some pace issues with that Black Mazda 2 here this weekend, now sitting right at the tail end of the line.
Yeah, it's just struggled to really make his way any further forward. He hangs on to the back just fine, which tells me the draft may be helping him out just a little bit, but for whatever reason, whether it's the Mazda 2, could be gearing, could be weight, could be handling, could be knocking rust off, who knows? He just has not quite been able to make himself a factor for the top spots, but now he's a little bit closer. That's the Black Mazda 2 at the back of the shot. Eric Yeagle leading the way over Zach Introne. Kind of paired off into a little 2x2x2. I just scrolled back through the YouTube stream, and it was already running in 4th when Stuart Black put the car in the wall. So they were unrelated, at least at that moment in time, but Taylor just continued to slow and then brought it to the pit lane for whatever reason.
All right, and it sounds like there's some debris that was left trackside by the 140 machine when it impacted the wall. I think one of the cars may have knocked it off the track surface at this point.
So, Greg, we're working lap number 11 with 15 laps on the board total, or 35 minutes. We still have 11 minutes and seconds to go in the race. I think it's going to come down to laps, not time, which means the B-Spec drivers will probably get 1 fewer lap, having been lapped just a minute ago. You're going to have to keep track of that on those lap counters. Look at Yeagle slinging the fit through. Big rotation as it lands from that first jump of the curb. As soon as he turns the wheel back to the left, the rear just swinging around. Beautiful to see. I love watching race cars move around on the surface like that, using all the track as well on the exit. That's going to open the door potentially for Zach Introne, but to the wrong side of the racetrack for turn 6 as they turn back to the left. This is where Yeagle claims, anyway, that the minis are a little bit stronger, handling a bit better through the faster corners. Right now, controlling the race nicely, though. That handling,
Tom,
look at this.
Go ahead, Greg. Getting word from race control, or not from race control, but over on the exit of turn 1, the 44 car, that's Anthony Parker, had a tire go down, and they are, I believe, at a local caution. I'm sorry, not 1A, it's turn 10. Turn 10, the 44 car, there he is, off on the side of the car, side of the road, as he has spun with a flat tire. So Anthony Parker, our Soli production racer, his race now done. That is going to promote Craig Chima, our F production leader, to the overall lead now. And he's probably got about 25 seconds on Peter Tonelli, who's just now coming out of the final corner, just ahead of the B-Spec field right now. Actually, 41 seconds does Chima have over the rest of our F production field.
That also puts James Gregorius back onto the podium, that white RX-7 now working his way through the B-Spec field. And Greg, we've seen the full course caution come out for a car stopped in that very similar spot. So it is a possibility, we'll knock on wood, that that's not going to come to fruition, and this B-Spec race can complete all the way through, as Yeagle still has the advantage over Introne, who had made a move coming out of turn 8 about a half a lap ago, but didn't have the motor to keep the spot all the way through turn 9. Excuse me, from turn 7 out of the toe into the heel. It's a bit of a drag race between those two, but Yeagle, carrying the momentum on the more traditional line, did come out ahead yet again. So far, it looks like Introne happy to push Jägel and wait for this to take a little bit more time away on this race. Josh Schmidt is catching, though. Look at this, Greg. The red Chevy Sonic. We have 3 red B-Spec cars, Fit, Mini, Sonic. And Schmidt is all of a sudden on a late charge.
And now Introne takes a look underneath the Honda Fit, coming out of the outer loop, down into the chute. And as they go through, not able to make up ground on the defending national champion. He's going to follow him through down the hill as Gregorius continuing to look for a way to get through this field without interrupting their race. Josh Schmidt's going to follow him up the hill. And Gregorius is now clear. And Lux Ramos doesn't seem to, at least on this section of the track, it doesn't seem able to get up to the back of the Cinnamon Chevy Sonic to give a push. Maybe a little bit on the short chute down to the bus stop, Tom, but I think that's creating a bit of a challenge here for Josh Schmidt.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the car looks a little loose, too. You see the back end wandering around coming off of turn 8 on that Chevy Sonic. See if it happens here again at turn 9. Not quite nearly as bad. But I do think those top 2 cars have a little bit more pace in them. And if anything, it's the draft and the working together of the rest of the cars that's keeping them within touch. Although that Sonic is definitely quick up the S's, you have to keep an eye on it, specifically that section, whether Josh Schmidt's able to do anything with that relative to the cars around him.
All right, real quick, Tom, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, T3 and T4. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. STL, STU, T3, T4. Please head to the grid.
For 5th and 6th here in B-Spec, Brian Price trying everything he can to try to carry momentum and keeping on the back of Thomas Tremper in the blue number 33 Mini. Coming around turn 4 now, once again, for Jägel and Introne, waiting to see if we see a red Mini Cooper pop out at any point right before the bus stop. Not this lap either, Greg. The Honda Fit leads yet again.
All right, Tom, here as they come through, and producer Brendan and I have had a chance to go back and look at some of the footage from Chris Taylor's car, and appears that perhaps Stuart Black had taken on some damage at the bus stop just prior to that incident where he went off into the wall. Might have taken some contact from another car. Well, that's something we'll let the stewards worry about. But here, let's jump back to the battle for the lead, where again, Zach Introne seems very content to continue to push Eric Jägel away from Josh Schmidt and the Chevy Sonic behind his time and mileage running down here. The next time our leader, Craig Chima, in the 05 machine crosses the start-finish line, he'll get the white flag. He's on the run down to the bus stop now.
If there's anyone to learn how a B-Spec race needs to be run from, it's Zach Introne's dad, Steve, and their good friend, Rich Roman. They did the runoffs multiple times doing teamwork together. It kind of coordinated national championships in a way for each other. And I have to imagine Zach Introne picked that up, so he probably knows when to make the move. The problem is now he made a little mistake in Sector 3 and now has his hands full with Josh Schmidt. So he goes from maybe a patient offensive race to now some defensive racing. As we talk about the race in B-Spec, in F production, James Gregorius now has caught Peter Tonelli. These two going at it for the second and third spots on the podium, and it's a drag race between the Mazda products, but the Rotary comes out ahead.
Yeah, and that is for the second spot on the F production podium now, as Gregorius moves ahead of Tonelli's moved the 91 car back. Chris Copley running a lap down now in fourth in his Toyota Paseo, but still Craig Chima, with almost a minute advantage on the rest of the field, as he's coming out of the boot now. And I, the last time through Tonelli, Tom, was almost 10 seconds, actually 12 seconds off his previous fast lap, and I'm wondering now if perhaps Tonelli's having some issue that he's just trying to limp the car home. As we go back to the battle for the lead in B-Spec now, and jumping into the lead, Tom, for the very first time, Zach Introne with Josh Schmidt into second, and Eric Yeagle now falling back to third as they come through the outer loop.
Yeah, big assist there for Josh Schmidt to push the Mini to the lead. Eric Yeagle slots back into third. 3 different cars with speed made in 3 different ways, but very similar effects here between the 3. Now, Zach Introne has to learn to control the race from the front. He has not led a lap yet. He's got 2 very experienced B-Spec racers behind, and not too far behind are the other 3 in the pack. They're still the top 6 within touch of one another. Max Lux Ramos in that exchange has gotten much closer, and Brian Price, by the way, got through on Thomas Tremper about a lap ago in this section of the racetrack back at turn 8.
All right, as Craig Chima now heads into the bus stop, he is working the final lap as our B-Spec leaders, almost a little bit more than a third of a lap ahead of them. They will start their last lap the next time they cross the start-finish line, as it is Introne, then Schmidt, then defending champion Eric Yeagle. Max Lux Ramos now drafting up right to the rear of this new pack of 4 drivers. And Tom, I'm wondering on that previous lap if the speed that Schmidt has coming out of the S's and a little more straight line speed for that Chevy Sonic, if he was indeed able to push Introne right past Eric Yeagle. And now they'll come on to the front straight, and let's see if Yeagle has a response.
Yeah, almost certainly some bump drafting involved, but they're interesting. Introne felt defensive at the final corner and lost some momentum for it. Josh Schmidt is able to power around before the braking zone and turn-in point for one. He will be your new leader up the S's for the final time. Look at this run around the outside from Brian Price. Are they 3 wide? Nearly no, but Lux Ramos does get a great run, and he's to the left side of Eric Yeagle. Side by side for third means only one of them gets the draft. Looks like this might just be a 2-car race coming into the bus stop, with Introne getting a big old draft off the back of the Chevy Sonic. The Mini's really a little bit lower, a little bit smaller. The profile is very draft friendly when you're following and not very draft friendly when you're in front. Here they come into the bus stop though. Josh Schmidt with the point. Looks like Introne can't do anything with it. They roll it in over the curbs. Yeagle picks up the 3rd spot again, holds off Lux Ramos.
All right, checkered flag in the air, taking the win in F production and taking the overall win. Craig Chima in his Lotus Super 7 out of Akron, Ohio. James Gregorius, he is on track to finish 2nd in the class.
Oh, Yeagle pushing hard, runs a little bit wide at turn 6 to open the door for Lux Ramos to move to his outside. That will pinch the entry for Yeagle, but also force Lux Ramos around the long way, just trying every inch of the racetrack for Introne to get a run on Schmidt. Looks like the Mini is going to come out ahead of the Honda Fit for 3rd. They come into the last major braking zone on the racetrack. Josh Schmidt has them covered.
All right, and they get back in line, and now with Josh Schmidt opening up his advantage, 4 car lengths now on Zach Introne as they come out of the boot, and only 2 corners remain. Yeagle has managed to hold off Max Lux Ramos there, and big lurid slide for our leader Schmidt. That allows Introne to close things back up. How quickly that gap disappears, and it may be a drag race onto the front straight as they come up to the H production Scirocco of Camilleri, who appears to be off kilter here. And as they come onto the front straight, can Introne draft by? No. The Chevy Sonic with the straight line speed. Josh Schmidt will take the win in B-Spec. Zach Introne, he will finish 2nd in his first Super Tour weekend. Eric Yeagle will finish 3rd. Max Lux Ramos 4th. Brian Price 5th. Tom Tremper will finish in 6th. And Tom, margin between the delta between the top 5 racers in B-Spec, 0.8 of a second.
That's why we love it. And shout out to Josh Schmidt. I mean, I think he was as far back as 7th or 8th in that race, raced his way forward again. And after a couple of maybe frustrating back-to-back races on the Super Tour, we've seen him recently struggling more than anything, comes through with some success. Big congrats to them. there in the number 19. And that means that the Schmidt Racing stable, whatever they like to call themselves, takes the win in both of these races, with his other car taking the win yesterday with Chris Taylor at the wheel.
There you go. Babyface Fabrications for the win both days. All right, just got a few. This is the attrition that we typically see in the production car classes, Tom. I thought that Peter Tonelli was just trying to limp his car to the checkered flag. Unfortunately, his race, fortunately, he did make it to the checkered flag, and his car quickly came to a stop right at the exit at turn number 1. So in F production, Craig Chima going to take the win. James Gregorius second. Peter Tonelli will finish third. Chris Copley will finish a lap down in fourth. Over in H production, with that lap number 14 failure coming out of turn 10 for Joe Camilleri, Fred McConnell will take the win in H production in his MG Midget. Camilleri will finish in second. Anthony Parker did make it more than halfway. Technically, he gets the win in E production and in B-Spec. As we said, Josh Schmidt, your winner in a Chevy Sonic, Zach Intro and Eric Yeagle, Max Hooks Ramos, Brian Price, your top 5. And real quick, before we take a break, have a couple calls to make here. Attention in the paddock, with the driver of the number 140 B-Spec, Stuart Black. Please report to the race director in tech. Stuart Black, driver of the number 140 B-Spec car. Please see the race director in tech. And final call to the grid for Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under, T3 and T4. Your race is next. STL, STU, T3, T4, race group number 8. Final race of the weekend is next. We'll be right back.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Tom, this is it. This is our final race of the weekend. It's STL, STU, Touring 3 and Touring 4. We're going to have a split start. We've got our Super Touring racers behind pace car number 1. We've got our Touring racers behind race car number 2, or pace car number 2. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today in our Super Touring group, Richard Estacio in his Lotus Exige, that's the number 80 machine, and starting alongside in his BMW 325, the number 70 car of Darren Treacle. Jorge Nazario in the number 165 Mazda Miata will start third, and starting fourth is Anthony Garacci in his Lotus Exige. Then we got David Brand and Joe Christensen. They'll make up row number 3, Brand in an Exige, Christensen in the Honda Civic. David Nagler will start 7th, and Hugh Stewart will start 8th. Then we've got John Weisberg, our top 9 racers, all in STU. Our STL pole sitter driving the number 37 Mazda Miata will start 10th. That's Nick Leveroni. Derek Ketchy in the STL Honda Civic, the number 15 machine, will start 11th. Amy Mills in the 114 Mazda Miata will start 12th. Matt Rook in an STU BMW 325 will start in 13th position, with Gonzalo Aponte in his STL Honda S2000 starting 14th. Deacon Greenfield in the number 32 STL Honda CRX will start 15th, with Benham Abernethy starting 16th. He's in the number 133 STL Mazda MX-5. Jim Schlechter in his Nissan 300ZX will start 17th in the number 75 STU car, with Michael Reese in an STU Honda S2000 starting 18th. That's the number 69 machine. Then we got Alex Rubenstein in an STL Mazda Miata, the number 2 car, starts 19th, alongside Cody Connolly, also in an STL Mazda Miata. He starts 20th. And then rounding out the STL field in row number 10, actually I guess it's row number 11, starting 21st, it's Tom Kirchman in the number 62 STL Mazda Miata, and Whitfield Gregg in the number 93 STU Mazda Miata. Moving over to the touring car field on the pole, driving the number 10 Ford Mustang, it's Marshall Mast. He'll start alongside the number 115 Touring 3 Nissan 350Z of William Bolt. Then we got Dan Moen in his Ford Mustang, starting alongside the Mazda MX-5 of Colin Duffy. Those race cars also in Touring 3. Then we've got Ben Schlechter and Andrea King making up row number 3. That's the 87 Nissan, the number 8 BMW 330i. Then we've got Ed Karabek in the number 39 Touring 3 BMW 330i. He starts 7th alongside Austin Levesque in the Touring 3 GT86. And then our sole Touring 4 car, Gabe Farabach, starts next to, scheduled to start Dina Weisberg. We don't think that car is going to be out. She was scheduled to start in 10th position. As the green flag is in the air for our Super Touring racers, jumping to the front, right across the nose of the BMWs, Richard Estacio. Darren Treacle sliding in the second. Jorge Nazario's Mazda Miata holding off the pair of Christensen in the blue Honda Civic and David Brand in his Exige now as they head up the hill.
And those top 3 qualified on the same second or so, but a mechanical issue in qualifying for Nazario kept him out of racing yesterday. He's looking for a good race today in that blue NC Miata as we cut back to the touring cars.
All right, and jumping out to an early lead. He had to retire early yesterday, but has been the class of the field in touring cars. Marshall Mast in the Touring 3 Ford Mustang, with the slotting in right behind him, William Bolt in his Nissan 350Z with Dan Moen and Ben Schlechter, as they now slot in as they head up the hill. And right alongside Schlechter is the ND MX-5 of Colin Duffy there, as he has not been able to clear Schlechter now as they roll through the S's and onto the short chute heading towards the bus stop. And once again, as we've seen all weekend long, here now jumping out to an early lead is Marshall Mast. Dan Moen in his Ford Mustang, about 8 car lengths behind already. William Bolt in the Nissan, then Ben Schlechter in his Nissan as well. Schlechter in the white with black hooded Nissan, of course, his father, we saw up in STU, also in a Nissan 300ZX.
And Schlechter able to outdrag Colin Duffy's MX-5. King also did pull the position coming into the bus stop, but Duffy took it back coming out of the bus stop with the handling of that MX-5. That's the battle for 4th and 5th in class now as the MX-5 settles there into 5th. Everybody in this race group in Touring 3, except for the Mazda 3, there's a Touring 4 car, a slower prepped class car. But this battle at the front, look at this, we're side by side. It looks like a power move for Treat, the outside of Estacio coming into turn 1, but the brakes of the Lotus stronger, dives to the apex and keeps the spot. We know these Lotuses have been difficult on cold tires. They've cleared lap 1, and these cars should just get a little bit better from this point on.
All right, notice it on the start there. Great early first lap for John Weisberg, who was our guest earlier today. I want to thank him for joining us. Weisberg, who started 9th, had worked his way up into 5th position. He now falls back to 6th, slotted between Joe Christensen, that light blue Honda Civic, and Derek Ketchie, who is our STL pole sitter, or probably not our pole sitter, but our STL leader, the Honda Civic driver, now getting around the Mazda Miata of Nick Leveroni. So Ketchie, who also had to retire a little bit early yesterday, now with a very good start here in STL.
Yeah, and it looks like Benham Abernathy was able to get up to 3rd as well, and SMX car dipping here into STL. It's a faster class, but the car's quick enough to in the top 3s, just Amy Mills last time we saw the car. So both of those flat-out motorsports machines going to be on the back foot just a bit for Leveroni and Mills. Here they come through turn number 6 and into 7. Ketchie has really lost a lot of time, though, to Leveroni in the last couple corners. He was up by about 10 car lengths the last time we saw him before the bus stop. Now it's about 3.
Yeah, and I think, Tom, that section there, coming out of the inner loop, going through the outer loop, probably one of the most challenging areas for that 8th gen Honda Civic, leaning and relying a lot on the front tires, and maybe a little bit easier to get the Mazda Miata that Leveroni is driving, get it to rotate through there and then set up for turn 6. Now, as they come back into maybe an area here which is a little bit easier for that Honda Civic to navigate, as it gave a little wiggle from the rear coming out of turn 9.
So true. As long as the corners are fast with a lot of camber, it should be okay. But all these corners right there in that middle sector that you mentioned, going to be the weak point. Is now we're side by side once again. Treacle trying to take the top spot in STU and overall, swaps sides, tries the inside this time, and Anastacio says, sure, bring it, I'll just ramp the outside instead. He does so and keeps the lead just barely, but there's still a little bit of overlap between the two coming through turn 2. The BMW has shown itself to be a little bit stronger in a straight line, but don't count out the Lotus. It is low horsepower. It's also low weight and a very nice coefficient of drag on that car, nice and slippery through the air. As I think Estacio just pulled ahead at turn 4. As we cut to the bus stop here, they're still going at it with Treacle now to the outside once again. He's going to back out of it. Estacio leads after 2.5 laps. He still has the top spot.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to braking and who's going to brake the latest to go into the bus stop, I think the Lotus is definitely going to have the advantage. Real quick, Tom, I've got to make a quick announcement here. Attention in the paddock with Doug Weaver, driver of the number 3 F Production car. Please see the race director in tech. Doug Weaver, driver of the number 3 F Production Mazda. Please see the race director in tech.
Just cutting back to Marshall Mast, your Touring 3 leader, having started to catch up to the back of the STL field. And he's brought, really Marshall Mast has not pulled away all that much from the cars behind. Dan Moen still has the 2nd spot over William Bolt, and Ben Schlechter still right there as well for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. I think the gap between those cars at the top of Touring 3 is something like 6 seconds. So Marshall Mast maybe taking it a little bit easier on that car today to make sure he can finish the race.
Yeah.
Maybe balancing the overall race pace just a little bit more today, as yesterday he had leapt out to a much bigger lead. But the battle here between Bolt and Moen in the Mustang, Bolt in the 350Z. Moen actually ended up winning, Bolt ended up winning yesterday's race after the mechanical for Marshall Mast, and he's trying to put himself in that spot again. Just absolutely glued to the back of the Mustang on the run from the toe to the heel of the boot.
All right, Tom, and I think we've got a car that has gone off briefly over at turn 1. I believe that it is the 144 car at the exit of turn 1. And that was Joe Christensen in the STU Honda Civic. He has managed to right that car and continue, but he now drops down into 6th position as he falls behind John Weisberg and David Nagler.
Oh, here Darren Treacle stopped at the bus stop on the cutout, and Greg, from here it almost looks like the car has a little bit of a left front lean to it, but he does start to drop the clutch, maybe a split second of thought to roll forward. Breaker for one of our top 3, and it takes the battle in STU down to just Estacio and Nazario. Oh, there's more debris on the racetrack there too. Something just shattered off of one of those cars.
Yeah, I was going to say something got loose, and I think that was Benham Abernathy's 133 Mazda that we just saw a piece go through the air. I don't know if it's off his car or just something that he impacted, as it flew right over the top of Deacon Greenfield CRX. We've got a car now off driver's left, heading out of the toe of the boot.
Yeah, more mechanical issues rearing their head for Jorge Nazario from second in class. He had mechanical issues in qualifying, didn't get to race yesterday, had a strong start just now, and he is at a rather bad spot on the driver's side of the or the preferred line side of the racetrack, just as you track out there at the toe. Debris still blowing everywhere coming off the inner loop. Darren Treacle did get to resume, and it seems to be back at pace anyway, back on the racetrack. But that means Richard Estacio has all sorts of a lead now. Here's a battle between some of the cars a little bit further back in Touring 3. This is Andrea King, Edward Karabic, and Austin Levesque. Pair of 3 Series E46 BMWs and the Toyota GT86. That's the last generation of the first generation of those Toyotas and Subarus.
All right, so Tom, as Richard Estacio now moves to the top, or he was already at the top, and we are going to a full course caution now as race control, I don't think, likes where the 165 car is positioned. I was just going to say, Richard Estacio with almost 8 seconds over Crew Speed teammate David Nagler. That now also moves John Weisberg up into 3rd in STU. Christensen, who had that spin over turn 1 just a lap ago, now in 4th position. And as we go to that full course caution, Derek Ketchy still your leader in STL, with our pole sitter in the class, Nicola Veroni, in 2nd. Amy Mills caught behind Matt Rook, about 7 seconds back from that pairing. As again, we are going to a full course caution. So let's do this, Tom. Let's take our final break of the weekend. But before we do, I've got to page somebody here to the tech shed. Attention in the paddock. Doug Weaver, driver the number 3 F Production Mazda Miata, please head to the the SCCA trailer and the race director in tech. Doug Weaver, driver the number 3 F Production car, please see the race director in tech. All right, let's take a quick break. It'll be our final break of the afternoon here at Watkins Glen. Don't go away.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It's STL and STU, T3, T4. It's also our last race of the weekend, and we are under a full course caution currently. At the front of the field, it's the pair of Krug-Speed Exesias, Richard Estacio and David Nagler, who lead the class. John Weisberg, third. Joe Christensen, fourth. Over in Super Touring Light, Derek Ketchy, your leader with Nick Leveroni and Amy Mills, second and third in their Flat Out Motorsports Miatas. Over in Touring 3, Marshall Mast is your leader in his Ford Mustang. And then it's a pair of Nissan 350Zs, William Bolt and Ben Schlechter, as Dan Moen has now fallen back into fourth position. And then finally in Touring 4, only a single racer here this weekend, Gabe Fairback, who's bringing out his C-Spec class Mazda 3. And hopefully we'll see some more of those cars out soon enough, as our emergency services team now have Jorge Nazario's number 165 Mazda Miata under tow. And hopefully we'll be able to get that car on the pit lane as the safety car is slowing the pace down, Tom. I'm wondering if there's a chance that we might actually go back green this time by.
I think that's what they're trying. So we had missed that shuffle in Touring 3 to move William Bolt and Ben Schlechter up a position each and down for Moen. But I think this full course caution of everybody on the racetrack right now maybe plays best for your leader in STL, Derek Ketchy, who had just been caught by Nick Leveroni right as the caution came out. The Civic, a much stronger starter of a race car, a little bit more power under the hood, and just gets going on the first half of this lap much quicker than that NB Miata right behind the silver Miata or silver Civic and the black and orange Miata. Keep an eye on that for your lead in STL. Well, she picked up that lead early on in the race and trying to hold on to it now.
All right, well, Tom, I think our hopes and our desires to go green flag this next time by have been extinguished. Unlike the lights on the safety car, which remain on as they pass Jorge Nazario's injured car going back to the pit lane. So we're going to do at least one more lap here under caution. And, you know, as we're winding things down here today, first off, want to wish everybody a happy Father's Day, or at least wish all the fathers a happy Father's Day. And let's take a look, Tom, at what we've got coming up on the schedule. Normally, this is our last round, or right around the last round of the Super Tour, but we've got one more event coming at you. You're going to have to wait a little bit. August 29th and 30th, for the first time ever, the Hoosier Super Tour heads to Barber Motorsports Park, and that is something you definitely don't want to miss. And there are a lot of racers that are going to be going to that track, Tom, with either no time there at Barber ever before, or certainly very little practice time other than perhaps on iRacing, and it should make for some very exciting racing.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite racetracks, of course, notorious for how beautiful the facility is, compared often to a golf course, but the racetrack is also just top tier. And you're right, there's, for some reason, it's a very well-known pro racing track, very, very well-known motorcycle track, and it's very common for track days, but club racing, a little bit of a blind spot for some reason. I don't know if that's location or if that's just not being on the national calendar like it is just this year for the first time. But it'll be a big learning curve for a lot of drivers. It's a really technical racetrack, and it's your last chance to do a Super Tour before the runoffs in October, our national championships. So that'll be a really good event. I'm really looking forward to that one. As we round out this, 18-round championship season. So this is kind of round 16, technically, of those 18 rounds, each race day counting as a round for the Hoosier Super Tour.
All right,
scoring
Tom,
points for its national championship as well.
All right, so driver, and I don't think he completed a lap. Gonzalo Aponte in the number 24 Honda S2000. He's been on the pit lane, and the car's dead stick over there. Just came over from race control that they need to have that car towed off. And so unfortunate as Aponte had a wonderful race yesterday.
Yeah, he's been having a good season overall. It's a really tough class to just jump into. These super touring classes are very much a builder's class with engine swaps allowed based on the chassis that you have. You can put any engine from that manufacturer as long as it meets the size requirements. STU is 3.2 liters or lower. STL is 2 liters or lower. And there's some turbo cars also allowed there in STU. But with modifying a car comes reliability issues at times. So that's kind of the reality. We have a whole bunch of cars that didn't take the start today, including James Schlechter, Hugh Stewart, David Brand, and Anthony Girassi, all from STU. And then, of course, that STL S2000. Hopefully we'll see them back at another round, if not the national championships.
All right, and getting word from race control, we should be going green flag this next time when our overall leader, Richard Estacio, comes onto the front straight. The clock continues to wind down 16 minutes, so it'll be a touch under 16 minutes when we go back to green flag racing. 8 laps to go, so we're now just about halfway on laps, Tom, but given the clock, I think we're probably going to end this race on, probably based on time. As the drivers now, as they sense the situation. We see Stasio trying to get some heat in the tires. I think he does not want to be. He does not want to be an Anthony Garacci going into the bus stop here this next time by. As Garacci had some challenges there yesterday.
Well, Estacio did as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Estacio in the second qualifying session, or actually during yesterday's race, had the rear end step out on him at the exit of the bus stop. So I want to make sure those rear tires are all warmed up now. And as they come onto the front straight, the starter displays the green flag. It's a single file restart. They're going to be single file for at least a moment here. It's about midway back through the field. The STL cars all fan out. And Estacio and Nagler are going to lead John Weisberg and Joe Christensen down into turn 1.
I forgot about this. The other driver that this gives a nice opportunity to is Darren Treacle, who had that mechanical issue, brought him to a stop for a moment, and now is back picking up positions in the blue BMW 3 Series. Not this one, but the next one. There he is, just hunting behind Amy Mills, who is running near a podium position in STL.
Yeah, currently running 3rd in the class. Now as they make the run down towards the bus stop. Hold your breath a little bit here. As both Estacio and Nagler make it through safely. John Weisberg, great again, good start for him. That BMW Z4 on all the starts and restarts over the course of the weekend has seemed exceptionally strong. Tom, he had some challenges we talked about, had to certainly go to a brand new set of tires for this particular race. We don't have the tire limiting rules that we have in place for SMX and Spec Miata here in the Super Touring classes, and both he now and Joe Christensen right on the back bumper of the number 51 Exige of Nagler.
Yeah, this is a great battle between those three. By the way, Nick Leveroni made quick work of Derek Ketchy. My prediction did not come true, and he's now leading the race here at STL. The next car in shot, there he is, the silver Civic behind, lurking. The next car that they will have to deal with is Darren Treacle coming through in his faster machine. Also, Marshall Mast in one of the quickest cars on the racetrack. That Mustang in Touring 3 is now into a top 10 overall position after that split start. There he is through the apex of turn 9. And has a couple of cars that are slower than he is to navigate, but they're modified in a different way. They're going to make speed in a different way. That could be a little frustrating for him. But Weisberg and Christensen are on the hunt at the front of this field on the back of that second yellow Lotus.
All right, and as they come onto the front straight, Nagler with a great run out of the final corner, able to open up about 3 car lengths on Weisberg. Big wiggle from Weisberg, though, under braking as he goes down into turn 1. He does make it through the corner safely. Christensen doesn't seem fazed by it. He just slots in behind the BMW, follows him through and up the S's. And, of course, Christensen in a very different car there than the ST Super Touring undercars ahead of him. That Honda Civic, as you said, Tom, it is a tube frame car. It is a rear-wheel drive car. Comes over from the GT3 class, which was merged with STU this year for the first time.
Right, so similar performance ceiling, but a very different style of prep. One of the big changes that they had to make was running a different style tire. So that was a bit of a learning curve for the tube frame cars to put that DOTR compound tire on the machine instead of a proper racing slick. But otherwise, the car's been really competitive. We've seen it with Tony Ave at the wheel for a handful of races, and actually he leads the Super Tour points in STU, driving that car at other rounds, having contested a whole bunch of different weekends in that car. And they can't dawdle around a whole lot because Darren Treacle has cleared everybody else and now sits there in the 5th position. The blue BMW driver, having been completely stationary at one point in this race, is now back in the hunt for a podium.
Yeah,
honestly, he could be in the hunt for a win, Greg.
It is quite possible now as Christensen and Weisberg ahead of him go side by side into turn 8. Christensen's going to take over the position, move up to 3rd in STU, but as they spent that time door-to-door, Tom, that did allow Darren Treacle in the BMW 325 directly behind him it's a 330i, to make up about 5 additional car lengths as he's cleared himself of the STL leaders behind.
Yeah, Greg, there are certain classes in SCCA club racing that excitement and drama seem to follow. I'd say F Production is at the top. STU has made itself right up at the top of that list, including even yesterday's race. Remember all of those developments that happen. It's always dramatic at the national championships. It's shaping up to be dramatic here again with still 11 minutes to go, plenty of time on the board, and 5 cars in the hunt for the 3 podium positions. I think right now Joe Christensen looks like he maybe is the fastest of them, but I look at timing and scoring. Fast lap of the race, Darren Treacle from 5th. Here he comes on John Weisberg. He's coming quick.
Yeah, indeed. And again, that time spent side by side with Christensen and Weisberg slowed those 2 cars down. Treacle almost a second faster than the 2 ahead. But I agree with you. Christensen looks to be on a tear as he's able to pull up right alongside Nagler going into the bus stop. Checks up a little bit, maybe runs a little bit too deep. And that will bring our new 4th place racer, Darren Treacle, into the conversation as he dispatches John Weisberg's Z4.
I think Christensen expected that to go over a little bit easier, but Nagler from 2nd was having absolutely none of it as he really slammed the door shut into the bus stop that lap and held up, I wouldn't say held up, but tripped up Christensen's progress quite a bit. Now he's got his mirrors full of that BMW.
All the while just behind. That is the battle for the lead in Super Touring Light as Nicola Veroni and Derek Ketchy running almost identical paces, only maybe a couple hundredths of a second difference there. And now about 6 car lengths separate the Civic from the Miata ahead. Amy Mills about 5.5 seconds in arrears.
In Touring 3, William Bolt still in the 2nd spot, has put a couple cars between himself and Ben Schlechter and Daniel Moen. There's Bolt, and then it's one of the STL cars, that's Amy Mills, and then it's back to Schlechter. So Bolt has solidified that 2nd place in Touring 3. Still held the lead, still holding the lead is Marshall Mast up the road just a little bit as he's 11 right now.
And Tom, I had been watching the battle for 4th in STL. They had a great battle yesterday. Benham Abernethy in the 133 Mazda MX-5, the Spec MX-5 car with Deacon Greenfield in the Honda CRX. Towards the end of the race, the 32 did seem to fade a little bit, and just in this last lap, Abernathy able to eke out another, about 0.7 of a second after picking up a half second the lap before.
They come through. Abernathy has a whole lot of practice at this point with that track limit right up to the wall like it's a street circuit after 2 races of SMX and 1 in this group, dipping into STL. Trying his best to hold on to the back of Amy Mills, who is 2 cars up the road, I think, now with 1 T3 car in the middle of the 2. Oh, no, he's actually the next car right in front is Owen, excuse me.
Yeah, I would say Moen in the T3 Mustang there up ahead.
Yep. Another fastest lap of the race for Darren Treacle. Scored 3rd the last time they crossed a timing loop, which means he would have made the pass, or at least was side by side with Joe Christensen as they come into Sector 3, working the last couple corners of the racetrack. There's your race leader through 8, Richard Estacio, then David Nagler in 2nd. Sure enough, Darren Treacle has made the pass on Joe Christensen. BMW driver nearly back to where he had the issue, running from 2nd at the time.
Yeah, and Tom, that last time by was a 1.2 seconds faster, actually 1.3 seconds faster than Nagler ahead. I mean, he is closing things down very, very quickly on the 51 car. And I think still a lot of time, certainly a lot of time to get up to Nagler, maybe time to get up to Estacio as well, as Estacio was even off the pace. And he may just be trying to manage the race at this point, given the gap that he has. But he was over 2 seconds off of Treacle's pace on the last lap.
Yeah, not huge pressure on Estacio yet, but he will certainly have noticed in his mirrors that there's a blue BMW there that wasn't there at the restart. Or at least I would bet that he has. I don't know what the rearward visibility is in the Lotus Exige, to be honest. But either way, the track record in STU is a 204, and Darren Treacle just ran a pair of 204.8s back-to-back. So he's really knocking on the door of track record pace. Look at the power. A big move to the inside of Nagler takes the spot away and is up to 2nd into the inner loop.
Yeah, indeed. As he was strong on the brakes there, and Nagler, there wasn't much he could do as Nagler tried to enter from driver's left.
So much history in that car, I believe built for World Challenge racing back in the 2000s for GMG Racing. I don't know if that one was driven by James Safronis or one of the other drivers for that big team at the time. Now finds its way into club racing.
Yeah, that is an ex-Safronis driven car, according to Darren.
Still 5.5 minutes to go. With as much speed as he has, I think Richard Estacio, if he doesn't find some pace, might be a little bit of a sitting duck here. He's controlled the race nicely. Doesn't seem to be taking many big risks at this point. So maybe there's a little bit of something left, holding his cards to his chest a bit in the race lead. But that should be, I think, 3 laps from this point. If I'm wrong, it was the producer in my ear telling me that. Sorry, Brendan.
Well, looks like possibly Estacio has started to turn up the wick just a little bit in the last few corners here, Tom, as I've seen him visibly open up maybe another 2 car lengths on Darren Treacle as they cross the line, though, and onto the front straight. Almost identical lap times, 600ths of a second. Well, actually, let me try and do that thing they call math, Tom. Darren Treacle was a full second faster than Richard Estacio.
No changes in STL, no changes in Touring 3 so far. It's definitely worth watching this top 4 battle, and honestly, any of the 4 of them, I think, still within a shot of the race win, but all 3 podium positions on the line. Richard Estacio in the first of the 2 yellow Lotus Exiges, leading the way from the drop of the green flag after sitting on the pole. Now finds himself with a hard-charging Darren Treacle in the blue E46
and
BMW 325.
Tom and Christensen starting to make a move here on Nagler, getting ever so much closer to the 51 machine. And at the moment, that would be for the last step on the podium. Now, as Christensen closes to within 1 car length as they come under braking down into the toe of the boot.
Christensen setting his fastest lap of the race on the previous lap and is now challenging for position on David Nagler. Both Lotuses finding themselves with their hands full of a blue mirrors, just very different blue coupes, other than front engine rear wheel drive, I guess.
Yeah,
that Christensen still leaving a little bit of time on the table, not time, but a little bit of track on the table, at least with his line choices relative to the other cars. Perhaps that tube frame car doesn't handle the curbing nearly as well as the cars around him.
And that Exige seems just so strong coming out of turn 9, Tom, that Treacle has to claw it all back as they go down into turn 1. And as they come now across the line, completing lap 13, Darren Treacle making up another second, and he's right alongside our leader now before they get into the brake zone. And that little Lotus so much deeper on the brakes than Darren Treacle's BMW, but it may just be a matter of time. It'll be white flag next time by for our race leaders.
So far, Treacle's been able to make some pretty big power moves coming into the inner loop section of the racetrack where they are approaching just now. And they're also going to have to deal with some traffic. That's a Touring 4 car and a pair of Spec Miatas that have dipped into STL. As I say that, my eyes track back. Darren Treacle takes the race lead on the straightaway before they even have to slow down for the bus stop. Slings it through the bus stop, in fact, as well, and pulls out about another 3 car lengths for a moment until the Lotus rolls back into the inner loop and outer loop. New leader in STU.
And Joe Christensen now takes a look underneath Nagler coming out of the bus stop. Not quite far enough alongside, and Nagler's going to beat him down into turn 6. As again, our leaders in STU now starting to come up on our STL, I don't want to call them back markers here, but I believe that is, who are we coming up on? I think that is Tom Kirchman and Cody Connolly in the 62 and the 92 cars, currently running 6th and 7th in the class.
Yep, and then Gabe Frohbach there in the Mazda 3. Christensen taking a bit of a look, trying to fill the mirrors of David Nagler's Lotus. And now Darren Treacle has to break the seal on the lap traffic. He does so very easily for the C-Spec car. That Mazda 3 makes it easy, and then the power will power easily past the pair of Spec Miatas as well. Just terrible timing for Estacio at turn 10. He's going to get held up just a little bit.
Yeah, as Connolly comes across the nose, and now the Exige able to sneak by between turns 10 and 11. And as they come onto the front straight now with a 1.1, almost 1.2 second advantage, Darren Treacle, your leader in STU. If we take a look at T3, Marshall Mast has kept that car rolling here and has almost 7.5 seconds on William Bolt, another 8 seconds back to Ben Schlechter in third. Over in STL, Nick Leveroni, we might want to check back in with Leveroni and Ketchy at one point as they come out of turn 1 now, or probably come out of the front straight down into turn 1. Ketchy making up a little bit of ground now on the last circuit here, now only 0.8 behind.
So far, Greg, doesn't look like Richard Estacio has much for Darren Treacle, but they still have about 3/4 of a lap left with most of the cornering left for that Lotus, although so far it seems the BMW a little just, by the way, missed the track record by about 1/10 on the previous lap, did Darren Treacle at a 204.5, with the record being a 204.4. Oh, excuse me, he missed it by 0.3, it's a 204.3, just about. But I'm keeping an eye on Christensen for the final spot on the podium. Rolls the car down into the corner at the toe of the boot just a little bit earlier. Estacio pushing hard, drops it into the dirt. But it looks like Christensen with a bit of a run coming out of the toe towards the heel.
Yeah, Nagler moves all the way over to driver's right there to hold off the Civic Charge, and then pulls back to the traditional line as they enter into turn 8. And I think that may have been just enough to hold off the Christensen Civic now, as our leaders in STU, Darren Treacle and Richard Estacio, head to the final 2 corners. Darren Treacle with 4 car lengths. This is the part where that Lotus Exige has been very strong, as Darren Treacle is going to come up on some slower touring car traffic now. But as they come to the line, taking the win today in Super Touring Under, Darren Treacle out of Marshall, Virginia. Richard Estacio turns in his fastest lap of the day, but it is not enough. He'll finish half a second in arrears. David Nagler will finish in 3rd. Joe Christensen will finish 4th in STU. John Weisberg will finish 5th. Over in Touring 3, trying to track where Marshall Mast is right now. We'll check in with Touring 3 in just a moment. Over in STL, Nicola Veroni will take the win over Derek Ketchie. And there's Marshall Mast now coming across the line. He'll take the win in Touring 3. So it's Leveroni, Ketchie, and Amy Mills who will be coming across the line shortly. She'll take 3rd in that class. Benham Abernethy should finish in 4th position. Over in T3, Marshall Mast, then William Bolt. Ben Schlechter will cross the line with Dan Moen finishing 4th, with Colin Duffy finishing 5th, and of course Gabe Fairback, our sole racer in Touring 4. He's going to finish 24th overall. Well, Tom, I feel almost vindicated here after these last couple of races, both in B-Spec and Super Touring and Touring, and so happy to see great finishes here at Watkins Glen. A great weekend of racing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bummed, Greg. We only get to do this one more time this year at Barber Motorsports Park. You see the dates. If we don't see you trackside, hopefully we'll see you on the SCCA YouTube stream. And if we don't catch you there, worst case scenario, we'll see you at the National Championship runoffs in October. But I've had a blast this Super Tour. I had a blast this weekend with y'all, and really looking forward to Barber.
All right, well, there you go. So let's wrap things up here. For our producer, Brendan Kazmarek, our director, Jordan Worth, thank you so much to both of you who've been a rock all season long. Tom, thank you to you. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. We'll see you August 29th and 30th from Barber Motorsports Park to conclude the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Thanks for joining us.